firms in town that can't afford the rents at One Dayton Center, but Audiobook leased the entire 14th floor and much of the 15th. At 35, he was running a business with 1,200 stores and kiosks scattered across 39 states, ranking it just behind the Big Three in a listing of the largest tax preparation firms in the country. It was an enterprise he built using another element of the fringe economy, the subprime credit card. In Silicon Valley, young upstarts generally innovate and the big boys play catch-up. The same can't be said of Audiobook's business. H&R Block first started offering its customers the Refund Anticipation Loan, RAL, more commonly and not quite accurately known as the Instant Tax Refund. A taxpayer opting for an instant tax refund is not receiving his or her refund any faster than anyone else. What they're receiving is actually a loan arranged by a tax preparer. The collateral is the refund that the IRS typically mails out in 2 or 3 weeks after an electronic return is filed. That loan generally comes at a stiff price. Unlike a payday advance, there's little risk that the IRS won't pay a tax refund. Yet, like the payday lenders, the rates vendors charge for RALs when expressed as an annual percentage rate are typically in the triple digits, commonly in the 100 to 200% range. The roots of the refund anticipation loan can be traced to the Nixon administration and a welfare reform measure called the Earned Income Tax Credit. The idea as conceived was a sound one. Rather than give cash payments to a mother with 2 children, provide her with a tax credit. It's simpler and cheaper to administer, and the incentive is tied to the amount of income that a low-wage parent is able to generate. In 2009, a mother with 2 children receives a cash refund equal to 40% of the first $12,000 or so she earns each year. That figure is closer to $14,000 for a couple. The credits start declining once she starts earning more than $16,420 in a year. A home care nurse with 2 kids making $15,000 a year would receive an earned income credit of more than $5,000. An LPN with those same 2 kids and earning $22,000 would receive a refund closer to $3,000. This provision of the tax code put an additional $43 billion in the pockets of the poor and working poor in 2008, according to federal data. There would be a depression in this country every year if the earned income tax credit wasn't there, Audiobook said. It means billions of dollars each year that goes to buy cars, to pay the landlord, to pay the Christmas bills, to buy furniture. And of course, that same $42 billion has served as the honeypot, allowing Audiobook and a host of others to grow very wealthy despite the most modest clientele. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing that Richard Nixon gave the country, he said. We focused on the low-hanging fruit. That's how John Hewitt, one of the early champions of the refund anticipation loan, explained the idea in a newspaper interview. They targeted, he said, the less affluent people who wanted their money quick. Hewitt, who founded Jackson Hewitt and Liberty, 2 of the Big Three, recognized a simple truth. People who earn $15,000 or $20,000 a year live in a perpetual state of financial turmoil. They're constantly behind in their bills, put off all but the most essential of purchases, learn to do without. And then once a year they receive a check from the IRS that can be equal to several months' pay. Are they willing to pay $100 or more on top of tax preparation fees to receive the money tomorrow, rather than anxiously watching the mail for 2 or 3 weeks? Financial planners might scoff, but instant gratification is one of our defining national traits. Beneficial Finance, one of the giant consumer finance companies, invented the concept of these specialized tax-time short-term loans, but H&R Block jumped when Beneficial pitched the idea. Starting in the late 1980s, the tax giant became the first tax preparer to offer its customers a rapid refund arranged by Beneficial. By 1993, when Audiobook entered the business, Bank One, based in Chicago and then the country's sixth largest bank, was also offering these instant gratification loans. It was Bank One, in fact, that agreed to partner with a 20-year-old sophomore at the University of Cincinnati who wanted into the business. The entrepreneurial bug bit when Augbazian was around 16 years old and working in the Procter & Gamble mailroom. His inspiration was the articles he was reading in Fortune and Forbes profiling the young titans of technology making mountains of money at an improbably young age. He read about Michael Dell, who had started his computer company in his dorm room, and Bill Gates, who was still at Harvard when he founded Microsoft. I became obsessed with this idea that I needed to start my business by 19 or it'd be too late, he said. He was the president of his class in high school and graduated as valedictorian. But unlike Dell or Gates, Augbazian didn't have a passion for computers or for anything really beyond a desire to become rich. I knew I wanted to start a business, he said. I just didn't know what kind of business. Augbazian was a senior in high school when he received a letter from H&R Block inviting him to have his taxes done at no charge. He drove to an office in a strip mall near his parents' home, where he was shocked to discover he needed to wait to see a tax preparer. He was still thinking about the packed waiting area days later when a friend mentioned that he too had gone to Block, where he used a nifty new product called the Rapid Refund. He tells me, you pay a couple of $100, but you get your money in a few days, Augbazian said. That's when the light bulb went on. I understood why H&R Block was so packed. H&R Block's offer of free tax services, he realized, was nothing but a clever marketing ploy to sell RALs to people his age. Thinking back, he realized that the woman who had prepared his taxes had tried to sell him one, but Augbazian was that rare high schooler who actually owed money to the U.S. Treasury. That fall, he would enter the freshman class at the University of Cincinnati, living at home and commuting to school each day. He decided to also find an office in a central location large enough to house a tax preparation business. Augbazian still has the fax from 1992 that Bank One sent to a mailboxes, etc. near his parents' home, laying out the steps he would need to take to offer customers a refund anticipation loan underwritten by the bank. But he got cold feet that first year and almost postponed his plunge the next year as well. That's when he wrote in his diary that he was depressed. Bill Gates and Michael Dell had started a company at 19 and I hadn't, he explained. It never seemed to dawn on him to do any research into the pros and cons of the business, as if starting a business required nothing more than nerve. He was probably right. Augbazian tells the story of finding his courage in a hushed voice, as if sharing a moment of divine fortune. I can still picture it, he said. I'm driving along and just happen to look to my left. I think about that sometimes. What if I hadn't happened to look to the left at that moment? He was driving to school and he noticed a for rent sign in the window of the very office where he had gone to have his taxes done in high school. The landlord told him H&R Block had moved to a larger office a few miles away, and it would cost $3,000 to rent the office for 6 months. At that point, Augbazian had saved around $10,000. He had a Sears card and a Discover card that combined carried a cash limit of $5,000. He secured another $5,000 through a low-interest student loan. He recontacted Bank One, where somebody told him he needed to select a software maker from the vendor list the bank provided. He randomly chose a Columbia, South Carolina company and spoke to someone there. They tell me, you don't need to know anything about the tax business. The software will walk you through everything. You hook up with Bank One and congratulations, you're in the RAL business, Augbazian said. But he was also risking everything on this one idea. They offered a 2-day tax preparation workshop, and Augbazian elected to pay for a trip to South Carolina. Augbazian gets dreamy as he describes those first few months he was in the tax refund business. He was carrying a full load at school and overseeing a staff of 5 or 6 he was paying $8 an hour apiece. He was a 20-year-old African-American running his own business. But the only weirdness he felt was the age gap between him and his employees, one of whom was a retiree in his 60s. "The age thing was something I was much more self-conscious of than race," he said. He named his new business Instant Refund Tax Service. Agbasian doubts he would have survived that first year if he hadn't had the good fortune to take the place of an established giant like H&R Block. He stretched a cheap sign inside the store's plate glass window and distributed some door hangers around the neighborhood, but other than that, he did nothing to advertise. "I was blessed that 600 people came back to that spot looking for H&R Block," he said. "If I had located anywhere else, I would have been out of business my first year." He was fortunate as well that the great majority of his customers also opted for a quick payout that put extra money in his pocket. Making it through that first year seems to have emboldened Agbasian. He knew he would have to advertise and recognized that telling people about this one store would cost nearly as much as telling people about 4 stores. Agbasian didn't bother approaching any banks. He knew that he would need to find an alternative funding source. Once again, Agbasian was fortunate. The credit card industry was also undergoing sweeping changes in the second half of the 1980s, among them the spreading popularity of the subprime credit card. There was no single creator of the subprime credit card, which could be said to have been invented the first time a bank decided to charge some of its customers 19% interest instead of 12%. But one early innovator and its most avid early champion was Andrew Carr. An eccentric man with long, stringy hair and a generally antisocial personality, Carr had earned his Ph.D. from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology when he was 20 years old and spent the next several decades striving to strike it rich. Earlier in his career, he had even done some work for associates, where he created a credit card product aimed at those with a taste for debt. This was in the late 1970s, when around half the people holding a credit card typically carried a debt. That figure was closer to 90% for those using Carr's Associates card. Most of Carr's biggest breakthroughs, though, came once he ventured off on his own and started a company called First Deposit, later renamed Providian Financial. Making big money in the credit card business, he understood, meant attracting a customer who was at once comfortable owing a lot of money, yet loath to default on that debt. Providian was the first to send out mailers with teaser rates so low that a large portion of those already deep in debt were likely to transfer that debt to them. These customers, Carr's research showed, weren't price-sensitive but instead preoccupied by the minimum payment they needed to make each month. Providian could get away with charging an APR of 23% rather than 18% because the company more than halved its minimum payment, from 5% of the total owed to 2%. Under the Providian model, the credit card was little more than a small loan device, and if Carr's ideal targets weren't the world's safest customers, they were certainly lucrative. In time, others would follow Providian into these treacherous but financially rewarding waters, including now well-known brands such as Capital One and Advanta, bought by J.P. Morgan Chase in 2001. Ultimately, many of the big banks would brave these same frontiers. It was no wonder. Publications such as American Banker reported that subprime credit card lenders were posting profit rates 2 or 3 times greater than those booked by more risk-averse lenders. Inside his office, Agbasian bent down to remove a box from one of his desk drawers. He has a round, pleasant face, thinning hair, and a small mustache. He was wearing jeans, running shoes, and a yellow fleece West Point pullover from his younger brother's alma mater. He repressed a small smile as he removed the box's top and leaned it forward. Inside, he had more than 100 now-defunct credit cards. "I look at this and I wonder what I was thinking," he said. But of course he knew exactly what he was thinking. He wanted 4 stores, and once he had 4, he wanted 8. He would max out one card and then another, but there were always more companies eager to extend him another. So he would transfer as much as he could to these new cards, thereby freeing up the old ones for further cash advances. He knew he was playing a dangerous game. "I was paying rates as high as 25, 26, 28%, Ogbasian said. A store would typically break even its first year, and if it was in a good locale, start generating profits approaching 50% in its second. But Ogbasian was too impatient to continue opening a few at a time. So in 1998, he opened another 18 locations. "I hit 300 grand, 400 grand in credit card debt several times," he confessed. Ogbasian's company was in its sixth year in 1999 when Jackson Hewitt, the number 2 player in the field, contacted Ogbasian about buying the chain. They were offering $2 million. At that point, he was 25 years old and operating 26 stores around the greater Cincinnati area, a part-time business generating $2.2 million in annual revenues. He had 150 or so tax preparers working for him, and of the 26,000 returns they had prepared that tax season, 20,000, 3 in every 4, included a rapid refund arranged through Bank One. His business had grown bigger, faster than he ever imagined, and he was reluctant to sell. "It was almost like Bill Gates before Microsoft trying to imagine the computer business being as big as it would be," he said. Sure, Ogbasian was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, but could you imagine Bill Gates selling Microsoft only 6 or 7 years after he started it? In the early days, the challenge was convincing the skeptics that there was a market for a fast tax return. People often ask why anyone would pay extra money to borrow against a refund. Jeannie Lauer, an H&R Block marketing director, conceded in a newspaper interview appearing shortly after the company started offering this novel new product. "Some people have a certain mindset in which they just want the money now, and they don't care if they have to pay an additional fee." But then H&R Block faced something like the opposite problem: the intrusion of countless imitators craving the kind of profits H&R was earning from its RAL customers. None proved more aggressive or more ambitious than John Hewitt. There's an increasing sameness to working-class neighborhoods in America today, in no small part because of Hewitt. Just as there are commercial signifiers that indicate a person has entered a relatively affluent neighborhood, a Banana Republic, a Pottery Barn, a Barnes & Noble, a Williams-Sonoma, a corner Starbucks, there is a similar geography of poverty that tells visitors they have crossed to the other side of the tracks. The region of the country or the race of a community's inhabitants do not matter so much as its economics. Whether in a rural town, an aging first-ring suburb, or the urban neighborhoods that house a city's low-wage workers, you'll find the same small coterie of big-name poverty businesses. There'll be a check-cashing outlet near a pawn shop, near a rent-a-center or Aaron's rent-to-own. And invariably, one will also find a Jackson Hewitt, the company John Hewitt founded in 1982, or a Liberty Tax Service, the chain Hewitt created after Jackson Hewitt was sold out from under him for nearly $500 million. At the start of 2009, there were 6,600 Jackson Hewitt outposts scattered in working-class communities across the country, a number that dwarfs the combined number of the country's Gap and Banana Republic stores. Liberty Tax Service is only about half as large as Jackson Hewitt, yet there are more than twice as many Liberty branches in North America as Barnes & Noble, Williams-Sonoma, and Pottery Barn stores put together. John Hewitt has always been a man in a hurry. A self-described math whiz. "I was the best I'd ever met," he told one interviewer. He dropped out of college at 19 to take a job doing taxes at an H&R Block. Less than 2 years later, he was promoted to assistant district manager. He had recently turned 30 and was working as an H&R regional manager when Hewitt, his father, and a small group of other investors bought a 6-office company called Mel Jackson Tax Service, based in Virginia Beach, Virginia, for him to run. His budding chain, which he bought for $375,000 and renamed Jackson Hewitt, was still a pipsqueak when Hewitt boasted about the day he would surpass his old employer, a company then more than 100 times as big as his own. If anything, Hewitt pushed the rapid refund even more aggressively than Block. Like its rival, Jackson Hewitt partnered with Beneficial and then started pushing its product on television. You can almost see company president Esther Gulyas's head shaking in wonder over the hundreds of people who descended on Jackson Hewitt's Boston offices. "The fee for the refund anticipation loan is high," she conceded in an interview with American Banker, "but customers always take that option." Block had introduced the anticipation loan to the tax world, but Jackson Hewitt used the product to build a small empire. For Hewitt and his cohorts, the RAL wasn't just a way to boost revenues, it was also the linchpin of its growth strategy. Where the venerable Block operated offices in a mix of neighborhoods, Jackson Hewitt focused almost exclusively on less affluent areas. In 1989, the company cut a deal with Montgomery Ward to open many offices inside its department stores. A few years later, it signed a similar deal with Walmart. It even experimented with tax desks inside a pair of national mailbox chains. When in 1997 the company turned to Wall Street for additional capital to speed its expansion, it released a prospectus documenting the details of its operations. 4 in every 5 Jackson Hewitt customers, the company reported, earned under $30,000, and well over half of its customers chose its instant refund program. Those participating, the prospectus revealed, paid a $24 application fee, a $25 document processing fee, a $2 electronic filing fee, plus 4% of the refund. Someone who wanted her $2,000 in 1 or 2 or 3 days, rather than waiting 2 or 3 weeks, would pay $131 for the privilege. When Jackson Hewitt started peddling the refund loans, the company was operating 50 offices in just 3 states. 5 years later, John Hewitt was boasting of 900 offices in 37 states. Still, the refund anticipation loan has never been Jackson Hewitt's main source of revenue, nor has it ever been Ugbazian's. Jackson Hewitt's prospectus showed that its RALs accounted for around 30% of the $31 million in revenues it collected in 1997. But the RAL is also the primary reason these stores exist, if not the only reason. Obviously, that's why people come to us, because we can get them their money quickly, usually within 24 hours, Ugbazian said. The RAL brings people in the door, but it's the $300 or so the chains typically charge a customer to prepare their taxes that account for the lion's share of revenues. Still, the fees harvested from these short-term tax-time loans are pure profit. The good news for instant tax service, Ugbazian says, is that 80% of the people who have their taxes done at one of his stores end up taking out a tax loan. Competitors like Jackson Hewitt and Liberty, he said, post similar numbers in the 70 to 80% range. The instant refund is the key to our business model, Ugbazian said, just like it's been the key to the success of Jackson Hewitt and Liberty. Avoid neighborhoods with a large concentration of higher-income individuals, the company's 2008 franchise manual counsels, because those people tend either to hire professional tax preparers or use a software program to do it themselves. We recommend that you locate your office where the household income is $30,000 or less, the manual advises. Instant Tax was John Hewitt's kind of company, and he met with Ugbazian when his young counterpart neared 15 stores. But Hewitt would be pushed out of his eponymous company in 1996, several years before Jackson Hewitt would again approach Ugbazian. Hewitt wasn't ready to sell, but his investors were, and so he was pushed out. The Cendant Corporation, a conglomerate that already owned Avis, Century 21, and several hotel chains, including Ramada and Days Inn, paid $483 million for Jackson Hewitt at the start of 1998. That translated into a return of $400,000 for every $1,000 invested, Hewitt said. Hewitt thought about a business that specialized in cleaning carpets. He talked wistfully with a reporter about his desire to spend time feeding the hungry. But a year after leaving Jackson Hewitt, he founded Liberty, which Hewitt is always sure to describe as the fastest-growing retail tax preparation company in the industry's history. Our goal, he told me, is nothing short of being the biggest tax service in the universe. Hewitt's successors at Jackson Hewitt seemed no less intent on growth than he was. Maybe more so given the steep price Sendon had paid. Jackson Hewitt needed to find ways of attacking entire metropolitan areas, Keith Alessi, the company's CEO, said shortly after its sale to Sendon. In 1999, that meant knocking on the door of a 25-year-old who owned more than 24 stores in working-class communities scattered around the great Cincinnati metro area. Ugbazian declined $2 million, but couldn't resist when Jackson Hewitt upped its offer to $3 million. Saying yes meant wiping out several $100,000 in credit card debt and still walking away with nearly $2 million in the bank after taxes. After the sale, Ugbazian applied to Harvard Business School and was surprised to be denied admission, despite his success and his grades. He hadn't applied to any other schools, and not knowing what else to do with himself, he decided to get back into the tax game. The terms of his contract prohibited him from opening new stores within 10 miles of Cincinnati. So he moved to Dayton, which allowed him to avoid any legal troubles but remained close enough so that he was only an hour's drive from his family. He thought about buying a house, but concluded that any money committed to a down payment was cash he wouldn't have to open stores. He opened the first instant tax service office in 2001. It was much harder this time than it had been in Cincinnati 7 years earlier. All the best spots in Dayton had been taken, and so Ugbazian needed to focus on the less obvious ones. He opened the downtown store, but otherwise focused on white working-class neighborhoods and the area's less prosperous suburbs. Instant tax service was up to 700 storefronts by the time of my visit, but Ugbazian had opened only 7 in the Dayton area. With the exception of the downtown locale, all are in white working-class neighborhoods. Several are located 15 or more miles from downtown. I moved to where opportunities were still available, Ugbazian said with a shrug. He owned some stores himself, and he co-owned stores with friends and relatives he set up in the business. A cousin in D.C., a buddy who moved to Chicago, a friend living in Indianapolis eager to get in on the business. But mainly, he has grown through franchise agreements. These are people who have less than $50,000 in the bank and they want to get into business, Ugbazian says of his franchisees. They know a Subway franchise costs $250,000. They know a McDonald's costs $1 million. He requires a $14,000 down payment on the $34,000 he charges as a franchise fee. Leasing and outfitting an office and hiring a part-time staff requires roughly another $10,000. All told, he has sold instant tax service franchises to 300 people. The average age of a new franchisee is 36, and more than a quarter are from Ethiopia or Eritrea. What would you do with a 9-month vacation? The company asks in an ad campaign it ran in Franchise Times, among other publications. In theory, his is a business where you work your tail off for 3 or 4 months and then have most of the rest of the year off. But Ugbazian admits that plenty of people within his franchise family still work second jobs to make ends meet. The money isn't as great as sometimes our critics make out, he says. Unless, of course, you're collecting a 20% share of the gross revenues every year from hundreds of instant tax stores around the country. Tax preparers who cater to the professional classes typically don't start feeling around-the-clock stressed out until late February or March. In Ugbazian's world, the tax season starts in mid-January. By mid-February, when many in the middle and upper classes are only starting to think about their taxes, Ugbazian has filled out more than 80% of his clients' tax returns. People basically start bombarding us with calls at the end of December, Ugbazian said. Can I do my taxes with my pay stubs? Do I have to wait for the W-2? It's nuts. Basically, come the first of the year, people want their money. Or sooner. In 2006, Jackson Hewitt started offering something it called the pay stub loan. These are loans made in December based on the promise of next year's refunds after an examination of a person's pay stubs. It was a bad idea, John Hewitt said, but the pay stub loans were proving popular with Jackson Hewitt's customers, and he felt he has no choice but to follow suit. Jackson Hewitt had a one-year monopoly on pay stub loans, but the next year, the banks let us and Block and the mom and pops do it. The consumer advocates were apoplectic about this new product costing the working poor even more money, but it was a moot point. The banks lost tens of millions of dollars doing these things, Hewitt said. They all basically said, never again. There have been other controversies. Mainly, the authorities have been concerned with nomenclature rather than the nature of these loans. Over the years, the attorneys general in several states, including California and New York, have rebuked the tax preparers over the language they use to advertise the service. You can't say you'll get your refund back in a day or two, Agbazian said. They're very big on that. It's not a refund, it's a loan. These cases have cost the big three millions in fines as they've stretched the boundaries of what's permissible, but Agbazian finds the whole thing ridiculous. Our customers know exactly what's going on, he said. They know it's a loan. To him, the authorities fine them over wording because they can't do anything about what really troubles them, which is that his customers choose to use his product. Over the years, Agbazian watches H&R Block and learns from them. We basically follow their lead, he says. Agbazian also has little use for critics of the refund anticipation loan. In their study of the 2006 tax season, the product's two most prominent critics, Chi-Chi Wu at the National Consumer Law Center and Jean-Ann Fox at the Consumer Federation of America, found that more than 12 million Americans spent a collective $1.24 billion in interest and fees because they were either too desperate or too impatient to wait a few weeks for their refunds. The study went on to advocate a RAL reform agenda that called for greater regulation of commercial tax preparers, better funding for free tax preparation programs, and a ban on tax loans made against the Earned Income Tax Credit. Agbazian didn't know the names of either woman, but he thinks he knows the type. They look at our customers and say, why don't they just borrow the money from an uncle? Why don't they just wait 2 or 3 weeks, he said. But they don't get it. These are people who can't wait. Gas and electric is off at home. They're facing an eviction notice. They've been putting off all these bills. Another thing they don't appreciate, Agbazian said. He's more than just an emergency banker to the working poor. As he views it, he's a positive force for economic development in communities desperate for commerce. Instant Tax provides part-time jobs for 6,000 people. He occupies storefronts that would otherwise be dark. Look at where our stores are, he said. There's no Gap. There's no Nordstrom's. We employ people from the neighborhood. We're paying rents in those neighborhoods. People want to close us down, he continued. But that would mean more boarded-up businesses and more boarded-up homes. When I mentioned that I had peeked into his store across the street, Agbazian flinched. The place, he said, was in dire need of an overhaul. He tapped on his keyboard and then swiveled around his computer screen. He wanted me to see pictures of stores that had recently had a makeover. There were shops with wood floors and ficus trees and handsome hardwood desks and stylish couches. The sort of environment you'd happily visit again next year if necessary. Basically, our deal is we tell our customers we know a bank that is willing to loan them money on their refund when no one else will do it, he said. And if we can make them feel a little better about the experience, then I think it's a good thing. Agbazian said he hoped to add 100 new locations during 2009. Hard economic times would make it more difficult for potential franchisees to raise the startup capital, but low-cost storefronts, especially in the hard-pressed communities in which his industry flourishes, would no doubt be plentiful. And people desperate for money only increases the demand for rapid refunds. Agbazian initially deflected questions about the interest rates the banks that underwrite his refund anticipation loans charge his customers. What's the fair rate to charge, he asked me. We don't really care what that is. We get our tax preparation fees and we get a little more if they want an instant refund. When pressed, he defended his partners. "They've burned the banks," he said of his customers. "They've bounced too many checks. They've mismanaged their finances. Their credit is poor." Still, the rates the banks charged seemed excessive given the risks. People owe money for back taxes or for child support, but the banks tell Audiobook that they default on maybe 1 in every 100 customers. Yet Wu and Fox found that banks charge an APR between 83% and 194% for an RAL. J.P. Morgan Chase would boast that it had lowered its RAL rate, but including fees, the APR on an RAL still worked out to more than 60% on the average-sized return. Audiobook didn't know the names Wu and Fox before I sat down in his office, but he wants to argue with them. "Sometimes when I hear people like that putting the industry down, it really bugs me," he said. "It's not like me or any of these franchisees would be the people who would climb through the ladder at a Big Four firm even if we were to become CPAs. You go with the hand that you're dealt and you make the best of it." Looking out the window of his 14th floor office, he asked, "What else was I supposed to do?" Chapter 10. Same Old Faces. Mansfield, Ohio, 1997 to 2007. An agitated Jared Davis paced the top floor of the prosperous-looking offices he and his brother built for themselves a few years back on a glitzy edge of Cincinnati. The 1,300 or so check-and-go payday loan stores they operated then, at the end of 2008, may share strip mall space with low-rent cousins such as Rent-A-Center and Jackson Hewitt, but the bosses work down the street from a Nordstrom, a Restoration Hardware, and other establishments that suggest that the poverty industry is far away. With slate floors and the sleek modern furniture in the conference room where we met, the Davis brothers seem to have spared little expense in the building of what rival Alan Jones described as a fancy monument. Jared Davis is a large man standing around 6 feet 5 inches tall, with a pear-shaped body and a big lump of flesh under his chin. The day I visited, he was wearing a salmon-colored dress shirt open at least one button beyond modesty. His hair was unkempt and his face was covered with stubble. "A big old goofy-looking dude who always needs a shave," is the way Alan Jones described him. Jones then blinked one of his eyes rapidly as if sending a Morse code message. By that time, I had met Davis and knew Jones was doing a crass imitation of his competitor. During our time together, Davis was a bundle of movement. He pulled on the leaves of a nearby plant. He kept jumping out of his seat as if the point he was making got him so worked up that he physically needed to move. But mainly what one couldn't help notice was the uncontrollable tic that caused one of his eyes to blink spastically. Davis later referred to it as his Tourette's. The more voluble he grew, the more vigorously he blinked. I was in Cincinnati primarily to talk about the early days of payday lending and a specific store that Check and Go has operated in Mansfield, Ohio since 1997. Davis, however, was spoiling for an argument with all those who question the way he and his brother make their money. In the old days, Davis said, the town druggist or Walt over at the general store would let you run a tab when money was tight. What used to happen if you needed eggs or milk, the basics, the local grocers let you buy it on credit, Davis said, pacing back and forth. Try that today at your local Kroger, he said, throwing his hands into the air. And they'll throw you out of the store. That's where the payday lenders come in. But try explaining this to a media hopelessly biased against you, and with frauds like Martin Eakes donning a cape as if Superman. Anyone with half a brain, he said, can see that the reason self-help and Eakes are against us is because they're our direct competitor. Eventually, Davis began talking about the early days of payday when the country seemed one giant opportunity to explore and conquer. He lost his share of races, like the time he thought he had found a choice storefront in the center of one modest-sized town in Kentucky, and then learned from the real estate agent on the property that check into cash had gotten there a few hours before him. But he lucked out in Mansfield, a small city of 50,000 in an otherwise rural stretch of Ohio that had no doubt been a happier place before its largest employer, Westinghouse, shut its plant, as did Tappan and a depressingly long list of other manufacturers. You wanted to be the first or second chain to discover some new town, because once those 2 or 3 good spaces were taken, the game was over, Davis told me. Billy Webster had beaten them to Mansfield, but the Davis brothers were second and they leased the perfect spot, a storefront just off the main highway into town. There, next to a Mr. Hero sandwich shop, they installed a woman named Chris Browning to open and manage their 5th store in Ohio and around the 70th overall. Browning, who had spent the previous 14 years working collections for various car dealers around town, was a minor payday miracle. The turnover rate among store managers at the big chains exceeds 50% a year, yet Browning lasted for more than 10 years before being fired in the middle of 2007. Chris Browning knows she can be difficult, but what are you going to do when you're surrounded by idiots and fools? To me, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong, and why mince words, she told me in a voice just a little too loud. I'm pretty straightforward, bold, and vocal. I tell it like it is. Inside Check and Go, Browning's direct supervisors didn't always appreciate her brassy demeanor. Chris has a management style that is extremely hard to supervise, the regional manager assigned her area wrote of her early in her tenure. She constantly berates her direct superiors and shows little confidence in corporate personnel. Chris has a tendency to feel everyone is against her. But there was no denying she was very good at what she did. A well-run store in a choice location back then might bring in $150,000 or $170,000 in fees each year. A strong store, maybe $200,000. Browning managing a store in a remote outpost 2 hours from the nearest big city generated $247,000 in fees her first full year on the job, and $251,000 in her second. I wish I had 8 of Chris, the same manager wrote, running the 8 stores under his control. As long as she continues to put up the numbers, he added, I will continue to work towards a better understanding between us. Browning is a short, stout woman who lives in a small ranch house surrounded by soybean and wheat fields. She and her husband chose a home in so remote a location, 30 miles from Mansfield, she said in a scratchy smoker's voice, because they wanted to insulate the kids from a town gone to hell in a handbasket. She was a few months shy of her 62nd birthday when we met in the fall of 2008. She greeted me at the door wearing a red Ohio State Buckeyes sweatshirt and jeans. She wore her hair in a short gray bob, and when she smiled, I noticed she was missing a front tooth. Within minutes of my entering her home, she was practically yelling. It was more than a year since she had been pushed out, but she was still smarting from the way she had been treated. They fired me because eventually their policy became, if a body walks in the door, you loan them money, and I wouldn't do that, Browning said. That's no doubt too facile an explanation, but sitting behind her counter every day, staring out a plate glass window onto a street populated by the big lots, Subways, and Wendy's that litter the edges of any city, Browning had a perfect perch for watching the rapid rise of a new industry and its impact on the people of the community. Increasingly, she found, she didn't like what she was seeing, and as her attitude toward payday soured and the competition grew more heated, Check and Go decided it had little use for a store manager with the fighting spirit of a longshoreman posting only average numbers. The Ohio legislature said no the first time they were asked to legalize payday lending within the state's borders. But then the Ohio House of Representatives switched from Democratic to Republican control in 1994, and the enabling legislation, championed by the state's Check Cashers Association, passed at the end of 1995 without anyone really noticing. It really flew below the radar, said Bob Lambert, who was a lobbyist for the state's pawnbrokers, a group already in the small denomination loan business. As Lambert remembered it, He was the only person to testify against the measure. Around 1 year later, Chris Browning spotted the classified ad Check and Go ran in the local paper for a branch manager of the new store they would be opening in town. Branch manager. She liked the sound of that title. The starting salary was lousy, only $21,000 a year, and the benefits mediocre, 3 vacation days that first year. But they also told her she could earn as much as $6,000 more a year in bonuses. She didn't know what a payday loan might be when she first saw the ad, but once it was explained to her, it made immediate sense. Her husband had worked as a welder who more than once had been laid off. In time, Browning confessed, they would use a payday loan to help make ends meet. There was a need for something like this for working people around here, Browning said. The credit unions weren't licensed to make small short-term loans. The smaller finance companies were closing up and getting out of Dodge. Browning straightened her back proudly and peacocked a bit while talking about her early days with Check and Go, when she was something of a star inside the company. A typical store could take 6 or more months to break even, but hers was profitable after just 2. She told me about the calls from David Davis to tell her what a good job she was doing and to ask her for ideas. She helped develop some of the early training materials the company used, and they were always imposing on her to help them train a new manager for some other store. She kept her bad debt low and her numbers continued to grow. Her employee reviews show that her hard work was paying off in a robust bonus every quarter. She was the dutiful employee in those first years she worked for Check and Go. She left flyers for the store at all the local laundromats and car repair shops, and though she hated doing it, she also tried dropping them off at medical offices around town as well. Doctors were real touchy about brochures, she said, but at least a few succumbed. You'd get a new kid on the block, Browning said. His receivables are up. He wants his money for treating John Doe's son. And soon that doctor's office starts sending patients and their families to her store. If somebody couldn't pay the deductible or the co-pay or whatever, the clerk says, here's a brochure. These people might be willing to help you out. More payday outlets opened up in Mansfield. Where there had been 5 stores in town in 1999, there would be 12 by 2001. The battle was no longer a race to see who could secure a prime location, but a war of dueling rewards programs and rival marketing campaigns. By 2000, she was no longer clearing $250,000 in fees per year. But revenue was up in the $210,000 to $220,000 range through 2003, and it edged back up to $235,000 in 2004, by which time there were 20 payday loan stores in town. Maybe that was the truly shocking thing about payday and also the tragedy. Rivals could keep opening new stores, but revenues at the existing establishments would remain fairly steady. Ultimately, this modest-sized working-class enclave would become home to 27 shops offering payday advances. It fell on people like Browning to keep people coming in the door, and as the pressures increased to collect more revenues from loyal clients, and as corporate hounded her and the other managers to find new customers to replace the old ones, whom they would invariably lose, so did Browning's cynicism about the service she was supposedly offering. It didn't help that whereas once hers had been the only store in her stretch of Mansfield, by 2006, 3 competitors had opened outlets only steps from her own. There was something claustrophobic about those hours I spent in a home overstuffed with Beanie Babies and other collectibles. There were so many lighthouses scattered about Browning's home. Lighthouses of wood, lighthouses carved out of stone, lighthouse clocks, lighthouse paintings, lighthouse thermometer. But I couldn't imagine a safer place to navigate a ship at night. The breakfast nook where we sat was piled high with bills, magazines, and other daily detritus. A shelf stuffed with assorted dolls loomed. But the good news was that this same tendency to save spilled over to her job. She had detailed records showing how her store performed month by month for her entire tenure at Check and Go, including a running tally of the proportion of her loans falling into default each month, and the number of customers she was serving. She kept copies of her employee reviews and copies of emails and other missives from corporate. I might have suspected hyperbole if she didn't have a copy of the actual check-and-go directive informing store managers that they were to loan to anyone getting Social Security who had at least one dime to their name. Check and Go printed cards offering regulars a $20 discount for every new customer they brought in. The other big chains did the same. Now, remember, Browning said in a deep voice, an imitation of one of her managers, give 2 referral cards every time you make a loan. She reverted to her own voice. The idea was that we could get you to convince your mother, your cousin, your next-door neighbor, your best friend to come to our place. To extend their reach, the Home Office instructed that they leave brochures in factory break rooms and in the mail rooms of apartment complexes around town. The company had brochures printed in Spanish. Grow your fan base by using the Hispanic marketing materials, read one missive from corporate. Another encouraged store managers to treat even phone calls from people asking for an address or the store's hours as an opportunity to sell. Don't simply answer these questions, a memo advised. Find a way to make them your customer. But of course, new customers wouldn't do the company much good unless they were converted into semi-regulars. So Check and Go programmed its computers to spit out lists of customers who had gone 60 days without taking out a new loan. We got one of those reports every single morning, Browning said. We were supposed to call every person on that list and then also send them a letter. And that person kept showing up on your reports until they came back in. Management taught her little tricks. You were supposed to say, I notice you haven't been here in 2 months. Why don't you stop by later? We'll update your information. I'm sure you can use some extra money right now. And to keep Browning and her cohorts motivated, corporate offered both a carrot and a stick. Store managers would receive an extra bonus if enough of their 60-day borrowers returned each quarter, or would get grief if their customer reactivation rate was too low. Mainly, Browning got grief. As far as I was personally concerned, we were being told to harass these people until they walked back in the door, she said. Another order that she found even more noxious was the practice of upselling a loan. Check and Go, like most payday lenders, allows people to borrow up to 1 week's salary. Upselling was aimed at a customer who earned enough to borrow $500 at a time, but borrowed less than that. I was to repeat no less than 3 times. Now, are you sure you don't want to borrow $500 before I print this contract? Browning said. While she was printing the contract, she might say, you know I can void this out. Are you sure you don't want that extra money? Reviewing the contract offered one more opportunity to make her pitch. On the final page of the agreement, it laid out in black and white, we have offered you $500, but you are taking a lesser amount. And Browning would say, now you see, you qualify for $500. Are you sure this $200 is going to be enough money? Collections was its own torture. If a customer was late paying us back, we were to contact that customer a minimum of 3 times a day, Browning said. People give 3 references when taking out a loan, and she was instructed to phone them as well. If they were still late in paying off the loan, she was to phone their place of work. It was no holds barred, she said. You were supposed to do whatever you need to do to get the company's money back. At least, the Home Office didn't force her to make what some of her rivals referred to as field calls, visiting people at home. If they weren't there, Browning said, they'd have to put on a door hanger that says, you owe us $575. You need to contact our office immediately, or whatever. And then it's there for everybody who comes to the door to see. I had customers tell me they even had people knock on their next-door neighbor's door to ask what time they'd be home. The idea was to embarrass them into paying any way they could. Through her large plate glass window, Browning could see the Advance America outpost that had opened directly across the street in 2006. Cashland had leased a storefront a few doors down from her own in 2003, and a fourth called Quick Cash opened in 2005. And so Browning would amuse herself during idle moments, watching people play a kind of human pinball between shops. Her store could boast the biggest parking lot, so generally people made her shop their first stop. They'd borrow money from me and walk straight from my door across the street to Advance America, she said. I don't know what they did in there, whether they were paying back or borrowing more, but then I'd watch them walk to the next store and then finish up by walking across the street to Cashland. Then they'd walk back up to my place to get their car. The whole sequence usually played itself out in 45 minutes or less. Browning would see the occasional new face inside her store, but she spent most of each day loaning money to the same core of customers. Browning is a talker, and inevitably many of these people became friends. They would bring her leftover slices of birthday cake. They would surprise her with cupcakes they had baked. One couple popped in one day for no other reason than to drop off a few apples from the bushel they had bought at a roadside stand on the highway. Is it any wonder, Browning asked, that with time she saw her job as less about earning quarterly bonuses and more about getting a good night's sleep so she could survive another day? The whole thing came to be about money and greed, she said. Maybe a bartender has the same feeling when the glum-faced man who every once in a while used to sneak in for a mid-afternoon snort starts showing up at 11 a.m. for his first nip, and eventually is stopping by every day before work. After a time, Browning took to applying a kind of shock therapy to her regulars. She would lecture them about the high cost of a payday loan. Stop buying that six-pack of beer, she would order them. Stop going out to eat. And then to punctuate her point, she would swivel her computer monitor around. On the screen there was a tally of all the fees they had paid the company over the years. Browning tried the gambit on a woman named Susan, and it worked exactly as she had hoped it would. Susan, an administrator at the local hospital, had been borrowing the same $500 every 2 or 3 weeks for almost 2 years. That $500 was costing around $1,500 a year in fees. I thought I was going to have to pick her up off the floor, Browning said. Worse, the woman was borrowing money from other stores. At Browning's suggestion, she borrowed $450 instead of the usual $500, and tried to borrow $50 less each successive time. The last time Browning ever saw her was when she came in to pay back the $150 she owed, plus the $22.50 fee. But far more common were customers like David, a GM pensioner who was as reliable as the morning mail. Each month began the same way, Browning said, with David standing outside her door, 2 cups of coffee in hand. If it was the first of the month, Browning said, I knew I could count on a McDonald's coffee. David, she said, received a monthly pension of around $2,600, plus another $1,800 or so from Social Security, more than $50,000 a year. His house was paid for, but he was an inveterate gambler and always broke. Every month he would borrow the $500 maximum, and then $800 starting in 2005, after the legislature increased the ceiling on a payday loan. It had been costing him $900 a year in fees to borrow $500 a month, and then $1,400 a year once he was able to borrow $800. Browning would plead with him to borrow less. We really need to get you out of this, she would tell him. It was too late, though. He owed money to stores all around town. When Browning ran into him at the local Walmart in the fall of 2007, a few months after she was fired, he confessed to her that he was juggling loans at 7 stores. She figured that in the 10 years and 3 months she served as manager with Check and Go, David had paid $9,150 in fees on 115 loans. That, of course, didn't count the tens of thousands of dollars he was paying to other stores. And he was hardly alone. Browning said she did the math. In the final 2 years she ran her store, 6 in every 10 people she would see in a given week were customers she saw at least once a month. She fantasized about quitting. The job was affecting her sleep and making her irritable. No one in my family was happy with me, Browning said. I was tense, I was upset, I was depressed. I had 50,000 different kinds of emotions I did not like. It seemed so tempting when the managers at rival stores were always quitting. I know of a few who just got up and walked out the door, she said. They'd wait for their supervisor to make a visit and then literally say, that's it, I'm done. But Browning was pushing 60, and by that time was earning a base salary of around $30,000 a year. Neither she nor her husband had saved enough for either of them to stop working, and no one was dangling jobs that would pay her that much money. The plan was to put in a few more years and retire. Still, she was hardly acting like an employee eager to stick around. When a manager from the next region over, a guy named Maurice, began a conversation by saying, "Here's what I need you to do for me, Chris," she couldn't help herself. I said, and this is word for word, "What I need you to do, Maurice," I says, "I need you to go downtown in front of the courthouse. I'll meet you there so I can shove my foot up your ass." When I asked her why she would have spoken to a boss like that, she looked at me incredulously. The words practically exploded out of her mouth. "Because he was an idiot!" Only later did she explain to me her real reason for getting angry. Maurice, she said, was phoning to tell her she needed to do a better job recruiting back old customers. "Every morning I'd get a printout listing out all the people who hadn't been in the store in at least 24 months, she said. "These are ones who managed to get out of the cycle, and I'm supposed to sit there late every night on the phone bothering them at home? They know where to find me if they need me." One day she spotted 3 young black men lurking outside her store. Roughly 20% of Mansfield's population is African American. Fearing she was about to be robbed, she hid a couple of $1,000s in cash in a filing cabinet. It turned out to be a false alarm, but unfortunately, her immediate supervisor chose that hour or two when she was feeling paranoid to make a surprise visit. Finding that she had socked away around $2,000 in a filing cabinet, she was fired. She is now suing Check and Go for wrongful termination. Jared Davis went off when I mentioned Browning's name. How good a manager could she really have been if she was lending out money to people owing money to all these other stores? That made a person a greater credit risk, and you weren't doing that person any favors in the long run. "If we abuse a customer, is that customer coming back?" he asked me in a pleading tone. "Come on!" He shook his head as if to ask how anyone could believe such nonsense as Browning put forward. Davis denied that it was Check and Go policy to upsell customers. "If you're asking me did it ever happen, I'm not saying there's not some employees out there who've never done something wrong." But he readily admitted to its practice of contacting those who have not visited one of their stores in 60 days. "Payday lending isn't like it used to be, where you just open a store and make money," he said. "You have to keep your brand out there in front of people." With increased competition, he said, "we all do what we can to find an edge." The company's public relations director, Jeff Kurzman, sat in our meeting and he piped up, "We work very hard here at being a good corporate citizen," Kurzman said. He pointed his chin at the shiny green press packet in front of me. Inside were a series of slick brochures offering parents advice on protecting their kids. Halloween safety checks for children. Summer safety checks for children. That Check and Go, working in partnership with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, distributes at all its stores. The packet also included a copy of Checkpoints, a short pamphlet Check and Go put together with tips for its customers on saving money. The $10 tip is to return DVDs on time. The $40 tip is to pay your credit card bills before the due date. "I think we're doing right by people," Davis said. But people like Browning gave the industry a bad name. "It's irresponsible the way she was acting," he said. "The part she never learned is that we're in this for the long haul. If we're abusing people, do you think they're coming back?" Perhaps. But perhaps people just don't feel like they have any other choice. A few days after my visit, Browning responded to a follow-up email I had sent to her suggesting that I might phone her daughter. "She can speak with you," Browning wrote, "from a former customer perspective about how they kept chiding her to borrow more money." In the end, even after Browning's warnings, her own daughter succumbed. She had fallen so deep into debt, Browning said, that she and her husband needed to bail her out. Chapter 11. The Great What If. Georgia, 2002 to 2003. Over barbecue in a town that might as well be a suburban Mayberry, Roy Barnes, self-described good old boy, was telling me how close Georgians came to saving the world from itself in 2002. He still thinks about the bill he had signed into law during his final months as Georgia's governor, convinced that, had it been allowed to stand, Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns and the whole lot of them on Wall Street might not have been so quick to buy whatever junk a subprime mortgage lender was peddling. I was just trying to put my mama's rule into law. You have to live with your choices, Barnes said in a drawl that calls to mind Andy confiding in Aunt Bee. There had to be accountability. These banks, think about what would have happened if they knew they would have to pay a price for all those loans that were no good. Vincent Fort, a black state senator who jokingly describes his politics as neo-confrontational, told me more or less the same story in a conference room across the street from the state capitol. "I'll tell you what, man," he said in a deep bass voice. "You just had to see the way they came after us to know that we were onto something." Like the 1999 North Carolina law, the bill that Fort drafted and Barnes refined was aimed at clamping down on predatory subprime loans, but went one critical step further. It dictated that any entity taking possession of a high-cost subprime loan, including a big investment bank on Wall Street that held it only long enough to sell it off in small tranches to municipalities, pension funds, college endowments, and anyone else in the market for a mortgage-backed security, was legally liable for the integrity of that loan. The law defined high cost as a loan carrying more than 5 percentage points in upfront costs or an interest rate more than 8 percentage points higher than the rates on a comparable Treasury bill. Perhaps if they knew they might get sued, the banks might have taken at least a cursory look at a loan's terms before snapping it up on a secondary market and selling it off in small slices to investors as far away as Reykjavik and Berlin. Eventually, other states, including New York, would follow Georgia's lead and pass similar laws. And those states would then learn that there was another impediment in their way as they tried to crack down on the most reckless subprime lenders. But in Georgia in 2002, a half-dozen years before the world would be lamenting America's subprime mortgage mess, lawmakers had devised, if not the perfect prophylactic against financial disaster, then at least the beginnings of a solution. "In Georgia," Fort says, "of all places." "I twisted arms," Roy Barnes said. "I called in favors. I had legislators out to the mansion every morning. I threatened everyone. It was the hardest bill I ever passed. And I changed the Georgia flag." And then, when the state's white majority denied Roy Barnes a second term that November because he sided with the blacks and the liberals and others seeking to erase the Confederate stars and bars from the Georgia state flag, Fort said the real fight began. Vincent Fort was teaching at Morehouse and other local colleges in the early 1990s when Bank of America announced it was shutting down branches in black neighborhoods around town, including one not far from his home in South Atlanta. Fort, whose specialty was black studies and the civil rights movement, had always stressed the centrality of economic institutions to the health of the black community. Fort began speaking out at community meetings around town and working with others to organize demonstrations. "We beat up on them pretty good," Fort recalled with a laugh. When the dust settled, black Atlanta still had several fewer bank branches, but it also had a new leader, then in his late 30s. "I said then a day will come when we'll engage these folks again," Fort said. That day came half a dozen years later when he was nearing the end of his first term in the state Senate. Andrew Cuomo, the HUD secretary, was coming to Atlanta for the first of 5 hearings he was holding around the country to investigate predatory lending. A friend of Fort, who was helping to organize the event, suggested he attend. Cuomo was already on record calling the issue of high-interest mortgages and excessive fees a national crisis with a troubling racial factor. Fort decided to sit in. Bill Brennan testified that day, as did one elderly African-American widow facing foreclosure, and another seemingly on the verge of disaster. Fort had spent most of his first term championing an anti-hate law in Georgia, but sitting in the audience that day, he wondered how he could be on the sidelines when abusive lenders were targeting the city's black neighborhoods. A HUD study released shortly before Cuomo's visit found that a borrower living in a predominantly black community in 1998 was 5 times more likely to end up in a subprime loan as someone living in a community that was predominantly white. Even an upper-income African American, the study found, was twice as likely to hold a subprime mortgage as a lower-income white homeowner. Worse, Fannie Mae had analyzed its portfolio of mortgages for that same year and discovered that half of all those paying the higher rates and fees on subprime mortgages qualified for conventional loans. Fort was so incensed by what he was learning that he stood up and audaciously declared that he would see to it that Georgia passed the country's strongest anti-predatory lending law. "That would be my first mistake," Fort said with a deep, rumbling laugh. A lobbyist with the Georgia Association of Mortgage Brokers sidled up to Fort and offered him his card. "He tells me how much he's looking forward to helping me with my legislation," Fort said. "And then from that point on, he and his folk would work tooth and nail against me." Fort is on the short side, a portly man in oversized tortoiseshell glasses. He is bald and sports a graying beard. He can be an easy political foe to underestimate. The day we met, he was wearing a white dress shirt marred by 2 large coffee splotches, a wide lapel pinstripe suit he described as very off the rack, and Rockport-style walking shoes. Even the cultured, refined way he speaks is more professor or preacher than state senator. "I think it really bothered a lot of these good old boys I was taking on that I wasn't a real politician," he said. "I didn't go out of my way to be aggressive, but at no time was I going to stoop or bow." Those first months would be an education. Fort had assumed Bank of America's decision to shut down branches around town was a cost-saving measure. Only once he dove headfirst into the anti-predatory lending fight and started hanging around with the likes of Bill Brennan, he would become a good friend, Ford said. Did he learn that at the same time they were shutting down full-service branches, the big banks were purchasing subprime lenders. Bank of America, for instance, bought the subprime lender SP Financial Services during the 1990s. "It's not like these brand-name banks really fled our neighborhoods like we originally thought. They just replaced their branches in working-class neighborhoods with these off-brands making subprime loans to people and making enormous amounts of money," Fort said. "Citigroup, Bank of America, Wachovia, First Union, they all did it." Was it any wonder, then, that the Federal Reserve showed that while the volume of conventional mortgages remained flat between 1993 and 2000, subprime loans grew 7-fold? Unsurprisingly, foreclosures spiked 68% through the second half of the decade, despite a robust economy. In Atlanta, the numbers were even more shocking. The foreclosure rate between 1996 and 1999 fell by 7% for those holding a conventional home loan, but it soared by 232% among those holding subprime loans. Fort introduced his bill at the start of the 2001 legislative session. He might have chided himself for telegraphing his intentions, but it probably wouldn't have made any difference. North Carolina had caught the industry by surprise, but by 2001 the big banks and other lenders were ready. A few in the press had a good time with a Dallas-based conference that served as a kind of predator's ball, where what the New York Times described as a SWAT team of lobbyists formed, ready to parachute into any state wherever they might be needed. To beef up its political connections, Household Finance hired Thomas McClarty, Clinton's former chief of staff, and Connie Mack, the former Republican senator from Florida, to serve on a board of advisors, and the big banks like Citigroup had their own teams of staff lobbyists at the ready. The industry didn't try to beat back Fort's legislation so much as they tried to co-opt it. The Georgia Senate's Banking and Financial Institutions Committee passed a predatory lending bill carrying Fort's name, but by that time it had been so thoroughly eviscerated it bore no resemblance to the legislation he had written. The Georgia House never even bothered voting on the measure. It was time for a Plan B. By instinct, Fort was more community activist than politician. The day after the end of the 2001 legislative session, he headed to a city financial office in Clayton, 100 miles away. There, he stood next to an older black woman he said City Financial had put into one of the worst predatory loans I've ever seen. That would be the start of an unusual media campaign designed to sway an audience of one, Governor Barnes. I knew I didn't stand a chance if I didn't bring Roy Barnes on board, Fort said. I was doing anything I could think of to make sure he made this part of his legislative package in 2002. The first thing he would stipulate for the record, Roy Barnes told me as I slipped into a booth across from him for our lunch interview, was that people with poor credit should pay more for a loan than people with good credit. I'm a capitalist through and through, he told me. He and his brother have started 2 banks together, and they've bought a third. As governor, he angered environmentalists by pursuing an aggressive growth agenda, and he worked hard to abolish teacher tenure. He's been a Democrat all his life, but he is not what anyone might call a classic liberal. Perhaps because at heart he was an old-style banker, he took the changes he witnessed in the finance industry more personally than most. Interest rates nationally were strikingly low through the first half of the 2000s, but people of modest means were paying more than ever for their money. When I was a young prosecutor, Barnes said, we prosecuted people who charged more than 25% a year as loan sharks. Now Wall Street welcomes them as respectable businesses. For years, Barnes had fought what in Georgia they call the industrial lender, homegrown consumer finance shops that make small denomination loans at annual interest rates of 60%. Now the payday lenders and title loan shops, called title pawn lenders in Georgia, charged closer to 400%. Under normal circumstances, I'd say 60% is usurious, Barnes said. But compared to what the title pawn and payday lenders are charging, they're low cost. When he was younger, Barnes backed a law that would have capped the fees tax preparers could charge for an instant refund. And he worked with the consumer groups to rein in rent-to-own. But now, Barnes said, in the rank ordering of things, these things don't seem so bad. We've become immune. The biggest shock, and the most distressing to him personally, has been all those old-line institutions that succumbed to temptation. Some of the most recognizable names are the biggest predatory lenders, he said. He mentions Wells Fargo, a bank with roots dating back to 1852, and a bank he had long respected. Wells Fargo funds these predatory lenders, Barnes said. Wells Fargo made all these predatory loans. Banks have a responsibility to serve the community. It's outrageous. Barnes is a bulky man with blue eyes, a thick mane of gray hair, and the breezy, aw-shucks style of a country lawyer. A successful legal practice and those banks he owns with his brother gave him a net worth estimated at more than $10 million. But the day we met, he dressed like an English lit professor in a brown corduroy sport coat and seemed to greet every person we passed on the street with the, "Hi, how y'all doing?" He was 26 years old when he was first elected to the Georgia Senate and practically grew up there, cutting deals and learning the nuances of cloakroom politics. It was no wonder that Fort, the former black studies professor, saw Roy Barnes as the perfect partner. The case against Fleet Finance had been one of the biggest of Barnes's legal career, and Barnes wasn't just the sitting governor, but also a master at twisting arms and counting noses. Another elected official would have sought a meeting with Barnes, or at least one of his top people. Instead, Fort took to the airways. If nothing else, Roy Barnes was a politician who read the polls, especially then as he geared up for a tough re-election. Getting Barnes to embrace predatory lending as a priority, Fort figured, required him to move the public opinion dial. And so, Fort was all over the local media as 2001 turned into 2002, doing what he could to call attention to the problem of predatory lending in Atlanta. Mainly, That meant borrowing from the Bill Brennan playbook and offering the media the stories of elderly Georgians facing the street because of a deal they had done with a subprime lender. People like Ralph and Ethel Ivy. They had been making do since Ralph, 80, a retired construction worker, had been incapacitated by a series of strokes. But then they needed a few $1,000s worth of home repairs on the small turquoise-colored bungalow they had paid off years earlier. So they turned to household finance for help. Atlanta is under siege by predatory lenders, a Consumer Reporter told listeners on the town's ABC affiliate. These lenders were your friends so long as you owned equity in your home, said Fort in an interview with Creative Loafing, the local alternative weekly. They'd get as much out of you as they could, and then they took your house. Where once the polls had shown only nominal interest in the problem of abusive mortgage lending, by 2002, between 70 and 80% of the electorate was in favor of predatory lending legislation. I'd hear the stories and get mad, Barnes said. They were loaning money to people who couldn't afford it. They were churning people through loans to collect more fees. They were not using any underwriting criteria because they were just going to sell the thing on Wall Street through securitization. So I had my administration take over Senator Fort's bill. The governor's people fiddled with the language, but otherwise left the key provisions in place. As in previous legislative efforts, the bill created a special category for high-cost loans. The bill defined that as any home loan carrying fees exceeding 5% of the loan amount versus 8% under the federal HOPA law, or an annual interest rate more than 8 percentage points higher than the corresponding Treasury bill. Fort had initially proposed 6 percentage points. The proposed law would ban balloon payments and prepayment penalties on any high-cost loan and required a borrower to receive counseling from a nonprofit organization before a deal could be consummated. The bill also capped the financial reward a lender could give a mortgage broker for putting a borrower into a more expensive loan, in the trade a yield spread premium, and stipulated that there must be a clear, tangible financial benefit to a refinancing on a loan less than 5 years old. And, as Fort's original bill had done, the proposed legislation also gave any borrower burdened by a high-cost home loan the right to sue not only the original lender, but anyone taking possession of that loan. I saw that as the key, Barnes said. Wall Street had legitimized subprime lending and predatory lending by allowing for the securitizing of mortgages. We had to get at that if we were going to get a handle on all the abuses. The bills might have been virtually the same, but the result wasn't. Again, the legislation came before the Senate Banking and Financial Institutions Committee, but this time it passed unanimously and cleared the full Senate by a vote of 52-2. It was in the Georgia House that the lenders would make their stand. Wright Andrews, Jr. ran the National Home Equity Mortgage Association out of his offices in Washington, D.C. From those same offices, he ran a group he called the Coalition for Fair and Affordable Lending, and also a third that went by the name of the Responsible Mortgage Lending Coalition. Andrews was a top lobbyist for the subprime mortgage industry, so Bill Brennan was understandably surprised to hear Andrews inviting him to a conference in Palm Beach, Florida. They were having a panel discussion on regulation, and would Brennan participate? Seeing this as a perfect chance for some choice reconnaissance work, Brennan readily said yes. The trip wouldn't disappoint, but only because Brennan, being Brennan, stayed through to the end for some final remarks from Andrews. He tells everyone that the next battlefield is Georgia, Brennan recalled. He tells the group, we're going to Georgia to stop Roy Barnes from passing this anti-lending ordinance. Barnes took to calling his bill the Lobbyist Relief Act of 2002. Between the mortgage brokers, the local banks, the out-of-state banks, the non-bank lenders such as Countrywide and Ameriquest, Barnes said, they hired every lobbyist in town. And then there were troops who had been flown in from out of state. Fort remembers in particular a pair of female lobbyists for Ameriquest, ubiquitous in those weeks when the two sides were vying for support in the House.
One was black and one was white, and they're both in their mid-20s, Fort said. And I'll tell you what, they were both really attractive.
In a series of articles that ran at the end of 2007, once the subprime market was already showing deep cracks, the Wall Street Journal reported that one of Wright Andrews's groups, the Coalition for Fair and Affordable Lending, spent $6.3 million to blunt state laws like Georgia's, and that Ameriquest, then the country's seventh largest subprime lender, by itself made more than $20 million in political contributions. Andrews offered something of a mea culpa in the Journal series. I certainly was not aware of the degree to which many in the industry clearly failed to follow proper underwriting standards. The standards which they represented they were following to us who were lobbying. But in 2002, Andrews was describing the proposed Georgia law as so bad it might even prove a good thing. Georgia should wake up and truly unite the mortgage industry, Andrews told American Banker, to the need for federal legislation that would preempt those state and municipal governments trying to impose limits on subprime lenders, and in the process, creating a balkanized and confusing regulatory system. The other side, of course, was offering much the same complaint. A fractured system meant fighting the same battle in town after town and in state after state. At the end of 2001, the Federal Reserve, which Congress had deputized to monitor the field, modified its definition of a high-cost loan to include any loan carrying an interest rate 8 percentage points higher than a Treasury bill, putting it in line with the North Carolina law and Georgia's proposal, and declared that any lender making a high-cost loan needed to take into account a borrower's ability to repay the loan. Yet both sides had their powerful stalwarts in Congress, and neither could muster enough support to change the system. So despite the wishes of either side, the fight played out in states and cities around the country, creating a complex and multi-level battlefield, if not also a lucrative one, for Andrews and other lobbyists. Martin Eakes had proven that a lender could make loans to subprime borrowers at rates around 1 percentage point above the going rate for prime borrowers and at least break even. Self-Help was a nonprofit, but even if charging only 2 or 3 percentage points above the conventional rate, a lender could still make double-digit profits. Georgia's proposed law only applied to mortgages that charged rates 8 percentage points above conventional rates. Yet Andrews and his colleagues deemed the proposed new rules unduly excessive. It will hurt first-time homebuyers. It will chase away the legitimate lenders, not just the crooked ones. I had one bank CEO in my office telling me that Georgia is going to become an island. No one is going to make a loan here, Barnes scoffed. We were the third or fourth fastest growing state in the nation, at least at the time. I just couldn't believe no one was going to loan us money when we were growing that fast. In one meeting, a contingent of out-of-town lenders argued that if Georgia insisted on imposing its own rules on mortgages, then it would be difficult to sell them in the secondary market. Mortgages are the latest commodity sold on the global market, they explained. But Barnes was thinking these guys weren't thinking beyond next quarter's bonuses. I'm telling them, "You're in for a crash here. This isn't going to end well," Barnes said. "But they're looking at me like I'm the one who doesn't understand." Barnes was confident he could outmaneuver the out-of-town lenders. He knew he could best the mortgage brokers. But the state's biggest banks, even those not making high-cost loans, were also aligned against him, and that had him worried. So he called them into his office to threaten them en masse. "I have this vacancy on the Banking Commission," Barnes recalled telling them, "and if y'all don't back off this bill, I'm going to do a nationwide search to find me the most sandal-wearing, long-haired, liberal consumer activist I can find to regulate every last one of you." Whether that was a bluff was not something they were willing to find out. "I finally backed him off," Barnes said. Even many of his fellow Democrats were opposing him. "You'd have thought I was proposing the repeal of the Plan of Salvation. That's how much they were fighting me on this," Barnes said. Some told him that they were worried his measure would make them appear anti-business. "This ain't about business," he'd tell them. "This is about taking advantage of folks."
And when reason wouldn't work, he reminded them that he was governor and could make life miserable for them if he set his mind to it. They were mostly mad because they were enjoying those thick steaks and the cold liquor they were getting from the lobbyists, he said. Fort confessed to experiencing a few pinch-me moments during those weeks of arm-twisting and uncertainty. He would be sitting in a hearing room overstuffed with lobbyists and activists and feel something like shock. The whole focus nationally was on stopping us in Georgia so it wouldn't spread to other places, he said. It was almost surreal to think what we had started in 2000 had gotten to this level. Fort had staked out the conference room next to his legislative office, where every Friday a small coterie of strategists would gather. He had Bill Brennan on one hand to help him monitor small changes in the bill, along with Self-Help's Mike Calhoun, who had helped Fort write the original bill. Another regular, Kathy Floyd, a lobbyist for AARP, arranged for tens of thousands of its members to phone legislators in support of the Barnes-Fort bill. As this process moved along, my job was to make a lot of noise, Fort said. It was to our benefit for them to think I was militant or racial or whatever. The crazier they saw me, the more dealing with Roy didn't seem so bad. Despite everything they were doing, Fort thought they were a goner when Fannie Mae waded into their fight. In a letter addressed to Barnes, the government-backed mortgage giant warned that the measure could unintentionally shrink the availability of responsible credit for the most vulnerable consumers. Fannie Mae asked to be exempted from the bill. But rather than respond directly to Fannie Mae, one of the governor's people enlisted Fort. So I blast Fannie Mae and hint at the crowds we'll mobilize to protest their actions, Fort said. And the next thing he knew, Fannie Mae had rescinded its statement and issued one in support of the bill. The agency blamed the whole thing on a low-ranking staffer. Barnes probably compromised more than Fort would have had he been the chief negotiator. The biggest concession was giving up on judicial foreclosures. In many states, foreclosures are overseen by the courts, but not in Georgia. There are strict rules governing the procedure, but a lender can auction off a property without ever going before a judge. The Barnes-Fort bill sought to change that, but Barnes dropped that proposal to win the support of the Speaker of the House, a Democrat. But the bill passed mainly intact, including the provision that would allow a borrower to sue anyone who takes possession of his or her mortgage. There's a compassion issue here, State Senator Bill Stevens, a Republican, told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, explaining why he and so many other members of the GOP voted for Barnes's bill. You can't hear the stories without having it tug at your heart. Barnes signed the bill into law in April 2002. He held a signing ceremony in Atlanta and similar events in Savannah, Augusta, and Macon. Before the week was out, he would hold no less than 7 public ceremonies to sign a bill that advocates and critics alike were describing as the toughest anti-abusive lending law in the land. Barnes had generously singled out Bill Brennan and his staff during that first signing in Atlanta. This would never have happened, the governor said, without them. What passage of this bill meant to Brennan nearly a dozen years after he first came across that first flurry of fleet cases became clear to Fort a few weeks later at a celebration sponsored by Atlanta Legal Aid. No one expected them to win, Fort said from the podium. Not the good old boys who were still stunned that they had lost, and not even those pushing for the bill. While he was speaking, Fort recalled, he spotted Brennan standing off to the side, overcome with emotion. Bill doesn't know that I noticed, he said, but I saw tears coming down his cheeks. On election night, Roy Barnes saw the early returns from the rural white counties and knew he was in trouble. He might have won a John F. Kennedy Profile and Courage Award for changing the Georgia state flag, but apparently not everyone was so impressed with his convictions. In the end, the 2002 race wasn't even close. GOP challenger Sonny Perdue beat Barnes by 5 percentage points and, for the first time in 130 years, a Republican was seated as the governor of Georgia. Bill, you know it's over, Fort said when he called Bill Brennan the next day. And even Brennan, ever the optimist, had to confess that his friend was probably right. Lenders had threatened to stop making loans in North Carolina, but studies showed that those were empty threats. A Morgan Stanley survey concluded that rather than reduce the availability of subprime loans there, the law had saved consumers in North Carolina at least $100 million in fees. But Georgia, of course, had implemented a more restrictive law. Countrywide and Option 1 announced they were greatly curtailing their activity in the state, and Ameriquest announced it was pulling out of Georgia altogether. In time, it would become clear that this should have been cause for celebration, but at the time it had the intended effect of spooking more than a few legislators. Freddie Mac compounded the fear by announcing it would no longer buy any high-cost loans from Georgia lenders. One might have asked why a government-sponsored mortgage finance company like Freddie Mac was trafficking in these high-priced loans, but the news further softened legislators to the industry's argument that there were unintended consequences to the Barnes-Fort bill. Still, the original legislation might have survived largely intact if it were not for the unexpected intervention of the nation's largest credit rating agencies. Less than 2 weeks after Sonny Perdue took over as governor, Standard & Poor's announced that it would no longer rate the creditworthiness of any mortgage-backed security that included even a single loan out of Georgia, even conventional mortgages. Since any party purchasing a predatory loan was potentially subject to a lawsuit in Georgia, the New York-based rating agency reasoned, and since the Georgia law placed no cap on potential damages, the legal exposure was incalculable. Moody's Investors Service and Fitch Ratings soon followed suit. If one were assembling a list of actors whose reputations were badly tarnished by the 2008 subprime meltdown, the big three credit rating agencies would likely be near the top. Far from being reliable third parties offering impartial financial judgments, together they were a central culprit of the financial crisis, Eric Dash of the New York Times would write in mid-2009. They stamped their highest ratings on junk. The problem was that the very people asking them to rate the integrity of these mortgage-backed securities were also the same people paying their fees. Dash likened the system to one in which Hollywood studios paid movie critics to judge their films. In 2003, however, the announcement caused panic inside the Georgia Capitol. The legislature was suddenly in a great rush to undo the damage. Those who had authored the law had not done themselves any favors. It turned out that the law needed fixing as soon as it had been passed. Fort described it as a matter of a few minor tweaks, but that meant opening the bill to reconsideration during the next legislative session, which played into the hands of the opposition. Fort and his colleagues proposed a cap on the financial liability of any single investor, but the legislature was intent on going much further. The amendment that Sonny Perdue signed into law in early March 2003, just 5 months after the original law had taken effect, limited liability to the original issuer of a loan while watering down a number of provisions in the Barnes-Fort bill. "It's as bad as not having a bill at all," a dispirited Fort told the Associated Press. Not that their efforts were for naught. Like North Carolina, Georgia helped to inspire activists and legislators living in other locales. Soon after Georgia, New York State passed a tough anti-predatory lending law that also gave borrowers the right to sue whatever institution held their mortgage, even if it was owned by a third party. But that right was granted only if someone could prove that the third party had been complicit in committing fraud. Or, in the event of foreclosure, a borrower could get out of his or her financial liabilities to a third party if the loan is deemed predatory under state law. The New York law went into effect in April 2003. Other states followed. Every state after Georgia was certain to put in place a cap on a mortgage holder's potential liability. That way, the rating agencies like Standard & Poor's could at least calculate the potential for damages, said Patricia McCoy, a professor at the University of Connecticut School of Law, who has studied the issue. But victories in New York and elsewhere would do little to help those communities in Georgia devastated by the subprime meltdown. By 2006, the state would rank third in the nation in foreclosures. Predictably, the problem was felt much more acutely in the state's black precincts. nearly half of all blacks buying a house in Atlanta in 2005 or 2006 ended up with a subprime mortgage, according to a 2007 analysis by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, compared to 13% of white home buyers. The difference was even more pronounced among those earning more than $100,000. 4 in 10 black homeowners earning in the six figures ended up in a high-interest subprime mortgage compared to less than 1 in 10 whites in that income group. The rate of foreclosure among those blacks would be disproportionately high. Bill Brennan continued to do what he could, one client at a time. If there was an upside to the 2002 fight, it was that now Brennan had an ally in Fort who could frighten banks into doing the right thing. In recent years, Fort has phoned top bank executives ranging from Countrywide's Angelo Mozillo to Bank of America's Ken Lewis to scare them into fixing the most egregious of Brennan's cases. Fort depicted for me what happens after he leaves a message with one of their assistants. "They'll Google my name, they'll figure out who I am, and then my phone rings an hour later," he says. "They figure it's better to work things out than face a picket line." "That's how we settle a lot of cases nowadays," Brennan told me. "Not all, but well over half." A man named John D. Hawk, Jr. played only a peripheral role in the legislative fight over predatory lending in Georgia. As head of the U.S. Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, OCC, Hawk regulated the country's national banks. He blanched every time a state encroached on his turf, and even before the Barnes-Fort bill took effect, he had already granted a blanket exemption to the banks under his supervision. That didn't help giant mortgage lenders like Countrywide or Ameriquest, but it provided relief to big banks like Wells Fargo and Washington Mutual. But it was another judgment Hawk made in 2003, 1 month after Sonny Perdue broke the hearts of Fort, Brennan, and others in Georgia, that stands out as the other great what-if of the early 2000s. Bill Clinton had nominated Hawk to a 5-year term as OCC chairman that began in 1999. And from the start, he seemed intent on standing in the way of those trying to crack down on predatory lending. It was more than just legislators in states like North Carolina, Georgia, and New York who were eager to do something about the more egregious forms of subprime mortgage lending. A number of state attorneys general were also intent on taking action, so much so that within their national association, they had formed a predatory lending committee. Iowa Attorney General Tom Miller, whose investigation of Ameriquest led to that company paying a $325 million fine, served as co-chair of the committee. So too did North Carolina's Roy Cooper, who had been displeased with Hawk ever since the latter exempted, as he would do in Georgia, national banks from the state law Cooper had championed while he was president of the North Carolina Senate. In April 2003, a small contingent of attorneys general converged on Washington, hoping they could convince Hawk to work with them instead of against them. Hawk agreed to a meeting, but then asked himself why he had even bothered. He was annoyed with the lot of them, even before they showed up at his offices. The day before they were scheduled to arrive, Eliot Spitzer, then the New York Attorney General, had held a press conference blasting Hawk as a pin-headed bureaucrat for standing in the way of his efforts to crack down on unfair lending practices, especially in black and Latino neighborhoods. Spitzer wasn't at the meeting with Hawk, but his presence was felt just the same. "Are we here for a press event?" Hawk began when he took his seat. "Or do you want to talk issues?" The attorneys general were no happier with their publicity-hungry colleague from New York, but there was also nothing they could do. "We couldn't control Spitzer, but that didn't change the fundamental issue that we were there to talk about," Cooper said. Their meeting lasted only an hour. It was decorous despite its contentious start, but hardly satisfying for either side. The attorneys general asked for more latitude in cracking down in predatory lending. Hawk held forth on the doctrine of preemption and why it was critical that the federal government not relinquish any regulatory power. "We're not trying to intrude on the business of ensuring the safety and soundness of the nation's banks," the attorneys general countered. "But we have the right to protect our citizenry from the oppressive loans that some lenders under your charge are making." States have also always had the right to regulate real estate transactions within their borders, Cooper argued when it was his turn to speak. And they have the power to enforce consumer rights laws even if that abuse is at the hands of a nationally chartered bank, or a bank's subprime subsidiary for that matter. There were more practical considerations as well. The states were closer to the problem and could react more quickly than the federal government. Hawk, however, would not budge. He took 50 sheriffs off the job when the lending industry was becoming the Wild West, Cooper, who was still angry with Hawk when I visited him in North Carolina, told me at the end of 2008. What was going on was unrestrained and uncontrolled. You had these no documentation loans. You had lenders that weren't even looking at the borrower's ability to pay because they knew they would just be selling these loans on the secondary market. If the federal government had chosen to remain neutral, Cooper said, I believe the fight against these lenders would have spread like wildfire across the country because of just the basic unfairness. Instead, Hawk and the OCC threatened lawsuits at every turn. I blame him for the meltdown, Bill Brennan said of Hawk. He knew exactly what was going on and didn't do a thing about it. Hawk was fed up with that kind of statement by the time I reached him at the end of 2008. Everyone's looking around for a scapegoat, he said, so people point a finger at me. It's not as if he did nothing, he said. He asked the attorneys general to give his staff any evidence they had of reckless lending, but they just completely dropped the ball on that. He suspected that's because their main interest was in generating headlines. He pointed out that shortly after meeting with Cooper and his colleagues, he sent out rules clarifying the OCC's position. Loans should be based not solely on the worth of a borrower's collateral, but also on his or her ability to pay. To him, if people were looking for someone to blame, look at the investment banks and their unquenchable thirst for more subprime loans they could package and sell. Hawk is a heavy-set man with thinning gray hair and dressed in suspenders and a bright blue and white striped dress shirt. After his term expired in 2004, he returned to Arnold & Porter, the Washington, D.C. powerhouse law firm where he had worked prior to his appointment. There he represents some of the same banks he had supervised as the chairman of the OCC. But to his mind there is no conflict of interest because his fight with the states had been over jurisdiction and never the behavior of the banks under his domain. One of the benefits of being a national bank is you can operate under a single set of rules, Hawk said. As he had done in his meeting with the attorneys general, Hawk gave me a short lecture about the Constitution and the primacy of delegated federal authority over states' rights. Preemption is not something for us to give up on because it might be convenient, he said. If ever he doubted himself, Hawk had the courts to provide him solace. The OCC filed suit against Spitzer after he opened an investigation of possible discrimination by banks under his charge. The federal district court ruled in favor of Hawks' agency, and the U.S. Court of Appeals upheld the lower court's decision. He challenged us, Hawk said of Spitzer, and we beat him every time. 6 months after my visit, though, Hawk was no doubt feeling less smug. The U.S. Supreme Court concluded that the OCC had been wrong and had had no right to block a state trying to enforce its own law. An unusual coalition had formed behind this ruling, with Antonin Scalia writing for the majority in an opinion that also had the consent of the court's 4 more liberal justices. The alarms, meanwhile, continued to ring, even as most people in power chose to ignore them. Chapter 12. Public Enemy Number 1. Durham, North Carolina, and Washington, D.C., 2002 to 2006. The first thing Stephen Schlein wants you to know about the ongoing epic struggle between his clients, the payday lenders, and their critics, is that it's not a fair fight. Payday's foes, and especially Martin Eakes, have too much money and too much power. They've got more lobbyists than we do, he complained when we sat down together in mid-2008. They have more money. We're completely outgunned. I raised a skeptical eyebrow, and Schlein, Payday's main spokesman, slowly shook his head in disappointment. He has a strained, Brooklyn-tinged voice that he raises an octave. He sounded as if he were pleading rather than making a rhetorical point. "Go take a look at the $25 million monument Eakes bought for himself," he said. He pointed his chin toward the window in the multi-story building the Center for Responsible Lending, CRL, bought a few years earlier to serve as its Washington, D.C. office. "Go there right now and then tell me they're just this scrappy, underfunded public interest group up against this big, bad industry." We're sitting 2 blocks from the CRL building in the offices of Desenhall Resources. That's how bad it had gotten for Alan Jones, Billy Webster, the Davis brothers, and the others. In 2004, they started paying for the high-priced services of a crisis management firm that specializes in the representation of unpopular industries such as the chemical manufacturers, pharmaceutical companies, and big oil. The firm's founder and chief executive, Eric Desenhall, laid out his approach to helping beleaguered industries in his 1999 book, Nail 'em, Confronting High-Profile Attacks on Celebrities and Businesses. Damage control used to be about soft, fuzzy concepts like image, Desenhall wrote. Now it's about survival, and this had made the battle bloodier. The pit bull of public relations. That was the headline Businessweek used above a 2006 profile of Desenhall. The actual job of defending the payday lenders, however, fell mainly on Schlein and a younger woman named Lindsay Metzger. "They have people in Washington," Schlein says of Eakes and the Center for Responsible Lending. "They have people in North Carolina. They have an office in Oakland. Here, it's just me and Lindsay." Schlein complains about the disparity in the size of their respective ground forces when the payday lenders gather for meetings of their trade organization. The opposition, he'll tell them, is meeting with newspaper editorial boards. They're organizing in this state or that. But invariably his calls for more help go unanswered. Perhaps the poobahs know that each big chain has its own team of government affairs people and its own public relations staff on the payroll. Schlein wonders if it would even make a difference if he had more people. Desenhall has represented the likes of ExxonMobil and a former Enron executive, but payday lending seems to occupy a category all its own. "I've been in this business 25 years, he said, and I've never seen such closed-mindedness about an issue. He hears the same from the lobbyists they hire whenever the Center for Responsible Lending or some similar-minded group is pushing a bill that would shut down the industry in some far-flung state. They'll all say it, Schlein said. Working for the gun lobby or working for tobacco is like working for goodwill compared to the hostility they face working for the payday lenders. Schlein tells of the time he phoned the Washington Post about meeting the newspaper's editorial board. The District of Columbia City Council was considering a bill that would cap the rate payday lenders could charge. The bill passed by an 8-1 margin, with only Marion Barry voting against it. And he thought the paper might be curious about what the industry might have to say. This woman I spoke with at the Post, she basically ranted at me. "I'm not giving you slimeballs a minute of my time," he said. He shook his head and looked momentarily hurt. She used terms you wouldn't believe. Schlein is a trim man, around 50 years old, with close-shorn gray hair. Those in the public relations trade tend toward the bubbly, or at least upbeat. But Schlein by disposition is far more dour, more life-weary and rough-hewn. He's also more than a little obsessed with money. Over breakfast, he told me about his grandfather, who had moved to this country from an Eastern European shtetl, with next to nothing. He left a pair of successful jewelry stores to his heirs, but Schlein wishes his grandfather had been a pawnbroker. It was totally random, him getting into the jewelry business, Schlein explained. And pawn sales, he went on to point out, are going gangbusters right now. At that same breakfast, he asked me to explain how a person could work as a business reporter at a place like the New York Times or Wall Street Journal. Some barely earn six-figure salaries. He can't imagine working that hard, he told me, for so little money. Schlein clearly is well paid. He wears expensive suits and a pair of fashionable rectangular steel glasses. Desenhall's offices are sleek, modern, prosperous-looking. Yet one might ask Schlein why he does what he does for a living. His job hasn't been much fun, he confessed, at least since taking over the payday account. He'll work on a friendly reporter he knows, hoping to persuade him or her to see beyond the 391% APR. But then 60 Minutes Wednesday runs a segment on payday that begins, "It may sound like loan sharking, but in most of America, it's perfectly legal." That particular story was set in North Carolina, of course. "Look behind every effort to ban payday lending," Schlein said, "and you'll find Martin Eakes and his little empire." It galls Schlein that people, especially reporters, hold up Eakes as some kind of white knight. To him, Eakes is a competitor who first opposed payday lending in North Carolina because he runs a credit union and he had an economic stake in seeing us gone. With no payday loans to help bail people out, the credit unions, like banks, earn a lot more in bounced check fees and overdraft protection products. And once Eakes defeated them in North Carolina, he said, he became enthralled with his power. "Just listen to the guy speak," Schlein said. "He oozes elitism out of every pore. He's the only one who knows what's best for everyone else. He really thinks he's the last honest man." Martin being Martin. That's how Mark Pierce, the self-help executive Eakes chose to serve as the first president of the Center for Responsible Lending, described the decision to spend $23 million to buy the 11-story office building that has pretty much destroyed Stephen Schlein's peace of mind. The building is located in Farragut Square, 3 blocks from the White House. "It was Martin's way of saying we're here and we're not going anywhere," Pierce said. It was also an aggressive business decision by an advocacy group that feels entirely at home playing the real estate game. The CRL, founded in 2002, occupies 1 floor and leases out the other 10, providing the organization with a steady income that more than covers the mortgage. Plus, Eakes said, the building is already worth more than $30 million. Mike Calhoun admitted he was shocked to discover how rich and big the CRL was relative to other advocacy outfits. "We looked at groups like the Consumer Federation, PIRG, and the Consumer Law Center, and we realized we were huge, relatively speaking, compared to these other groups," said Calhoun, who took over as president of the CRL in 2006, when Pierce took a top regulatory posting with the state of North Carolina. "And these were organizations which had much wider mandates than us, with utilities and health care on top of consumer finance and mortgages." To CRL's great relief, these other groups were gracious and welcoming, Calhoun said, to this new giant in their midst. The group has a staff of 60 spread across 3 offices, and invited them to take the lead on predatory lending issues. The challenge, then, was figuring out what they would do in their newfound roles at the vanguard of the consumer rights movement. The CRL would focus mainly on businesses that catered to the poor and working poor, but even then that left them with an impossibly broad terrain to cover. Subprime credit cards, rent-to-own, used car finance, refund anticipation loans, even the humble corner pawnbroker. There seemed no shortage of ways entrepreneurs had devised for getting rich working the easy credit landscape. There was even a fledgling industry devoted to helping hospitals and doctors collect the money owed to them by the uninsured and underinsured. These companies, part of what Businessweek would dub the medical debt revolution, normally don't charge the hospital or physician anything for its services, but instead earn their profits from the fees and interest rates, typically between 14 and 25%, they tack onto the bills they have been assigned. The CRL would naturally focus on exploitative subprime mortgages. The problem had grown only more acute since they had sided with Freddie Rogers in his fight with associates, and there was no doubting their authority in this realm. Kathleen Day remembered when she was covering the banking industry for the Washington Post, and for the first time saw Eakes testify before Congress. "Most striking," said Day, who now runs the CRL's Public Information Office, was how differently Eakes came across compared to the other consumer advocates speaking that day.
He starts off telling people he's been in this business for 25 years, Day remembered. And he tells the committee, "You can't tell me it can't be done because I'm doing it, and I'm doing it right without screwing people." The banking lobbyists Day happened to share a cab with after the hearing were all in a huff about Eakes, she said. They didn't say he was wrong. They didn't say he didn't know what he was talking about. All they could say, Day recalled, is that they thought he was sanctimonious. The payday lending industry would be CRL's second priority. Martin Eakes and self-help were too invested in that fight to consider dropping it, especially once they had the money to build a national organization. Their third and final priority would be the more predatory side of the credit card industry, including practices the consumer activists called fee harvesting. The insidious part of fee harvesting is that the consumer, her credit damaged and her funds tight, starts off feeling grateful that a lender is willing to trust her with a credit card. But then she receives the first bill. There are card activation fees and origination fees, commonly $100 or more, billed as a cash advance, and also an account maintenance fee, maybe $10 a month. The fees eat up a goodly share of the available credit, typically between $300 and $500. And therein lies another huge money-making opportunity for the card issuer, the fine for going over your available limit. In time, the CRL would also add banks to their list of targets, and specifically the overdraft fees they charged. "These fees are becoming the main profit center for these banks," Eakes said, "which means they're making the bulk of their profits off their poorest customers." Still, the CRL would devote a lot more time to fighting the mortgage lenders in the payday advance industry than to battling the banks that were issuing subprime credit cards. The payday lenders lost in North Carolina in 2001, and then again a few years later in Georgia and Arkansas. Even so, they were slow to recognize that they were in an existential fight for their livelihood. "These were three very different situations," Billy Webster said. North Carolina was Martin Eakes. Georgia boiled down to the political clout of the industrial loan stores that Roy Barnes had battled, and Arkansas was a quirk. A legal battle they lost because Arkansas is the only state in the Union with a usury cap, 17%, written into the state constitution. Still, the same year that they lost in Georgia, the big chains hired Desenhall. "We need to be more aggressive," Webster explained in an American Banker article about the payday lenders going on the offensive. "We need to explain to people that a payday advance is cheaper than missing a credit card payment or a series of bounced checks." Stephen Schlein had just been hired, but he was not wasting time. The Center for Responsible Lending might sound as if it is the best interest of consumers at heart, Schlein said, but he shared with the American Banker a report he had put together dismissing the CRL as nothing but a front group for a Durham-based credit union. But payday hardly seemed an industry in need of outside help. As rapidly as payday had grown in its first 7 years, it grew more rapidly still over the next few years. Where there were 10,000 payday stores in 2000, that number exceeded 21,000 by 2004. Success inspired more success. As industry trailblazers such as Check into Cash, Check and Go, and Advance America continued to thrive, large companies that had grown rich feasting in other corners of the poverty universe started offering payday loans. That included chains in the check cashing, pawn, and rent-to-own businesses. Regional powerhouses such as the Money Tree in the Northwest helped to fuel the expansion, as did people like Mike Hodges. Hodges was 24 when he opened his first payday store in Nashville in 1996. By 2008, Advance Financial was operating 20 stores within 30 miles of Tennessee's state capital. And there were those late to the poverty business who were no less eager to make their fortune. Just as Mike Hodges was poring over maps in search of gaps in the Nashville metro area, so too were people like Eric Simpson, a former DuPont factory worker who opened his first of 3 payday shops in a rural stretch of South Carolina in 2004. The industry would add 2,000 more stores in 2005. The big payday chains even started to spawn their own competition. Jones would grumble about the mid-level managers who gave notice, thinking that making it was as easy as figuring out what kind of plane they was gonna buy. Billy Webster voiced the same complaint. Greg Fay served in the Army for 7 years right after high school, then went to work first in the rent-to-own business and then in payday finance. When Fay came into a little money, he opened his first payday store just outside Dayton in 2003 and was soon eyeing locales in and around Toledo, 150 miles up the highway. Ultimately, he, his partner, and an outside pair of investors would open a half-dozen stores in western Ohio. The issue of whether Wall Street could fully embrace payday lending was put to rest in 2004 when Advance America announced that it was going public and that Morgan Stanley, a top-tier investment bank, led the offering. The investment banking arms of Wells Fargo and Bank of America were among those lending their names and sales teams to the effort. If there was a taint to payday, the 23% profit margin Advance America was reporting in its prospectus made it all okay. Usually only the most successful technology companies consistently posted numbers that good. The bankers had priced Advance America stock at between $13 and $15 a share. It opened at $15 and then soared above $21 before closing at $20.50, a 37% jump in 1 day of trading. Billy Webster had cashed out around $9 million worth of stock, but still owned shares valued at more than $100 million. His partner and financier, George Johnson, cashed out $22 million in stock that day, but still owned a $260 million stake in the company. The numbers Advance America was posting naturally attracted even more wannabe moguls to the business. Every year at the annual meeting of the payday lenders, Stephen Schlein rubs shoulders with some of the new arrivals who give him hope for the industry. You walk around and you think you're seeing all of America in one room, Schlein said. The crowd skews white, he acknowledged, but otherwise they strike him as a perfect cross-section of America, with people old and young and from all regions of the country. Schlein told me of a kid he had recently met who had gotten into payday lending while he was still in college, but already owned 5 stores. Think how rich he's going to be when he already has 5 stores at 22, Schlein said. But if Schlein was brightened by the native entrepreneurialism of a can-do country, Billy Webster was worried that he was witnessing his own doom. One of the things I never dreamed would happen is we would have so many people in this business, he told me when I visited him in Spartanburg. As a reference point, he harked back to his decade in the fried chicken business. You'd never have seen a Popeyes and a KFC on the same corner as a Bojangles, he said. But that's what you have now with payday lending stores. So you end up not just with saturation problems from a business perspective, but also multiple loan problems. Inside the CRL, they dubbed themselves the Road Warriors. These were the staffers so committed to defeating the payday lenders or their counterparts in the mortgage industry that they proved willing to turn their lives upside down and live in another state for weeks, if not months at a time. Martin Eakes described one of the warriors, Uriah King, as a human vacuum cleaner sucking up everything he could about payday. King, who read Clausewitz on war to gird himself for battle, could drive him batty, Eakes said. But what King lacked in experience, he more than made up for in energy, enthusiasm, and native savvy. It fell to people like King and his colleague, Susan Lupton, to help fill in the narrative and demonstrate that the payday advance was, to borrow a vivid metaphor from Robert H. Frank, an economics professor at Cornell University, like handing a suicidal person a noose. It helped that Advance America and a second payday company, QC Holdings, a chain of 300 stores based in Kansas City, went public in 2004. The documents both companies are required by law to regularly file with the Securities and Exchange Commission have provided a treasure trove of information. So, too, have the quarterly conference calls that most publicly traded companies routinely record and post on the Internet, as well as the detailed reports written by financial analysts who earn money selling stock advice to wealthy clients. From the start, The payday lenders have said theirs is an occasional emergency product used by the rational consumer facing the prospect of a bounced check. Yet those in the business of following the industry seem to come to precisely the opposite conclusion. A note about rollovers, an analyst named Elizabeth Pierce with Roth Capital Partners wrote in a research report about First Cash, a pawnshop chain that had gotten into payday. We are convinced the business just doesn't work without them. That view was echoed by the accounting firm Ernst & Young. The survival of payday loan operators depends on establishing and maintaining a substantial repeat customer business because that's really where the profitability is. Even Dan Feehan, the chief executive of Cash America, the country's largest pawnshop chain and another major player in the payday industry, said much the same when explaining the business to potential shareholders at an investors' conference. The theory in the business, Feehan said, is you've got to get that customer, work to turn him into a repetitive customer, long-term customer, because that's really where the profitability is. The CRL was convinced the payday cash advance was an inherently defective product, trapping people as if by design. The single mother with 2 kids might be avoiding a costly bounce check fee that first time she borrows $400, but how is she ever going to cover that $460 check 2 weeks later when she brings home $1,100 a month? They sucker you in with that first loan, Eek said, and then they gotcha. It became essential then to collect the tales of customers like Sandra Harris, an accounting technician in Wilmington, North Carolina, who borrowed $200 from a payday lender to pay her car insurance after her husband lost his job as a cook. $8,000 in fees later, the couple ended up losing the car and avoided eviction only because of a sympathetic landlord. John Kukin, a former Connecticut state trooper, had a less tragic story, but one offering no less flattering a view of payday. He retired to North Carolina after being shot in the line of duty, but then needed to borrow $850 from a payday lender because the state had overpaid some benefits and wanted its money back. Living on a fixed income, however, Kukin would need to renew the loan 15 times, racking up $2,000 in fees before he was able to pay it off. When you're desperate for quick cash, he told one interviewer, what's flashing in front of you is the dollars you're looking for. The percentage rate isn't something you're even considering. The CRL's first big media triumph came in the spring of 2005, when CBS correspondent Scott Pelley traveled to North Carolina to report on the state's efforts to evict the payday lenders from within its borders. Sandra Harris told her story, as did John Kukin. Listeners also heard from a woman named Jenny McCauley, who ran an Advance America store in Illinois for 6 years. McCauley estimated that 60 to 70% of her customers were rollovers during that time. Pelley asked Jim Blaine, the CEO of the State Employees Credit Union of North Carolina, what he would tell someone who was planning on taking out a payday loan. I'd say go get a loan shark, Blaine said. They're cheaper. A typical loan shark, he explained, only charges an APR of around 150%. The only payday lender willing to talk on camera was Willie Green, a former NFL wide receiver who opened his first payday store as his playing days were ending in the mid-1990s. He ultimately opened 10 stores. Pelley asked Green, who was from a poor background, what he would say to Sandra Harris, who had lost a car and almost a home. How about, thank you, Mr. Green, or Mr. Check Casher, or Mr. Payday Advance Store for helping me out when I was in time of need. Later in the segment, when Pelley brought up the prospect of Green's wife taking out a payday advance, he essentially confessed that she was too smart for that. She has a master's degree in accounting, he said. The next year brought another body blow to the industry. This time it wasn't the CRL leading the charge, though Eakes's group would provide critical behind-the-scenes lobbying help. But the commanding officers at military bases around the country, unhappy that the payday operators had opened so many shops outside their gates, like bears on a trout stream, a pair of academics concluded in a 2005 study of the geography of payday lending. Was it any wonder given that the country's military bases were thick with young, financially inexperienced people getting by on modest salaries. In the mid-2000s, the typical Army private first class started at an annual salary of $17,000 a year, and nearly three-quarters of active-duty military personnel never made more than $30,000 a year. There were reports of soldiers discharged because they defaulted on a loan, and many others were stuck stateside because of a military rule that stated that anyone owing more than 30% of his or her salary could not be dispatched overseas. I have guys guarding my gate here when they should be deployed in Iraq, the commanding officer at a naval base in San Diego told the Associated Press. The CRL waded into the fight with a study concluding that 1 in 5 active-duty military personnel had taken out a payday loan in the previous year, versus 1 in every 16 adult Americans. At Fort Bragg, North Carolina, credit counselors said they were seeing an average of 2 to 3 soldiers a week who owed money to a payday lender, according to a report cited by Bloomberg Markets. To the extent that the payday industry has clout on Capitol Hill, it's in the Senate Financial Services Committee. But this fight was waged instead in the Armed Services Committee. In the summer of 2006, Senator Jim Talent, a Missouri Republican, and Senator Bill Nelson, a Florida Democrat, added an amendment to the annual defense authorization bill that capped the rate military families would have to pay for a payday loan at 36%. It passed, and when the defense authorization bill became law that fall, payday lenders could charge active-duty personnel no more than $1.38 on every $100 they borrowed. With the stroke of the pen, the country's payday lenders were essentially banned from doing business with the military. It didn't elude the industry that it wouldn't take much of a logical leap for a legislative body to conclude that if payday loans were so destructive to the emotional and financial well-being of America's fighting men and women, they might also be harmful to some of their other constituents. At the start of 2006, people inside self-help and the CRL started to notice a spike in the number of subprime home loans. Even as late as 2003, subprime accounted for only 8% of the overall residential mortgage market. But by 2006, subprime loans accounted for more than 1 in every 4 home loans written, 28.7% of the mortgage market, according to the Fed. Worried that this would spell doom for the home ownership dreams of a great many low and moderate income people, a research team was created inside the CRL to predict what might happen. Ellen Schlomer, the CRL's research director, told me that their conclusion, that this trend would lead to 2 million subprime foreclosures, was so incredible that they rewrote a report they called Losing Ground 6 times before releasing it at the end of 2006. The Mortgage Bankers Association denounced the study as wildly pessimistic, but in time it would become clear this was one of the few early warnings of the economic carnage to come. That study really put us on the map in Washington, Mike Calhoun said. At the start of 2008, the publication Politico declared that the CRL was the main intellectual engine driving the Democratic response to the housing crisis, in no small part because the center has been more right than wrong. That same year, the Federal Reserve Board would single out the CRL for its research when appointing Mike Calhoun to a 3-year term on its Consumer Advisory Council. Stephen Schlein, though, has not been nearly as impressed with CRL's research capabilities. They do not do scholarship, Schlein said. It's a joke what they call a study. They're done by a bunch of 24-year-old kids sitting in some office in North Carolina plucking numbers from out of the air. In fact, some of CRL's payday reports have tended to overreach. Its first big industry study, for instance, released in 2006 called Financial Quicksand, asserted that 90% of the revenues payday lenders collect in any given year are stripped from trapped borrowers. Under the CRL's definition, though, a trapped borrower was anyone taking out as few as 5 payday loans a year. The study also alleged that the typical payday borrower ended up spending nearly $800 to repay a single $325 loan, or more than $450 of accumulated fees. That's because the average payday customer, the CRL found after examining data from 8 states, took out 9 loans per year. Inside the CRL, they assumed that meant a person took out a single loan and then flipped it 8 times before paying it back. But it seemed just as reasonable to conclude that the typical borrower took out a new loan every few months, but needed an extra couple of payments to wipe out the debt. But one could also ask what difference it made. Maybe 5 loans a year didn't call to mind a trapped borrower, but it also didn't conjure up the customer needing a bailout because, as Willie Green had told Scott Pelley, God forbid an emergency comes up or the refrigerator goes out or the child needs to go to the doctor. And did it make much difference whether a person flipped a single loan 8 consecutive times or took out multiple loans in a given year? The bottom line was the same, nearly $500 in payments to a payday lender rather than money that might otherwise go into a savings account. The industry would again find fault in some of the more sweeping assertions made within the CRL's next big study, Springing the Debt Trap, released in 2007. But the power of that report wasn't in its conclusions. It was in the data the CRL collected from states that tracked and published customer usage statistics. In Colorado, for instance, 1 in 7 payday borrowers in 2005 remained in debt for at least 6 months before paying back a loan. Regulators there also found that customers taking out 12 or more loans in a year generated 65% of the industry's revenues in the state. Other states reported similar findings when singling out those taking out 12 or more loans in a year. Oklahoma, 64% of their revenues from this group. Florida, 58%. Washington State, 56%. At least 1 in 5 borrowers in each of those 4 states had taken out 21 or more loans in a year. In this regard, the APR no longer seemed an imprecise measurement of what was in fact a fee, but a close approximation of the interest a good portion of the industry's customer base was paying for its short-term cash needs. The number of loans the average payday consumer took out in a year was another point of contention. Industry sources tended to say 7 or 8 loans per year, while payday's critics claimed those numbers lowballed the problem. The Woodstock Institute, an advocacy group based in Chicago, concluded that the average payday user in Illinois took out 13 loans in a year. Policy Matters, a liberal research group based in Cleveland, would reach the same conclusion about borrowers in Ohio. John Caskey, a sociology professor at Swarthmore College and the author of Fringe Banking, studied payday lending in Wisconsin in 2000. He found that 49% of the state's payday borrowers had taken out 11 or more loans over a 12-month period, and that nearly 1 in 5 borrowers had taken out 20 or more loans during that time. There was no dispute over the size of the average payday loan, however. $325. The industry tended to cite one of 2 studies. One was by Donald Morgan, a researcher at the New York branch of the Federal Reserve, who sought to test the thesis put forward by CRL and others that a payday advance was a predatory debt trap. According to his research, people in North Carolina and Georgia, 2 states that had recently banned payday loans, bounced more checks and filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy at a higher rate than people in states where payday loans were available. Studies by researchers inside academia, though, have shown precisely the opposite, at least on the issue of bankruptcies. Relying on payday loans, several studies have found, accelerates the chances that a person will declare bankruptcy. The CRL also cast doubts on the bounced check claim by noting that Morgan used data from large stretches of the South as a proxy for Georgia and North Carolina. The other study that advocates of payday lending quote was written by an economics professor at Indiana Wesleyan University named Thomas Lehman. You cannot read Dr. Lehman's work without walking away thinking payday lending is absolutely necessary and, if used responsibly, an absolute godsend, said Larry Myers. a former screenwriter turned pro-payday blogger ever since he and a partner started investing in budding payday chains. Yet while journalists regularly quote the CRL in articles about payday, Myers complained, they never quote Lehman. While testing that hypothesis, I came across Lehman's name in Businessweek. He wasn't mentioned in an article about payday, however. It was about seemingly independent voices who are, in fact, quietly financed by powerful interests. Lehman served as Businessweek's poster boy for the practice after he confessed to the magazine that, in fact, the industry had paid him to do his study. Martin Eakes figured he must be doing something right. He had enough critics throwing mud at him to convince him the CRL was having an impact. One of the sillier attacks came from a group that called themselves the Consumer Rights League, a name chosen presumably so they could appropriate the CRL acronym. They dubbed the original CRL a predatory charity that contributed to the world's economic woes in 2008 by promoting public panic about the subprime meltdown. One of the nastier assaults has come at the hands of a group called the Capital Research Center, a D.C.-based think tank that keeps tabs on liberal advocacy groups. Eakes's longtime friend, Tony Snow, a conservative stalwart, compared his old running buddy to Jack Kemp, an active combatant in the war on poverty while serving as a Republican representing the Buffalo area in Congress. Eakes even uses the same term to describe his politics. He calls himself a bleeding-heart conservative, as did Kemp, a former vice presidential candidate and the director of HUD under the first President Bush. Yet Eakes was more liberal and therefore a foe. A leftist crusader wants to dictate financial options to consumers was the headline over the first of several unflattering pieces about Eakes that the Capital Research Center published. Among Eakes's various crimes, he uses self-help to form political coalitions with radical left-wing groups whose purpose is to bully banks into changing their lending practices. Despite self-help's stated mission of helping the disadvantaged, it has loaned millions to its own executives and officers over the years, and its borrowers have delinquency rates 7 to 10 times higher than their credit union peers. A second article made fewer personal charges, but instead criticized Eakes, among others, for demonizing the practices of some of the country's leading subprime lenders. In that article, Capital Research lauded Countrywide, New Century, and other subprime lenders for increasing home ownership opportunities for minorities and low-income borrowers, while ripping left-wing advocacy groups like Self-Help that oppose consumer choice. In Durham, people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Capital Research was accusing Eakes of enriching himself at the hands of the poor. Yet Self-Help's salary cap meant their boss and the other top staff were getting paid no more than $69,000 a year. Still, they earned too much to join the credit union they ran, and therefore were ineligible for loans. For his part, Eakes was relieved that the Raleigh News and Observer had recently named him its 2005 Tar Heel of the Year. To ensure they hadn't chosen wrong, the paper had a reporter check Capital Research's charges. It was bad luck for them that the News and Observer had already picked me for this thing, Eakes said. They had to get to the bottom of this and investigate. Making insider loans and reckless lending would be worrisome, the News and Observer wrote in an editorial appearing shortly after Capital Research's first attack, if there was a word of truth to them. At least one of Capital Research's charges was true. More of Self-Help's borrowers were 30 or 60 days late in their mortgage payments when compared to the typical credit union. But that was to be expected, given Self-Help's role as a self-styled bank of last resort. Our customers don't have the same cushion that middle-class borrowers have, Eakes said. So if they lose a job or someone gets sick, they're more likely to fall behind a month or two. But then they catch up because keeping a home means that much. Through the economic turmoil of 2008, Self-Help, despite its low-income clientele, had consistently maintained a loan default rate of less than 1%. Bonnie Wright, Eakes's wife, believes the attacks on her husband helped to sustain him. Longtime Self-Help colleagues say the same, but on some level, the assault on his character seems to bother Eakes. He cracked jokes about some of the more personal charges foes have leveled at him, but back at his office, he wanted to read me a quote from Eric Desenhall, Stephen Schlein's boss. It took him less than 30 seconds to find it. Modern communication isn't about truth. It's about a resonant narrative. The myth about PR is that you will educate and inform people. No. The public wants to be told in a story who to like and who to hate. They don't understand idealism, Eakes said of the payday lenders and the other businesses aligned against him. They can't believe idealism exists, so they think, you have to be doing this because you want our business. They have the most cynical motives, so they conclude everyone else has cynical motives. Eakes, Ralph Nader-like in his asceticism, hardly offered a fat target for those looking to tarnish the CRL. The same could not be said of all its donors, though, starting with its top two funders, Marion and Herb Sandler, former owners of the World Savings Bank in Oakland, California. It was Herb Sandler who had first approached Eakes about starting a group like the Center for Responsible Lending, and the Sandlers proved generous benefactors. Mike Calhoun told me the couple had given the CRL roughly $20 million in its first half-dozen years, but Herb Sandler said the actual dollar figure was well over that amount. Eakes had never heard of World Savings or the Sandlers when Herb Sandler first phoned him proposing a meeting, but he asked around and liked what he had heard about the couple and their bank. They were stand-up lenders, he was told, who concentrated on writing mortgages for middle-class borrowers. They had testified before Congress about sound lending practices, and feature articles generally heralded them as humane and socially conscious, old-fashioned bankers succeeding in a modern world. World Savings held on to its loans rather than selling them off on Wall Street. The Sandlers gave generously to the American Civil Liberties Union and Human Rights Watch. The Sandlers still enjoyed a solid reputation when Wachovia bought Golden West Financial, the parent company of World Savings, for $26 billion in 2006. Their share of the purchase price was a reported $2.3 billion. But then the housing bubble began to deflate, and with it the Sandlers' reputation. Wachovia's stock plummeted by nearly 80% as reports spread of heavy losses in its mortgage holdings. Wachovia had made its share of irresponsible loans long before merging with World Savings, but it was the World Savings portfolio that was blamed, at least initially, for the implosion of this bank that had been founded in 1879. At the peak of the credit crisis, in the fall of 2008, federal regulators pressed Wachovia to sell itself to a more secure partner. Wells Fargo bought Wachovia in October of that year for $15 billion. World Savings had specialized in a product called an option ARM. These were adjustable rate mortgages, loans that would see interest rates fluctuate over time, that allowed borrowers to choose how much they would pay each month. The Sandlers dubbed World's product Pick-a-Pay. A customer could make a full monthly payment, or they could pay an amount that wouldn't even cover the interest for that month. To the Sandlers, theirs was a more humane product that insulated borrowers from payment shock should there be a spike in interest rates, and also gave them the flexibility to ride out financial bumps in the road, whether a lost job, a divorce, or a health care crisis. The problem with the loan was what bankers call negative amortization. Choose to pay the lower rate, and the amount of money you owe rises over time rather than shrinks. Critics dubbed the option ARM and Pick-a-Pay in particular a fundamentally dishonest loan product, essentially an expensive way for people of modest means to rent a home because those always choosing the lesser payment were unlikely to ever have the money to buy the property. The product might make sense when housing prices were soaring. It's a very good deal if you can sell for $400,000 the home you bought for $250,000, even if you paid down little, if any, of the principal. But a lousy deal when prices fell. Then it only seemed a way of lending to people with little or no regard for their ability to pay. Inside the CRL, they don't seem to have anything good to say about the option ARM, but that wasn't something people internally would talk about on the record. Our stance, Kathleen Day, CRL's main spokeswoman, told me, is that the Sandlers are perfectly capable of defending themselves. She then added, "We are grateful they have been so generous in their funding of our efforts, and noted that their contributions have never come with any strings attached." By the time I caught up with Herb Sandler to hear his side of things, he was so fed up with the media that he sputtered more than explained. Time magazine put the Sandlers on its list of 25 people to blame for the financial crisis. The New York Times named them in a front-page article as two of the chief villains behind the economy's collapse. CBS's 60 Minutes devoted an entire segment to a former World Savings employee who claimed he had repeatedly tried to warn higher-ups about the destructive nature of the loans they were peddling. The Sandlers were even parodied in a mock C-SPAN press conference aired by Saturday Night Live. When their turn came to stand at the podium, they were identified on screen as Herb and Marion Sandler, people who should be shot. Herb Sandler seemed most angry about the article in the New York Times, which ran on Christmas Day, 2008. It wasn't hard to see why. World Savings was an odd choice for anyone looking to single out some of the worst villains of the subprime meltdown. It had not gotten caught up in the securitization frenzy at the heart of the credit collapse. Loans made through World Savings were held on to rather than sold on Wall Street. The Sandlers were pushing adjustable rate mortgages, sure, and they would play a role in the great global recession. But they were not ensnaring people with teaser rates as low as 1% annually and then hitting borrowers 2 years later with rates that reset at 6 or 7 or 8%. They didn't target minorities or the working poor like many other lenders. World Savings stood as a perfect laboratory for examining how the housing frenzy overtook even seemingly well-meaning business people. But instead, World, and the Sandlers in particular, was lumped into listings of the country's more reckless, covetous lenders. Among those delighting in the misfortune of the Sandlers was Stephen Schlein, who never seemed to tire of pointing out that the founders of the Center for Responsible Lending had been exposed as the toxic mortgage king and queen. As if all the negative reports about the Sandlers weren't bad enough for the CRL, another major donor, John Paulson, wore a similarly large target on his back. Paulson was a hedge fund manager who so firmly believed that loose lending standards would cause deep troubles in the broader economy that he bet against the real estate market. Paulson and Company made $15 billion in profits in 2007, $3.7 billion of which Paulson himself pocketed. That is believed to be the largest one-year payday in Wall Street history. In 2008, his firm collected another $5 billion in profits. In different circumstances, Alan Jones might have been impressed, but Paulson had donated millions to the CRL, so Jones was disgusted. "It was un-American what he did," Jones said. "He made his money betting against our country. This is who's funding the CRL." Jones then brought up the Sandlers, who he claimed started the credit meltdown when they sold Golden West to Wachovia. "You look at how dirty the CRL is," he said, "and after knowing that, you'd even listen to a word they have to say about us?" Chapter 13. Past Due. Columbus, Ohio, 2002 to 2008. Bill Faith didn't mince words when his fellow activists in Dayton asked him at the start of the 2000s about Dean Lovelace's plan to introduce a local law to restrict the city's predatory home lenders. "I told them, no offense, but you don't have the capacity. You don't know what you're doing," Faith said. The states and the federal governments have agencies in place to monitor lenders, he told them. Cities don't. But Faith was also the state's most prominent housing advocate, so when his allies in Dayton moved ahead anyway, he did what he could to help. Faith shrugged when we met in his offices a few blocks from the state capitol in Columbus in the fall of 2008. "I figured if it got attention for the issue, that'd be a good thing," Faith said. The city councils in Cleveland and Toledo would pass bills similar to Dayton's. In theory, Ohio was a strong home rule state that granted municipalities broad powers over the regulations inside their borders. In reality, though, the mortgage industry had the cash and the clout to convince the Ohio state legislature 1 year after Dayton's legislation to pass a law stripping Dayton, Cleveland, and Toledo of the authority to regulate the mortgage lenders operating within their city limits. The boilerplate anti-predatory language its sponsors added to the bill was largely lifted from the 1994 HOPA statute, and therefore already law. But that didn't prevent Governor Bob Taft, a Republican, from patting himself on the back. This bill, Taft declared when signing the measure into law, proves that in Ohio, we will not tolerate predatory lenders or loan sharks who take advantage of senior citizens, people with limited incomes, or people with bad credit histories. More revealing, though, were the reactions of partisans to its passage. "We certainly think it's a good bill," said Dana Baird, the head of the Ohio Consumer Finance Association and the chief lobbyist for large lenders such as Household and City Financial. In contrast, Jim McCarthy in Dayton dismissed the new law as a canard, and Bill Faith dubbed it the most arrogant bill I've seen in all my years in Columbus. "There's this subprime problem going on all over the state. And what do our legislatures do?" Faith asked. "They pass a bill that says to the cities, we're going to preempt you from doing anything about predatory lending. That's the state's job. But, oh, by the way, we're not going to do anything about the problem." If there was the occasional tale of a borrower harmed by a particularly noxious subprime loan, legislators were told, that was the work of a rogue agent whose misdeeds had been exaggerated by a press corps on the hunt for the sensational. Politicians on both sides of the aisle, it seemed, were inclined to extend the benefit of the doubt to any lender willing to work with borrowers of modest means. The bill, passed during the 2002 legislative session, did create a 16-person predatory lending study committee that would travel the state to assess the problem. When they hit Dayton, so many people wanted a turn at the microphone that, despite a strict 5-minute limit on speeches, the meeting lasted 3 hours. The committee chairman, Chuck Blasdell, a Republican state legislator who had been the primary sponsor of the preemption bill, told the Dayton Daily News that he was very moved by some of what he had heard that evening, but he warned against any new laws. "Tighten regulations," he said, "and watch credit dry up in those communities most in need." A year later, Blasdell's task force made its recommendations, but they quietly died in committee. Among his fellow activists, Bill Faith, the executive director of the Columbus-based Coalition on Homelessness and Housing in Ohio, or COHIO, is celebrated for his ability to get along with legislators on both sides of the aisle. Around the state capitol, you're as likely to spot Faith out with a Republican legislator as a Democrat, or over the years he would describe any number of conservative legislators as his friends. Ron Bridges, a lobbyist for AARP, only wishes he could be more like Faith. The AARP was a key ally in the fight against predatory lending, and more than once Bridges joined Faith as he tried to work on Blasdell. "I was always 2 seconds away from wringing the guy's neck because I see all the people getting hurt," Bridges said. But Bill sees the same thing, which is why he makes sure to get along with guys like Blasdell. He sees the bigger picture. Apparently, though, that means sometimes missing the smaller details. A few years later, Faith and Bridges were on the verge of finally besting the mortgage industry, and Bridges looked down to discover that his friend had just spent an hour meeting with the Ohio Senate leadership while wearing 2 mismatched shoes. Bill is different than most activists. Mike Toman, a partner in the lobbying firm The Success Group, is explaining to me at his office a block from the state capitol in Columbus. He knows the inside game. To Toman and his partner, Dan McCarthy, lobbying is best left to the professionals. But Faith is one of those rare social justice crusaders who not only understands how to sell a story to a member of the legislature, but also has an innate sense of who to approach and when. "Most activists want to be right," McCarthy said, "but Bill wants to get things accomplished." He's still an activist, Tolman said. He has that passion. But he understands how to make a deal, McCarthy said. And then both more or less said in unison, Bill Faith likes to win. Faith is a beefy man with a bearish physique and white-gray hair that seems perpetually unkempt, as if he's suffering from an incurable case of bedhead. He wears a goatee and has a husky, heavy person's voice that can sometimes make him sound a bit like John Madden. He's a talker, so much so that his friends joke that they don't dare call him unless they know they will be in the car for at least an hour. He smokes, he swears, and he obviously drinks. When we met at the bar at Mitchell's, a stylish steakhouse 1 block from the Capitol, a Kettle One and cranberry cocktail appeared in front of him without him needing to ask for it. He wore a sport coat and tie that night, a common occurrence for someone who runs a statewide nonprofit with a multi-million-dollar budget. Yet somehow the outfit seemed wrong on him. It might have been the quizzical, boyish way he examined the toast points and goat cheese that accompanied his beet salad. He may be a regular at the bar, but he runs a housing advocacy group, and if he eats at Mitchell's, it's a rare treat because someone else is picking up the tab. It might have been the informal, "How you doing?" greeting he gave most everyone. From the retired Senate president having a drink in the bar area, to the hostess showing us to our seats. His mother would drag him to civil rights protests as a kid. His father, a Presbyterian Republican raised in rural Indiana, was unhappy she was bringing their son to places where they were often the only whites in the room aside from the media. His mother was devastated when Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. His father considered the civil rights leader a communist who had brought tragedy upon himself. Faith grew up in the People's Republic of Youngstown, a staunchly pro-union town and firmly Democratic. But that's only because his father was a farm implement salesman dispatched to eastern Ohio to grow the market there. "A lot of my relatives still live in rural Indiana and rural Illinois," Faith said. "So I know those people. I can talk to them." Faith was never much of a student. He dropped out of college at the end of his freshman year, but a year back in Youngstown was all he needed to get serious about his studies. "I didn't want to work in the mills," he said, "but that's exactly where my life was headed." He was accepted into Ohio State in the mid-1970s, where his future started to take shape. He read about the Catholic worker movement and imagined himself as a social worker. He liked the fit and even converted to Catholicism. "I was looking at this small sliver of the Catholic Church and ignoring the other 90%, he said. "The first nun I met wore jeans." Faith's first job after college was at an institution for the mentally ill called Orient, located about 30 miles from Columbus. Orient was a shock to his system. One resident there spent his days chewing his shirt. Another, he said, the staff simply tied to a chair. The entire facility reeked from urine. "It's a lot better than it used to be," the facility's superintendent assured him. After Faith discovered that his immediate boss was stealing money from patients, he began surreptitiously removing incriminating documents from work, and eventually a complaint he filed with the state attorney general's office led to the man's removal. Faith left Orient after 2 years to help open an alternative community for the mentally disabled that he and his fellow idealists called the Ark. Among the residents there was a man with Down syndrome named Richard Wilson, who had lived at Orient for 4 decades. "He lives in his godforsaken place for 40 years, but he loves life," Faith said. "He had no reason to, but he had this great attitude. He was a kind of life guru for me." Faith lived the life of a committed leftist coming of age during the first half of the 1980s. He got involved in the peace and sanctuary movements. He joined the committee in solidarity with the people of El Salvador, CISPs. Now, on the other side of 50, he sometimes wonders what his younger self might have been thinking. One time he traveled to Washington to join a group of Catholic workers who had chained themselves to the Pentagon to protest U.S. policy in Central America. It might have felt cathartic to speak truth to power, Faith said, but they had no real strategy other than voicing their collective outrage. On the other hand, he had good things to say about the 2 weeks he spent in the D.C. city jail on trespassing charges. When does a guy like me ever get to see the inside of a place like that? He asked.
Back in Columbus, Faith got involved with a group trying to feed and house the homeless. While he was working behind the steam table at one of the soup kitchens, a man pulled out a shiv and slashed Faith's face from ear to lip. What most amazed the people who worked with Faith is that, despite the 100+ stitches it required to close the wound, he took his regular turn serving just days later. Faith said he was fine with it. Maybe he just wasn't on his medications that day, Faith had told the Cleveland Plain Dealer when that paper profiled him as its Man of the Year in 2003, until the guy tracked him down years later to offer an apology. I kinda had a fantasy vision of shooting him between the eyes, Faith said. When Greg Haas thinks of his friend back then, he imagines him wearing denim. A denim jacket, a denim shirt, and of course jeans. Faith favored sandals and wore his hair in a fierce bush of curls. The two met when Faith was helping to organize a series of protests at City Hall aimed at establishing shelters for the homeless around Columbus. And Haas was running the mayoral campaign of an old-school social services Democrat. Faith might have looked like every other protester, Haas said, but even then he stood out from the crowd. Rather than humiliate people or just hit them in the face with an issue, Bill seemed to be someone searching for a solution, he said. It was Faith, Haas said, who hammered out a compromise with the city's social services director. Find a community willing to take a shelter, the agency head said, and we'll provide the funding. And Faith, after calling what seemed like every landlord and bureaucrat in town, made it happen. That fight was winding down when Faith was offered a job running the Coalition on Homelessness and Housing in Ohio. He moved out of the Ark and started wearing a tie to meetings, and eventually added a sport coat to his wardrobe. He focused on affordable housing and the homeless through most of the 1990s, but by the end of the decade he started talking about predatory lending as well. He thought he had a simple and elegant solution to the problem. Simply apply the state's existing consumer protection laws to the mortgage business. How could it be, he asked, that Ohio protects its citizens from getting ripped off when they plunk down $25 for a toaster, but not when they sign papers committing themselves to an $80,000 loan? Faith shifted strategy after the 2002 legislative session. If the legislature refused to intervene, Faith said, he would pound the issue in the court of public opinion until elected officials relented. He began contacting reporters he knew, hoping to get them interested in the issue. He offered the same message to each. The poverty industry is far more pervasive than you think. I kept telling them, don't talk about black folks, Faith said. There are these loan sharks in the suburbs. There are loan sharks in the town squares of rural areas. While he was working the phone, he learned that two reporters at the Columbus Dispatch, Jill Ripenhoff and Jeff Dutton, were already starting to look at the dramatic spike in foreclosures in the Columbus area. He might have made a pest of himself during the 9 months he worked with the pair on their series, but it seemed well worth it. The resulting series, Brokered Dreams, published in September 2005, seemed to have exactly the kind of impact Faith was hoping for. All of Columbus read it, AARP lobbyist Ron Bridges said of the Dispatch series. Or at least, all of political Columbus read it. Bridges, who is black, grumbled that it wasn't until a series of articles showed that the problem had spread to the white suburbs and rural areas that the legislature felt it needed to act. But when I visited him in his office several years later, he still had a small stack of reprints right behind his desk. The two reporters didn't completely ignore the center of town, of course. Dutton's Flipping Frenzy piece revealed how wealthy investors with money in a New York-based hedge fund called Stillwater Capital Partners profited from subprime in Columbus. And that kept him running around some of Columbus's poorer neighborhoods in search of vacant properties and the straw buyers whose names and signatures were needed to bid up the prices of these boarded-up messes. But the shock in the series was its finding that foreclosure filings had risen faster in the state's suburban and rural counties than in urban ones.
Foreclosures were predictably concentrated in poor inner-city neighborhoods, Dutton wrote. But surprisingly, clusters of dots circled the outskirts of the city, in the newest subdivisions of suburbia. Even a small Amish community in the northeastern corner of the state felt so under siege that the county posted public service billboards on the more popular horse and buggy routes. "You can be robbed when you're away from home," the signs read. "Or you can be robbed over pie and coffee. Be skeptical of door-to-door mortgage salesmen." In her reporting, Ripenhoff focused on a single subdivision on the city's far western suburbs called Galloway Ridge. It had been developed by Dominion Homes, a publicly traded real estate development company that built subdivisions in central Ohio and Kentucky. Galloway Ridge was a relatively new development, but 1 in 6 homes were already in foreclosure or part of a bankruptcy proceeding. When Ripenhoff asked the executives at Dominion for an explanation, they blamed it on the irresponsibility of their buyers. "These people are not of the same credit quality, the same earnings level, the same understanding of credit as people in other parts of town," company CEO Douglas G. Borer told the Dispatch. However, the credit counselors, bankers, appraisers, and others in the real estate industry appearing in Ripenhoff's article offered an alternative explanation for the high rate of foreclosures: a lack of checks and balances in the company's sales transactions. 5 years earlier, Dominion had created a new division, Dominion Homes Financial Services, to act as a mortgage broker for those looking to buy any of the properties they built. That meant a single company was constructing the homes, setting the prices, and playing a large role in establishing the loan terms. Dominion even went one step further by helping those without any money raise a down payment. Or, as Ripenhoff wrote, the home builder found a way around federal law barring sellers from giving money directly to buyers for a down payment. A California-based nonprofit called the Nehemiah Corporation of America was the key. Dominion would send a prospective buyer to Nehemiah, which would send Dominion borrowers the 3% down payment required to qualify for a loan through the Federal Housing Administration. Then, within a few days, Dominion would donate that amount of money to Nehemiah, plus a service fee. For years, HUD, which oversees the FHA, has tried to block this practice, but the agency had never prevailed in the courts. What was the harm if a sizable corporation wanted to devote a portion of its profits to helping people of modest means raise a down payment for a house? For one thing, it wasn't a gift. Dominion officials admitted to Ripenhoff that they simply passed along the cost of the down payment to the buyer, just as it would the cost of a specially ordered stove. Moreover, there were risk management studies that led the government to impose the 3% requirement in the first place. A 2002 HUD study of Nehemiah-assisted loans in 4 cities found default rates higher than 19%. At 11.5%, the Dominion default rate was much lower, but it was still twice as high as the Ohio average and more than 2.5 times the national average. The paper found that Ohio's mortgage default rate had reached nearly 6%, tops in the country in 2005. The surge had started in 1999, shortly before Faith and the people in Dayton began clamoring for someone in power to act. That year, there had been 31,000 new foreclosure filings in Ohio, but by 2005, there would be more than twice that number, 64,000. The list of culprits the Dispatch series singled out was long and included mortgage brokers who put borrowers in loans they could not afford and unscrupulous appraisers inflating the worth of a property. The series also included a chart of Ohio's 10 largest subprime lenders, a roster that included Countrywide, H&R Block, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. "I think a lot of Columbus was in shock while that series was running," Ron Bridges said. People inside the Dispatch weren't the only ones to notice this creeping menace, of course. Almost as soon as she took office in 2004, Joy Padgett, a state senator representing a predominantly rural district in central Ohio, began to hear from residents worried they were going to lose their home after refinancing with an unscrupulous lender. "At first, I thought they might just be isolated incidents," Paget said. But the consistency of the calls and the volume convinced her otherwise. Researching the law, she discovered the same loopholes that others had spotted years earlier. At the start of 2006, she introduced the Home Buyers Protection Act, which would broaden the state's consumer protections laws so that they covered mortgage brokers, loan officers, and non-bank lending institutions. The bill also empowered the Attorney General's office to prosecute appraisal inflation and other practices that are often part of mortgage fraud. Paget was a Republican representing a conservative district, but Faith, the left-leaning homeless advocate, finally had his champion. "She ended up becoming a good friend," Faith said. As 2005 was turning into 2006, Bill Faith was missing a key component in the narrative he was trying to construct. Martin Eakes and his allies had Freddie Rogers, the widower and single parent who drove a bus for the Durham public schools. Bill Brennan and Howard Rothblum put forward several older women whose plight came to serve as the public face of predatory lending in Atlanta at the start of the 1990s. Bill Faith had a raft of sobering statistics on his side and an ominous sense of a pending crisis. But it wasn't until a lawyer named Rachel Robinson at the Equal Justice Foundation told him about Martha and Larry Clay that he found those Faith dubbed predatory lending's poster couple. The Clays, who lived in a white working-class neighborhood in Columbus that locals called the Bottoms, were both blind. Their home had cost $15,000 when they purchased it in the mid-1980s. Larry Clay had worked as an X-ray technician at a nearby hospital for 39 years, but that facility closed its doors in 2002 when he was in his mid-60s. After that, the couple lived on a monthly $1,700 disability check. They attended services at a nearby church, where Larry Clay sang several times a week and volunteered at its soup kitchen. Martha Clay had recently survived ovarian cancer. By the time Bill Faith learned these and other facts about the Clays, they had been talked into so many refinancings that the couple owed $80,000 on a home the county assessor claimed was worth only $37,000, and they were facing eviction. The closing costs and broker's fees on the last 4 refinancings alone added up to $20,000. As Martha Clay described it, they had been paying 7% interest on a $72,000 home loan, but then the same mortgage broker who had put them in that loan only 8 months earlier told them he could get them a better rate. But then the Clays ended up signing papers on an $80,000 loan carrying a 10% interest rate. So whereas the couple had been paying $480 a month on their home prior to that final refinancing, their new monthly bill was $702. For his troubles, the mortgage broker paid himself a $3,200 fee. Both blind, from a poor white neighborhood in Columbus, scammed into mortgages 6 different times, Faith said. Good religious people. He sings in the choir. I mean, she's got cancer, and they're doing this to her. Faith couldn't suppress the sly grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Despite the great sympathy he felt for the Clays, he's a political pragmatist who recognizes an opportunity when it is presented to him. A legislator can argue with me, he said, but what are they going to say to the Clays? You should have known better? You should have read the documents closer? The Dispatch told the Clays' story in a page-1 article that appeared on a Sunday in February 2005. And Faith arranged it so the couple testified in both the Ohio House and Senate when it came time for the appropriate committees to debate Joy Paget's bill. The Republican leadership proved critical to its passage. It helped that Faith had a good working relationship with both Bill Harris, the president of the Senate, and his top lieutenant, Jeff Jacobson. Both Harris and Jacobson had sided with the industry in 2002. The Ohio Association of Mortgage Bankers gave Harris its Legislator of the Year award that year. Yet both joined the reform side in 2006. I think they recognized that what they were hearing from all these mortgage guys was a bunch of crock, Faith said. Perhaps. But Ron Bridges was inclined to give Faith some credit for helping to nudge them along. Bridges joined Faith when he visited Jacobson, who represented the Dayton suburbs, to talk about Paget's bill. "Do you want your mother because she walks into the wrong door on High Street? You want her to lose her home?" Faith asked him. Not for a moment did Bridges think this powerful senator's mom might find herself in that predicament, but it didn't matter. He got that this was about protecting people's mothers from falling prey to these people, he said of Jacobson. So strongly did Harris and Jacobson back Faith on this bill that when their Republican counterparts in the House tried to water it down, the pair bullied them into backing off. At Faith's suggestion, the signing ceremony, held in June 2006, took place in the Clays' backyard. "That was a great day in our lives," Martha Clay said. For the occasion, she wore a turquoise pantsuit with a green top and a gold heart necklace, and Larry Clay donned a sport jacket and tie. Several of the Clay grandchildren also attended. During the signing itself, Governor Taft, as he had done in 2002, congratulated himself for a job well done. With Faith standing behind him, the governor said, "It shouldn't take a miracle to allow our homeowners to stay in their homes and enjoy the American dream." The bill, which took effect on January 1st, 2007, would do some good as the problems in Ohio and elsewhere got worse. The law would give prosecutors additional tools to go after those who had abused borrowers. By the start of 2009, Faith said, the Ohio Attorney General had filed multiple suits under the new law. Still, the victory felt hollow, and it would come to feel more so in the coming months. "We knew at the time we were too late," Faith said. No one on his side of things was particularly surprised, he said, when 6 months later the wheels fell off, and Ohio's problems transmogrified into a worldwide calamity. Not long after the signing ceremony, Bill Faith made the 3-hour drive to Youngstown to visit his mother. He hoped to do a little boasting, he admitted, or at least get some rest. But instead, she started lobbying him. She told him about people she knew from church who had gotten themselves into a deep financial hole using the services of payday stores. And she mentioned people they both knew from the neighborhood who had gotten themselves in trouble the same way. "I have this big win, and my own mother, she's on me about dealing with this other thing," Faith says. "I'm all excited. We did it." And she's like, "That's nice, but what about payday lending?" he said. He hacked out a throaty smoker's laugh, shot me a glance, and asked, "You know?" With time, the payday lenders would grow to despise Faith with nearly the same intensity they normally reserved for Martin Eakes. There's something monomaniacal about Bill Faith. He burrows so deeply into an issue or a project that it's as if the rest of the world ceases to exist. His wife of more than 20 years, Barb Popp, describes it as the zone. It doesn't make a difference if her husband is working at the computer or deep into a document or just playing cards. When he gets in the zone, that's what he totally focuses on, Pop said. But that also means Faith can miss a lot while he's concentrating on something else. For the longest time, this advocate for the poor was oblivious to all the payday stores opening in and around Columbus. To the extent he even understood what a payday loan was, he figured it was something people took out once in a blue moon. "I'm embarrassed to say that the cycle of debt and people getting sucked in was something that never even occurred to me," Faith said. Before his mother brought up the problem, Dan McCarthy, his lobbyist friend, and Tom Allio, a political ally running the social action arm of the Catholic Diocese of Cleveland, did. McCarthy had never taken out a payday loan, but he knew his sister had because she put him down as a reference and lenders started calling him at work whenever she was late on a payment. It got so bad, McCarthy told Faith, that he had written a big check just to make the phone calls stop. McCarthy, who had worked with Faith on the predatory lending bill, had even half-joked with his friend on the night they finally won, "Now we go after the payday lenders." For a Leo, payday had become his issue a couple of years earlier when he first learned about a woman named Peggy Dougherty. Dougherty, traveling back and forth from central Ohio to Cleveland to get medical attention for her daughter, had borrowed $300 to pay for work on her car. By the time a friend intervened, Dougherty, a middle-aged woman living on a monthly disability check of about $900 a month, owed money to 5 different stores and had already spent more than $1,000 in fees. To a Leo, payday was nothing but an extension of the predatory subprime mortgage lending problem, and in fact, he had irritated Faith no end by suggesting they add a payday rate cap to the predatory lending bill. "We already were up against the entire mortgage industry," Faith said. "At that point, we didn't need a whole new set of enemies lining up against us." Faith had promised to Leo he would turn his attention to payday finance as soon as the mortgage fight was over. But months passed without Faith making any commitments. "I was still dragging my feet," Faith said. "So now Tom is getting even more pissed." It was no longer a question of what he thought of payday loans. A woman on his staff was getting calls at work because of a sibling who was past due on some loans, and he heard from another friend whose sister had also gotten herself into a deep hole using them. "Once you start looking into this thing, you see it's a really ugly world," Faith said. But Faith, ever the pragmatist, wanted to see if they stood a chance before jumping into the fight. He checked in with a few friendly legislators and he set up a meeting with the governor-elect, a Democrat named Ted Strickland. Strickland, who would take office at the start of 2007, asked him to wait, but he also made it clear he would sign something if it reached his desk. Faith had similarly encouraging signs from the others, so he informed a Leo he was on board. The group called themselves the Ohio Coalition for Responsible Lending, a self-conscious nod to the Center for Responsible Lending. Jim McCarthy and Dean Lovelace were members, as were a long list of labor leaders, housing activists, community organizers, legal aid attorneys, and those representing faith-based organizations around the state. To many of us, this wasn't just an economic issue, but a moral one, Leo said. The high interest rates they charge is a modern-day form of usury. I don't care what the text says, whether it be Jewish or Catholic or mainline Protestant, there's clear statements in each against usury and the need to offer fair interest rates. The group decided that its aim would be to cap the interest rates that payday lenders could charge and limit the number of loans a person could take in any given year. We had people calling the office every day who were like, "I've got 5, 6, 10 payday loans. I'm trapped," said Nick DiNardo, a legal aid attorney in Cincinnati. And there was nothing we could really do short of helping them if the collections got too aggressive. It fell to Faith to find a lead sponsor for their bill. The new governor was a Democrat, but the Republicans still controlled both the Ohio House and Senate. So instead of starting with a good liberal, Faith surprised his allies by first approaching a conservative legislator named Bill Batchelder. With Leonid Brezhnev eyebrows, oversized Mars Blackman glasses, and a tendency to quote Adam Smith, Batchelder hardly seemed to fit the bill of consumer champion. But if they could first muster Republican support, Faith reasoned, some of the bipartisanship good feeling they had nourished during the mortgage fight might carry over to payday. Besides, the two got along famously. Unlike most every other lobbyist traipsing through his office, Batchelder told me, he always found Faith a man of conviction, who was actually looking to engage you in a serious policy debate. If some of Faith's allies were inclined to describe Batchelder as one of the legislature's cavemen conservatives, that was all right with Batchelder, who reacted to the characterization with a burst of delighted laughter. Batchelder and Faith might disagree about most everything, but he was an easy sell on payday lending. Batchelder told him he was happy to sponsor the Coalition for Responsible Lending's bill, not despite Adam Smith, the first apostle of laissez-faire, but because of him. The rates lenders charged were a moral question for Smith, Batchelder said. Smith pointed out that if you charge too much, you damage a society, and he's right. You can't charge people these kinds of interest rates without hurting their situation and society. In October 2007, Batchelder and Robert Hagan, a liberal Democrat from Youngstown, introduced a bill that would impose a 36% rate cap on the interest rates payday lenders could charge. In Washington, D.C., Stephen Schlein reacted to the news with an indifferent shrug. After 4 years with the payday lenders, he had learned not to get too worked up over every dispatch from the hinterlands. Every year a bunch of states put payday into play, Schlein said. But then in the end, you have a few actual fights. They had lost legislative battles in Oregon and New Hampshire over the previous few years, but mainly they ended up with a compromise that the big chains could live with. Ohio didn't seem one of the places we should worry about it, Schlein said. In Spartanburg, Billy Webster was similarly unconcerned. The market was too important and the industry too strong in Ohio to lose. Check and Go was based in Cincinnati, and the Davis brothers several years earlier had had the foresight to spend the money necessary to lure away a top Ohio Senate staffer to run its governmental affairs office. There was also CheckSmart, based in Columbus, a chain of 175 payday and check cashing stores that had just been sold to a large New York-based private equity fund for $268 million. After writing a check that big and with half of its stores in state, CheckSmart's investors weren't going to sit idly by. We were told time and time again, Webster said. With Check and Go and CheckSmart there was no way Ohio would be in play. The Coalition for Responsible Lending held forums across the state and organized small delegations to meet with individual legislators and with the editorial boards of all the big daily newspapers. A local research group, Policy Matters Ohio, released a report demonstrating that payday had become widespread even in the state's suburban and rural areas. When, in the autumn of 2007, Mark Dan, the state's Democratic Attorney General, announced he would be holding hearings investigating the lending practices of the state's 1,600 payday stores, the search was on for customers and employees, or at least former employees, willing to talk about their experiences. The first of 3 hearings was held in a large Baptist church on Cleveland's east side. The industry might have been confident about a victory, but they were hardly complacent. Its supporters showed up in full force wearing yellow, "I support payday lending" buttons, and made sure their perspective was voiced. They pointed to the list of best practices their trade association had developed, including a 24-hour rescission policy and a once-a-year extended payment plan for customers who get themselves into financial trouble with a payday loan. Payday's critics, many of whom sported buttons showing a shark's snout biting into a large stash of cash, dismissed these voluntary policies as not worth the paper they were printed on. One of the more moving speakers in Cleveland was a man named Charles Mormino, who told the crowd about a family member with psychiatric problems, he was no more specific than that, who had gotten into trouble with a trio of payday stores. He settled up her debts at all 3 and then sent a certified letter to each alerting them to the family member's problem. But all 3, Advance America, CheckSmart, and Ace Cash Express, continued to do business with her. A former payday manager named Tom Kirk spoke at the Attorney General's hearing in Columbus. On paper, Kirk said, the payday lenders were generally responsible citizens. There were in fact rules at the company where he worked against lending to a customer carrying loans at multiple stores, and there were policies to protect borrowers from overzealous collections. The rub was that employee bonuses were based largely on volume. The policy manual of the company I worked for was good, Kirk said. The problem is that the district manager and the store managers and the store personnel don't always follow it. Those who supported the Batchelder bill might have felt encouraged by their organizing efforts, if not for one failing. They seemed to be getting nowhere in their hunt for legislators willing to join their crusade. Particularly baffling was the reluctance of House Democrats to commit to their cause. Several of the legislators were not friendly, verging on hostile, said Jeff Modzelewski, an organizer for Bread, a church-based group in the Columbus area who met with all 12 legislators representing the Capitol and its suburbs in the State House. Even Joyce Beatty, the House Minority Leader, a black woman representing Central Columbus, proved frosty. "We figured she would be strongly enthusiastic," Modzelewski said. "She represents a black, poor, urban district with inner-city problems. But meeting with her, she was among the worst. I'm there with 20 church members, and she's talking to us like we don't know what we're talking about." There are people in the black community, of course, with a favorable view of the poverty industry. In South Carolina, I spent an evening with Willie Green, the former pro football player who had proven brave or foolish enough to appear on 60 Minutes Wednesday. Green, who by this time had gone to work for Advance America, spoke rhapsodically about the critical role these fringe financial institutions played in the life of the black community. "Check cashing stores and pawn shops and payday lending stores, those are the poor man's institutions," Green said. "You go to any poor black person and I guarantee you they've borrowed money from a payday person, a title loan person, or a pawn shop. That's what you do if you don't have the luxury of going into a bank and borrowing money." Green's father, a janitor at a movie theater in Athens, Georgia, had raised 9 kids on $85 a week. "He used to play golf on Saturdays and Sundays and then go to the pawn shop," Green said. "He'd pawn his clubs and he'd pay for my school or whatever I needed to succeed in life. And then he'd go get his clubs at the end of the week when he got paid. He made that sacrifice for us. If my dad had not had the ability to use a pawn shop, I wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have been able to go to college. I wouldn't have been able to play professional sports." But Joyce Beatty was another story. The Cleveland Plain Dealer revealed that CheckSmart, the company that had just been sold for more than $250 million, put Beatty's husband, himself a former legislator, she had taken his seat in the legislature, on the CheckSmart payroll. Even the whiff of controversy was all the motivation many in Beatty's caucus needed to make up their minds about the evils of payday lending. "A lot of wavering Democrats suddenly had very strong opinions," said Jim Siegel, who covers the state legislature for the Dispatch. Even Beatty came out in support of meaningful payday reform, as if to show that she was not in bed, so to speak, with the industry. Now all they had to do was convince enough Republicans that there was a compelling reason to add to the state's job loss and shutter an industry that employed several thousand people across Ohio. In the 8 years he served in the Ohio House of Representatives, Chris Widener remembers a gavel being used during a committee hearing only a few times, and all of them were in the winter and spring of 2008, when his committee, Financial Institutions, was debating payday lending. Widener is an architect by profession, thorough and precise, a thin man with blue eyes, metal-framed glasses, and a receding hairline. He believed that any person wanting a chance to speak should be given one, and so he held 4 hearings on the issue, one of which lasted nearly 7 hours. The crowds were large and often raucous. What Chris Browning remembers about her time in front of Widener's committee was the hissing and the jeering that accompanied her testimony. She told the committee about the GM pensioner who had borrowed money from her store for 115 consecutive months. And people wearing yellow, "I support payday lending" buttons and yellow shirts booed and yelled out things like liar and bullshit. She declared that repeat borrowers are the payday loan institution's bread and butter, which prompted more catcalls and cries. "Widener's banging that gavel of his and telling people they'll be quiet or he'll remove them, but it's not making much difference," Browning recalled. An unhappy Alan Jones took his turn at the witness table. He had better things to do than try to explain his business to people who didn't understand it. Yet suddenly he had been told that he needed to worry about shutting down all his stores in one of his best markets. "It's like overnight we're hearing we might lose Ohio," he recalled. With foreclosures starting to spike across the country and the economy starting to teeter, he was worried that Payday would end up collateral damage. "Payday didn't cause any of this, but I realized we were being used as an easy scapegoat," he said. "You might not like how I make my money," he told the committee, "but the people you'd be hurting if you imposed this cap were the ones who, without us, couldn't pay the electric company or the repair shop if their car breaks down." Bill Faith listened in amazement to this heavy-set man from Cleveland, Tennessee, who had flown to Columbus in his private jet to lecture the Ohio State Legislature about the plight of the working man. "We provide them an essential service to help them when they're most in need," Jones said earnestly. Who is this guy, Faith asked himself, and then quickly realized it was his best friend. "I just wanted him to talk and talk and talk," Faith said, "because the more he talked, the more he offended everybody." Faith had the opposite reaction when Lynn DeVault, a Jones underling serving as the president of the Payday Trade Group, took her turn at the microphone. Rather than dismissing the critics as pointy-headed elitists, she acknowledged the Payday horror stories, but then blamed them on mom-and-pop shops refusing to adopt the industry's best practices pledge. "Our customers like us," she said, and if that wasn't quite true, they certainly didn't dislike them so much that they did something about it. Only about a dozen people a year typically filed a complaint about a payday lender with the state. A small number when compared to those filed against check cashers and others in the poverty business. Customers are intelligent people who choose the lowest cost alternative for themselves at a particular point in time, DeVault told the committee. They can pay us $15 to borrow $100, or they can pay the bank $35 every time they bounce a check, or blow $50 paying a utility company a restore service fee because they were 2 payments late on their electricity bill. Terrence Gent, who had worked as a regional director for Check and Go, offered a very different perspective than Jones or DeVault. Gent had started as a store manager in his last semester of college and quickly worked his way up from district manager to regional manager. What bothered him about his 4 years in the industry, it seemed, was the aggressiveness with which they pursued someone who was late in paying them back. "You will receive harassing phone calls 3 to 4 times a day," he told the committee. "All of your personal references will receive phone calls each day. You will be visited at work in an attempt to embarrass you into paying your loan. You will be visited at your home so that you understand that the payday lender knows where you live." Yet the hearings, while raucous and often dramatic, weren't swaying opinions. Widener regularly polled committee members, as did Jim Siegel over at the Dispatch. Both were hearing the same thing. Republican members might be willing to do something about payday, but nothing so radical as a rate cap. "They were telling me we might have to do a bit of tinkering. We might need to put on some kind of limit, but we don't want to shut an industry down," Siegel said. Widener was searching for a compromise that set aside the rates the payday lenders charged, but limited people to 2 loans at any given time, or perhaps 8 loans a year. At that point, it didn't look like anyone was passing anything, Siegel said. Stephen Schlein might want to claim the role of underdog, but in Ohio, the payday lenders were anything but outmanned. Schlein's group, the Community Financial Services Association, had 6 lobbyists on the payroll during those months they were debating a payday cap, including Chuck Blasdell, the former state representative who had done the bidding of the subprime mortgage lenders in 2002 and 2006. A group calling itself the Ohio Association of Financial Service Centers had its advocates, as did the individual chains. Cash America, with 139 stores in the state, hired 2 lobbyists. Rent-A-Center, with 53 stores in Ohio offering payday loans, hired 4. "You could see it just sitting there," Faith said. "It's like each little delegation sitting in the crowd had their own lobbyist." In the end, though, the rival lobbying seemed to carry less weight than the gathering economic cataclysm that was threatening to engulf the state. The Republicans had already lost the governorship, and they were scrambling to maintain their majorities in the Ohio House and Senate. The Speaker of the House, John Husted, wanted the party to be on the side of reform. So one day in early April, with the hearings over, Husted held an impromptu press conference with a small gaggle of Columbus reporters. "I sense growing support for a rate cap in our caucus," Husted announced. That, of course, wasn't what they were hearing, or what Widener had been telling them, but the Speaker was sending a message. He wanted to see a rate cap passed, and he wanted it to happen quickly. Strickland, the new governor, also turned up the heat after Bill Faith ran into him in the hallways of the Capitol. The two had known each other for years, and when Strickland asked Faith how it was going, Faith told him he could use his help on the payday lending bill. That day, Strickland's staff penned a letter with Faith's help. "It is my hope," the governor wrote, "that the legislature would approve a 36% rate cap and that I would have the opportunity to sign this policy change into law in the near future." That weekend, Husted called Widener. He was not about to be outflanked by a popular new Democratic governor on an issue he had already staked out. Perhaps the simplest solution, Widener suggested, was to take away what the legislature had granted the industry back in 1995, when it exempted these short-term loans from the state's 28% usury cap. That was a cap even lower than the one Strickland had endorsed, which sounded fine to Husted. 29 Republicans joined 40 Democrats to pass the bill by a 69-26 margin. The bill also limited people to 4 payday loans in a year. The industry made a last-ditch stand in the Senate. They hired more local lobbyists, flew in more troops from out of state, and held a giant rally in front of the State House. About 2,000 people, most of them payday employees, gathered to listen to speakers and chant, "Save our jobs." But it was too late. The day after the rally, the state attorney general released his report on Ohio's payday lenders. There was compelling evidence of an industry that uses deceptive practices to target some of the state's most vulnerable citizens, Mark Dan wrote. He dismissed payday loans as a deceptively attractive choice for those in need of quick cash. Widener's bill flew through the Senate with only minor changes, and Governor Strickland signed the bill into law in early June. The payday lenders, though, would have the last laugh. It's a sad day when the opinions of editorial writers and so-called consumer groups count for more than the opinions of the people, Len DeVault said in a statement released on the day Strickland signed the cap into law. The next day, DeVault and her allies did something about this grave injustice when they filed paperwork with the Secretary of State's office indicating their intention to repeal the new rate cap through a statewide referendum. The foes of payday lending would have to win twice, though this time in an expensive statewide ballot fight that seemed well beyond their budget. "I was," Bill Faith said, "more surprised than I want to admit." At a press conference, he told the assembled reporters, "You ain't seen nothing yet." But in truth, he was nervous. "I had pulled every rabbit out of a hat I could think of," he said. And his reservoir of clever ideas seemed dry. Chapter 14. Maximizing Share of Wallet. Las Vegas, October 2008. Tim Thomas, the owner of Daddy's Money Pawn Shop in Wichita, could not really say why he flew from Kansas to Las Vegas for the 20th annual check cashers meeting. Around us, the ambitious scurried about, dreaming of new markets to conquer. But Thomas was content with the way things were. "I've got a good manager, so basically my time is mine," he said. Thomas typically shows up at his shop mid-morning. He inspects the previous day's receipts, does a quick scan of the books, and makes up the day's lunch schedule. Except for tax season, that's his workday, pretty much over just 2 hours after it starts. Sometimes he goes to the health club to work out, but mainly, Thomas said, "I play a lot of golf." Thomas, who was 54 when we met in the fall of 2008, didn't choose the poverty business as his path to Easy Street so much as it chose him. He was in his mid-30s and working a route for a vending machine supplier when a childhood friend asked him to help him open a pawn shop in Wichita. That didn't quite work out as either had hoped, but a new world had been opened to Thomas, and in short order he was managing a rival pawn shop, doing a robust business, cashing people's checks and making payday loans. In 1999, after 8 years of working for someone else, he opened Daddy's Money. It, too, would be a full-service financial center making pawn loans, but also handling a range of low-denomination financial interactions. What started out as a modest-sized 1,500-square-foot shop is today an 8,000-square-foot superstore employing a staff of 10. Daddy's Money faces stiff competition. A partial list of rivals within the Wichita city limits includes A-OK Pawn, The Pawn Shop, King's Pawn, Cash In, Moneytown, Alone at Last, Ace's Pawn, Air Capital Pawn Shop, Cash In Pawn, C&C Pawn Shop, Country Pawn, Easy Money Pawn Shop, Mr. Pawn, and Sheldon's Pawn Shop. But apparently, even in the country's 51st most populous city, with 350,000 residents, there's more than enough business to go around. Daddy's Money, Thomas acknowledged, turns a handsome profit. "I'm making a lot of money," he said, shaking his head, as if he were as astonished as the next guy over his good fortune. For months, I had talked with poverty industry pioneers who had portrayed what they did for a living as noble. To hear them tell it, it was never about the money, but instead about helping people and providing a valuable service. But Thomas didn't reach for the high moral plane when describing how he made a living. That became immediately clear once he started talking about his various businesses, starting with check cashing. Check cashing generates only a few $1,000s in fees per month, accounting for a small sliver of Daddy's Money's revenues. But it's also a lucrative piece. Kansas is one of 17 or so states where there's no cap on the fees a check cashing establishment can charge. Thomas takes a relatively small portion, 2%, when a customer presents a payroll check, but a high one, 10%, if it's a handwritten personal check. On the surface, that makes sense. Cashing a handwritten check seems far riskier than cashing one issued by an established business. But Thomas has removed almost all the risk inherent in the transaction before a clerk slides over any money. By that point, an employee has spoken to both the person who has written the check to verify that it's good and to the bank to make sure the funds are available. Why then does he still take 1/10 of the face value of a check given the improbability that it will bounce? "Because I can," Thomas said with an amiable smile. "Other states have their rules, but in Kansas I can charge as much as I want. It's part of the game you play." Playing the game means taking whatever nips Thomas can from every check cashed inside his store. People who don't have a bank account must pay their gas and electric and cable bills in person, using cash, or they must pay someone like Thomas to pay the bills for them, at $2 per bill. He has also partnered with Western Union for those customers, immigrants especially, who want to wire money overseas. But Thomas didn't use a word as genteel as partner. Western Union pays him a kickback, Thomas said, every time a customer made a wire transfer, just as he earned a kickback each time he sold one of the prepaid debit cards he peddles for a subsidiary of American Express. "If I sell a card for $10.95, I get $5, he said. Every time they swipe a card to make a purchase, something like a nickel or a dime or maybe a quarter kicks back to me, depending on how much one of his customers spends on a transaction. Cash advances represent another healthy source of Thomas's revenues. In most other states where payday loans are offered, customers can't take out back-to-back loans indefinitely, but in Kansas they can. That cuts both ways, Thomas said. It's great for the bottom line if a customer simply pays another 15% commission every other week for months at a time before paying back a loan. The flip side is, that there's nothing in the law to stop that customer from taking out a second or a third loan. Thomas imagines the customer who borrows $500, the maximum allowed under Kansas law. That loan is costing him $75 every 2 weeks, Thomas said. That might not sound like much, he said, but $150 a month can swamp, say, the home health care worker earning $8 an hour and taking home $1,000 per month. If 1 month he has trouble keeping up with his payments, he'll take out a second payday loan, and then a third, he said. After a while, that's self-defeating. They're looming on bankruptcy and they just don't know it. And I'm not getting paid. Defaults eat up roughly 1/5 of his payday revenues. More or less the same number that the big chains report. In the payday business, September and December are typically the best months of the year because of back to school and the holidays. But Thomas is also in the tax preparation business. That means January and February are the most lucrative for Daddy's money. Almost every enterprise that's part of the fringe economy takes a stab at the tax return business. That's something that Fessem Ogbazian griped about when we spoke in Dayton. All those pawn shops and check casher operations, and even used car lots encroaching on his turf. Tim Thomas's experience at Daddy's Money shows why so many take the plunge. Thomas charges $65 for every return he fills out. Good compensation, he said, for a job that typically takes him less than an hour. And while that's the end of the work he must do, that's just the start of the ways in which he is remunerated for his efforts. The pages of Checklist, the monthly magazine of the check-cashing industry, are marbled with the ads of companies pitching their services as a no-fuss way of making money in the tax business. Refund today. No tax knowledge necessary, for instance, offers a product it calls Easy Refund. Pay nothing out of pocket, its ad reads, and we provide the software you'll need and also the back office support. That means they take care of everything from electronically filing the completed tax return with the IRS to arranging the loan terms for those seeking a rapid refund. Under Thomas's deal, he earns $6 for every client who opts for a refund anticipation loan. Most do, he said. And then at the end of the season receives a bonus check based on the volume of his RAL business. In recent years, that's meant an extra $2,000 to $3,000 in revenues. The refund anticipation loan pays off in 2 additional ways. There's the extra check cashing fees he earns from those who invariably choose to cash a check on the spot, and also the corresponding boost in pawn sales. Because of the earned income tax credit, the tax season is the one time each year that many of the working poor feel rich, and his pawn shop is a bargain hunter's dream, a veritable warehouse crammed with flat-screen TVs, jewelry, video cameras, video games, and power tools. Everything except firearms, Thomas said. Not surprisingly, he said, the first 2 months of the year are his best on the pawn side of the business, which accounts for around half his revenues. In other environments, Thomas might seem covetous, but here in Las Vegas, surrounded by fresh-scrubbed junior executives in shirts stamped with the names of some of the country's largest poverty-incorporated brands, he comes across as the last modest man. He knows he could make a lot more money if he opened a second or third store, but then that would mean spending his days bouncing between stores and constantly fretting over new hires. Besides, what would he do with that extra money? I'm not a greedy individual, he said. I'm fine with the one store. Modest is not a term anyone would use to describe the ambitions of a 32-year-old junior mogul named Fraser McKechnie. McKechnie is the chief operating officer of Amscott Financial, a family-run, all-purpose, poverty-incorporated enterprise. Check cashing, payday loans, tax prep, money orders, prepaid credit cards. With more than 170 stores and 2,300 employees stretched across 13 counties in Central Florida. A tall, thin man with a wedge of blonde hair, McKechnie was featured in a panel discussion, Marketing Strategies that Improve Perception and Profit. I attended on the first morning of the Check Cashers Convention. He spent 30 minutes sharing the tricks and tips that he, his father, and his brother have learned in operating what is widely considered one of the better-run and more successful regional powerhouses. McKechnie began by stressing the all-important issue of curb appeal. Aim to look like a McDonald's, he counseled. Look to chains such as Starbucks for ideas. We make a concerted effort to blend in and look like any national retailer, he offered. He also took on what might be described as the third rail of check cashing in the late 2000s, what he dubbed the highly controversial issue of direct deposit. I would attend a later workshop titled Direct Deposit, Friend or Foe. Many in the industry might fight direct deposit because it means losing the check cashing fee, McKechnie said. But at Amscot, they've taken the opposite tack and offer their customers a direct deposit option. It has meant a short-term drop in revenues, McKechnie acknowledged, but they also feel they're holding on to some customers as they move up the economic ladder. Think of the loyalty that builds, he counseled the 36 or so people sitting in the audience. Invariably, some of those customers will slide back down that ladder, especially in the current economy. And then you'll be there to cash their unemployment checks. Think, as well, of the PR benefits. It lets us present ourselves as more of an integrated financial institution, he said. It helps give us a story when we talk to reporters. If McKechnie had one message to impart above all others, it was that today's poverty-incorporated entrepreneur needs to become indispensable. Sell monthly commuter passes, lottery tickets, and postage stamps. Let people pay their parking tickets at your offices. You won't make much, if any, money on any of these items, but customers will have extra reasons to stop by your stores and, more important, you'll find yourself with a strong set of friends when the industry is under attack. We figure if we work with and become an arm of government, McKechnie said, they'll hopefully be less likely to do away with us, as it will directly affect them. Similarly, Amscot has offered its stores to local gas and electric companies anxious to shed the costs of operating satellite offices. They're not much of a moneymaker for us, he said of these deals, but they make us truly part of the fabric of the community. Meeting with elected officials should be another priority. It's not just about giving contributions, McKechnie said. Sell your story. Show them the quality of your stores. Let them see what you do. And then make sure you issue a press release about the visit, he said. McKechnie figures that he, his brother, and their father have met with more than 200 elected officials. Throughout the weekend, the check cashers, payday lenders, and others taking the stage in Las Vegas patted themselves on the back for all they were doing on the philanthropy front. But sitting in the audience, I often had the opposite reaction. That's the extent of your giving? The first time I had that feeling was listening to McKechnie. The numbers he was talking seemed paltry for a company with Amscot's size and reach. $500 here, $500 there. And mainly, he stressed the public relations advantage of sharing bits of their largesse. Let the broader community know you care, he advised. Make sure you send out a press release whenever you make a contribution. Later, I checked and learned the company issued 11 such press releases in 2008, each announcing a $500 donation, or a total of $5,500. That worked out to about $32 per store. McKechnie had one more idea to share before turning over the microphone. Amscot has banned the at-times controversial phrase, payday loan. They stopped using the term in promotional materials, he said, and they no longer use it in press releases. Instead, they now offer a lifeline product called a cash advance. We figure that way we can avoid some criticism by not being lumped in any time there's something negative written about payday, he said. Mike Hodges of Nashville had made the same decision. When he started in the business in 1996, at the age of 24, Hodges did nothing but payday loans. But by the time of the check cashier's show near the end of 2008, he was operating 20 stores and building a 21st, and each provided, among other fee-generating services, check cashing, auto title loans, money transfers, and prepaid Visa cards. But though he might have started off in the payday business, that's not a word you'll hear watching one of the commercials his company, Advance Financial, runs on local television stations. And it's not a word you'll hear spoken by his clerks, all of whom have been instructed to use the term cash advance. The term payday has become the black skull and crossbones of our industry, Hodges complained. Hodges and his wife Tina, who helps him run Advance Financial, were my luncheon companions on my first day at the convention. Mainly that meant listening to Mike Hodges rail about the big chains that run the payday industry. Payday is not an easy sell, given what he described as a cultural bias against the waitress with 3 kids who was short $200 on her rent. But industry leaders haven't helped their cause much. It's like our industry is just now figuring out that we're not selling bottled water, he said. For a long time, the big chains have been so focused on opening new markets that they have failed to do the hard work of educating the wider public. They put much more effort into lobbying and not enough into public relations, Hodges said. As a result, we've let ourselves become easy targets at the hands of consumer advocates. Despite that, business remained good inside Advance Financial through hard economic times, so much so that Tina Hodges' main complaint was a worldwide credit freeze that put their expansion plans on a shelf. I expressed amazement over 21 stores in a single metro area, and Tina Hodges shrugged. We could have a lot more, she told me. But with credit tight, any money committed to opening more stores means less money out on the streets. With 20 stores, they're not rich yet, Stephen Schlein told me when I brought up the Hodgeses the next time we met. But they're making a good living. He wasn't much interested in talking about Mike Hodges' criticism, but he was eager to learn more about Advance Financial. He was more impressed when I told him its stores offered much more than cash advances, including check cashing, debit cards, and beyond. He let out a little whistle of air. 20 stores is a lot, Schlein said. The number I hear is $100,000 as a ballpark for profits per store. That's $2 million a year. There was a small convention floor upstairs from where the workshops and the speeches were held. There, large and familiar companies such as Western Union and H&R Block shared exhibit space with the more modest-sized booths occupied by small companies like City Light Bulletproof, for all your bulletproof needs, Checklist Magazine, the publication representing the neighborhood financial services provider, and the Roll and Safe Company. A veritable ecosystem had formed around the poverty industry, and walking the convention floor meant hearing from multiple competitors in any number of subspecialties, from debt collectors who had shown up in Las Vegas to offer their services, to software makers there to peddle specialty products. Several companies sold themselves as offering better card scanning solutions, and at the booth for Action Marketing, Zach Gablehouse, the residential numbers genius for this Lincoln, Nebraska-based direct mail company, told me why his company was superior to the 4 or 5 other direct mail companies vying for the attention of conference attendees. The practice of micro-targeting has meant that prospecting, the art of getting people in the door, is routine nowadays. The real challenge is retention, Gablehouse said. You need to maximize the household value of that customer. Where we come in is we help you to maximize your share of wallet. Over the years, there have been plenty of companies to do just that, starting with Western Union decades ago. As if intent on strutting its central place in the check-cashing industry, Western Union occupied a stretch of real estate in the middle of the convention floor so large that it would have been impossible to miss, even if the company hadn't bothered to hire an Elvis impersonator. Squadrons of salespeople dressed in the company's familiar yellow and black didn't talk to visitors to the booth one-on-one so much as they swarmed them in 3s or 4s. Western Union may be synonymous with the telegram, one explained to me, but the company had exited that business altogether a couple of years ago. Nowadays, the company, a global powerhouse that booked $5.3 billion in revenues in 2008, and $1.2 billion in pre-tax profits, makes nearly all its money wiring money across borders, primarily through deals with third parties. "We'll cut franchise deals with anyone who'll have us," another of the Buzz team told me. "We've got deals with the big discount drugstore chains, with grocery stores, with clothing stores." But Western Union's best partners have been the country's check cashers and other poverty-incorporated businesses, all of which earn a small amount of the $50 or so Western Union charges for every $1,000 a customer wires overseas. And that's only the start of the benefits, according to a Western Union brochure I took with me. Supposedly, 3 in every 4 people walking into a store to wire money spend money on a second product at that store. Diversification has been the watchword of the forward-looking fringe financier in recent years, and any number of companies were in Las Vegas to help conference goers enhance their bottom line by broadening their offering of products. There were about a half-dozen tax preparers on the exhibit floor, pitching the instant tax refund as the perfect way to goose annual revenues. Charge to prepare returns and charge to cash their check. There were companies pitching prepaid phone cards, and also several pushing gold buying as the ideal side business, add significant income to your financial service center's bottom line at virtually no cost, in hard economic times, when more people would be needing access to quick cash. The largest crowds, though, seem to be drawn to the booths of those peddling the debit cards that help Wichita's Tim Thomas live the good life. Debit, or prepaid credit cards, have become a sensation inside the industry in recent years. A price sheet I picked up when visiting the booth of a company called Cash Pass, which sells a prepaid MasterCard, spelled out why. Sell more than 500 Cash Pass debit cards in a month, and the enterprising check casher earns a 25% cut of all the charges that card generates. That includes an $11.95 setup fee, a $6.95 monthly fee, and more fees when a customer puts more cash on the card. Sell more than 1,000 and your cut is 30%. A Cash Pass representative was happy to translate those numbers into dollar figures for me. 1,000 cards on average means an extra $10,700 per month added to an entrepreneur's bottom line. The advantage to the customer is that with what in effect serves as a portable bank account, he or she has taken a step forward into the mainstream, albeit a stunningly pricey one. Listening to speeches that weekend in Las Vegas meant hearing about any number of boogeymen. In his welcoming speech, the group's chairman, Joseph Coleman, singled out the FDIC and its hand-wringing over those 17 million or so Americans without a bank account, the so-called unbanked. From the FDIC's point of view, the people who could least afford it were paying a surcharge on their wages. The Brookings Institution found that a worker bringing home $22,000 who doesn't have a bank account spends an average of $800 to $900 a year on check cashing fees, or more than $1,000 annually if factoring in fees on money orders and bill-paying services. And the agency in recent years had been using its bully pulpit to pressure the banks under its charge to do more to reach moderate-income customers. Coleman couldn't bring himself to even use the term unbanked. Banks charge noxiously high bounce check fees, and they revealed themselves to be so greedy they practically took down the global economy. His preferred term, to the delight of the crowd, was the bank free. Several speakers spoke about competitive threats posed by Walmart, which was moving aggressively into both the check cashing and debit card businesses with a pair of low-priced products. It cost $3 to cash a payroll or government check at a Walmart, and the retail giant was offering better terms on Visa debit cards as well. Other giant retailers were also starting to nibble around the edges of the market, and for those in the cash advance business, there were the online payday lenders that charged considerably more than their brick-and-mortar counterparts, but had nonetheless been gaining in popularity, accounting for roughly $3 billion of the $44 billion in payday loans made in 2007. Maybe the weekend's gloomiest speaker was Bill Sellery, the group's top lobbyist. The news out of Washington wasn't good, Sellery told the crowd. Dick Durbin, the assistant majority leader in the U.S. Senate and, not incidentally, the senior senator representing Barack Obama's home state, had introduced a bill capping the national interest rates on subprime loans at 36%. That would affect the payday lenders and also auto title lenders and those in the pawn business. Several congressmen were working on similar legislation in the House. The only good news was that there had been so much bad news in the previous year, Sellery said, and so Congress probably wouldn't have much time for worrying about a group of industries on the economic fringes. The news from state capitals around the United States was no less ominous. There were small threats to the industry, such as the occasional community voting to impose a moratorium on new check-cashing stores, payday lenders, and pawn shops, and larger threats like those in Ohio. So great was the unease over Ohio that when Ted Saunders, the chief executive of CheckSmart, the Columbus-based chain that had recently been sold to a private equity firm, appeared on a panel about mergers and acquisitions, he spent as much time talking about the election in his home state as he did his assigned topic. The polls offered mixed news, Saunders told the group. People out there have a very negative impression of our industry, he said. It's really scary. Our data shows that we rank just below prostitutes and politicians in terms of popularity. But the problem, that people don't understand the value proposition we offer customers, could also prove the industry's saving grace. Focus groups showed their side slightly ahead among people who have seen our commercials and understand our message, Saunders said. The key was raising enough money to deluge Ohioans with television ads. He reminded people that on the convention's first night, there had been an appeal for every operator to donate $1,000 per store to help in Ohio and also Arizona, where there was a second, less pressing referendum on the ballot. On the convention's second day, a different speaker suggested that every chain donate $50 per store to a FISCA scholarship fund. They were planning on spending in the high $30 million range, Saunders said, over the last 90 days of the campaign in the hopes Ohio would serve as their Maginot Line. If we can beat back this attack, we take away this notion it'd be easy to put us out of business, Saunders said. This can be our line in the sand. Chapter 15. Payday, the sequel. Ohio, fall, 2008. Bill Faith doesn't walk into an office so much as he bursts through the door. He is a gale-force wind blowing through the corridors. Sitting in the office of one of his staff members while waiting for him to arrive, I heard Faith before I saw him. "We're going to do it!" A gravelly voice boomed as if amplified by a megaphone. "This is David versus Goliath," he bellowed, talking to no one in particular. With Election Day a few weeks away, political junkies across the country were weighing the relative strengths of the Obama versus McCain get-out-the-vote efforts. But Faith was preoccupied by Issue 5, the Ohio State referendum sponsored by the payday lenders. Everybody in the office had stopped working, taking in the show. "David is going to beat Goliath," Faith roared happily. "We're taking these giants down." It seemed an odd day for Faith to be feeling optimistic. That morning, the Office of Ohio's Secretary of State released the most recent campaign disclosure forms. In the previous few months, the payday lenders had spent $13.8 million, compared to the $260,000 spent by the Yes on Issue 5 side. Confusingly, though Issue 5 was paid for by the payday lenders, a yes vote was a vote in favor of imposing a 28% rate cap on the industry. Worse, Faith and his allies had only $4,000 left in the bank with Election Day a few weeks away. But to Faith, this glaring imbalance represented an occasion to score points, to cast a stone when the media would be paying attention to their down-ballot fight. He repeated his David versus Goliath line, tinkering with the phrasing, listening to how it sounded. A few hours later, Yes on Issue 5 put out a press release telling reporters and editors that they could attribute the following quote to Faith. "This is a David versus Goliath battle. Voters need to know that a yes vote on 5 lowers outrageous interest rates. It's the stone that stops the giant industry." Before Faith's happy entrance, I'd been talking with Suzanne Gravett-Acker, the communications director for Kohio, Faith's advocacy group. Gravett-Acker, in contrast to her boss, was feeling jumpy about the payday ballot initiative. "They've hired really good lawyers," she said. "They've got really good strategists." She worried over the wording of the referendum. "It's so vague and confusing you don't know if you're supposed to vote yes or no." And she fretted over the latest series of pro-payday television ads, which mentioned jobs and raised privacy issues, but never mentioned the 391% APR. "They've done a great job of muddying the water," Gravett-Acker said. And meanwhile, the yes side had spent all of $200,000 on a limited cable TV buy. But Faith was having none of it. "Suzanne just needs a day off," Faith said, and then jokingly ordered her home. What more did they need to do, he asked, aside from reminding voters that those who were least able to afford it were paying triple-digit interest rates. "These people, they're vultures picking on the bones of working people," Faith said of the payday lenders. "And I don't see voters saying, 'Yeah, that's right. Let's let these vultures continue to prey on hard-working people and seniors living on Social Security. Let them charge them 391%. He gave his head a shake and grunted out a phlegmy laugh. "You know?" The industry enjoyed the element of surprise, of course. Even before the final vote in the Ohio Senate, those on the payday side were quietly reaching out to the big signature-gathering firms and lawyers and a couple of the state's better-known political operatives. But payday's advocates only learned that much sooner how much of an uphill climb they faced. The lenders' first task was to gather the 250,000 signatures needed to get their referendum on the ballot. Normally, that's a matter of writing a few big checks. But these were hardly normal circumstances, said CheckSmart CEO Ted Saunders. "Basically, we had just been kicked out of the state. The Columbus Dispatch and Plain Dealer for months were telling people we're loan sharks, we're scumbags, we're just these awful people." Was it any wonder, then, that at least some of the low-wage people who were hired to pass their petitions sometimes resorted to fibbing? Sandy Thies thought that she had died and gone to heaven that day when she was shopping with her teenage son in a mall near Columbus and happened upon a man trying to convince passers-by to sign a petition that would put the payday referendum on the bill. Faith had hired Thies to handle the press for the Yes on 5 campaign and also help run the day-to-day operations. After listening to the petition carrier's pitch, she rushed home to grab a tape recorder. She captured 2 petition circulators on tape that day, both of whom utilized the same ready-made argument. "We're here to shut down the payday lenders. The petition passers were being paid by the payday lenders, but they were giving the anti-payday argument. These guys are legal loan sharks, and we want to regulate them," one told Thies. "But I thought it's the payday lenders using the ballot so they can keep charging 391%. "No, ma'am," the man answered politely. Ours is now a world in which taping someone is as simple as hitting the record button on a cell phone. That's what Robert Hagan did when he encountered a pair of circulators in his hometown of Youngstown. They too were claiming that the proposed initiative, if placed on the ballot, would lower the rates the state's beleaguered working class would pay for a payday loan, not raise them. Hagan, the state rep who had co-sponsored the original payday bill with Bill Batchelder, certainly knew better. So did his son, a student at Oberlin College, who claimed he had come across a trio of circulators spinning the same fabrications. Others told a similar story, including a city councilman from Toledo and a Columbus area man named Peter Johansson, who was so incensed at the deception that he launched an "I Want My Name Back" campaign on YouTube. The payday lenders would turn in more than 400,000 signatures, and after the Secretary of State rejected 56% of those signatures, including undoubtedly, "I'm going to fuck you," which is how former Check and Go manager Chris Browning signed a petition being passed near her home, they gathered 200,000 more. In its campaign disclosure forms, the payday lenders reported spending $3.4 million to qualify their referendum for the ballot. Presumably, that included the costly television ads the industry felt compelled to run, asking people to at least keep an open mind and allow the voters of Ohio to decide on the future of payday in the state. That's how out of hand this all got, the Payday Trade Association's Stephen Schlein said. "We're spending money on ads just to get people to sign a petition." At first, Schlein had been feeling optimistic about payday's chances with the voters. He had lived in California, and time and again had watched better-funded referendum campaigns swamp the opposition no matter what the issue. "If we have the money," Schlein asked an early campaign strategy meeting, "what was there to worry about?" He didn't like the answer he heard. "We can run television ads for months. We can do weekly mailings. We can set up phone banks and do robocalls. But if the other side has the endorsements of the leading politicians and its top newspapers, they can trump our efforts with one or two good television ads in the final week." Wooing the state's political establishment was out. The payday lenders were in a bind because they had already failed so miserably on that front. The industry could only watch helplessly as the Yes on 5 campaign trotted out its big political endorsements, starting with the first press event of the campaign, when two of the state's top Republicans, John Husted, the Speaker of the House, and Bill Harris, the Senate President, joined Ted Strickland, the Democratic governor, to endorse a yes vote on 5. Later in the campaign, Faith and his allies would again show off their bipartisan muscle by convincing the Democratic and Republican candidates for Attorney General to call a temporary truce in their campaign and join former AGs who were gathering to condemn the payday lenders and their practices. The payday lenders would win an endorsement from the Congress of Racial Equality. But though they played that up in press releases and in campaign materials, there was some question about the relevance of this once venerable civil rights organization, whose director, Roy Ennis, had joined the Libertarian Party in 1998 and endorsed fringe candidate Alan Keyes for president in 2000. The payday lenders tried looking for friends among the state's newspaper editorial boards, but without much luck. Alan Jones may still have a lot of hillbilly in him, Jared Davis told me, but it was Jones whom they sent to the Cleveland Plain Dealer to represent the industry in a sit-down with that paper's editorial board. Perhaps no one had explained to Jones that by design an editorial endorsement meeting generally means facing a small squad of editors and writers peppering a visitor with pointed questions, because Jones, fed up with what he described as the most hostile questions I've ever heard, exploded partway through the meeting. "Y'all are the most biased group I have ever seen," he yelled at them, and then added for good measure that he thought the whole lot of them were full of shit. "Those people would not listen to reason. That's how anti-business they are," Jones told me when we met in Cleveland, Tennessee. In Cincinnati, Jared Davis and Jeff Kurzman, Check and Go's spokesman, were no less disappointed in their hometown newspaper. The Cincinnati Enquirer may be the most conservative large daily in the state, but the reception they received was hardly warm. "We've been a business leader in this city for nearly 20 years, a major employer," Kurzman said. 3,000 employees, Jared Davis interrupted. 3,000 employees. And what does the editor of the editorial page tell Mr. Davis? "Look, you can show me all the statistics you want. You can show me all the numbers in the world, but we've made up our minds." The two of them shook their heads ruefully. "The whole experience made me wonder about the future of American journalism," Davis said. "Journalism doesn't exist in the state of Ohio," Kurzman sighed. The one newspaper of any size to endorse the industry's referendum was in Lima, a town of 40,000 in the state's northwest corner. If someone is willing to accept the terms of these loans, the Lima News wrote archly, that person ought to be free of government interference to do so. So inside the No on 5 campaign, they crossed their fingers and hoped that the Yes campaign wouldn't have enough money in the final weeks to afford even a decent mailer, let alone television money to trumpet their endorsements. Ted Saunders is no one's idea of a charismatic speaker. Saunders will tell you that much himself. I'm a numbers guy, he said when we met in CheckSmart's offices. He's someone who feels more at home poring over a spreadsheet than sitting opposite a foe in a political debate. I didn't even run for student council, he said. I was a total neophyte. But the question was, if not him, who? The payday ranks were depleted, to say the least. Angry that they had been so soundly defeated in the state legislature, Schlein's organization fired its longtime lobbyist. The head of the Ohio Association of Financial Service Centers, whom Jared Davis claimed had done more to bring payday to Ohio than anyone else, also dropped out of sight, presumably another casualty of their loss. Jared Davis proved willing to do as many radio shows as they threw at him, but no TV. I don't like to do TV because of my Tourette's, he confessed. My wife says get over it, but I don't like the way it looks, so I don't do it. And the rest? Like most other business people in the second half of 2008, they were preoccupied navigating the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. Ohio was important, but it was only one of dozens of states where the big chains had a presence. CheckSmart, in contrast, had its headquarters just outside Columbus, and half of its stores were in the state. So it fell to this mild-mannered technocrat who had only recently taken over as chief executive to square off against Bill Faith and his minions. Maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment, Saunders offered with a rueful smile. I was willing. Saunders is a slim man with thinning brown hair and the drab look of an accountant who has already spent 20 years on the job. Surprisingly, he was only 35 years of age. He, in fact, had worked as an accountant before taking a job at Stevens Incorporated, the investment bank in Little Rock that had carved out a specialty in subprime businesses. While at Stevens, Saunders started doing work for Diamond Castle, a New York-based private equity firm that had raised $1.9 billion and announced in 2004 its intention to pursue companies which served the very large unbanked or underbanked population of the United States, estimated at approximately 70 million people. After Diamond Castle paid $268 million for CheckSmart in 2006, Saunders jumped when the new management offered him the job of chief financial officer. This was going to be our vehicle, Saunders told me. With the purchase of CheckSmart, Diamond Castle wasn't just buying 175 payday and check cashing stores. It was securing a platform on which to build. Fundamentally, you have an entire sector of the population, whether people like it or not, living outside the American banking system, Saunders said. And so long as those people are not welcome in the conventional banking system, and they're not served by the conventional banking system, there's going to be alternatives. That's just what America is. Using CheckSmart, Diamond Castle would snap up smaller chains as fast as they could, wring out redundancies, and eventually grow into an efficiently run giant of the poverty business. That at least was the theory. The first challenge Diamond Castle faced in its plan to dominate this corner of the financial universe was that people were generally reluctant to sell because they too saw that there was still big money in the poverty business. If you went through all our files, you'd see we tried quite diligently to expand this business, Saunders said. But it was like the Wild West out there among the payday lenders and check cashers and pawnbrokers. These are people who have no fear and never had any fear. Saunders and his cohorts tried explaining that the industry was approaching a saturation point and, as a consequence, The better-funded, better-managed companies would crush the smaller players. But pretty much everyone they spoke with saw themselves as playing the role of the alpha company in that scenario. Getting any of them to the point where they thought it made good economic sense to sell the business was next to impossible, Saunders said. By the time the global credit crunch put a sudden stop to their expansion plans, CheckSmart had grown to only around 250 stores, and most of those additional 75 stores were built rather than bought. It would be a fair statement that in retrospect we didn't have the greatest timing in the world, he said. Saunders barely paid any attention when the state legislature was holding hearings about payday lending. We were heading into this terrible economy, which meant more people were going to need this service, not less, he said. I was thinking the legislature couldn't be so clueless as to cut people off just when the need was the greatest. His promotion to CEO came at around the time the governor was signing the payday rate cap into law. So Saunders would need to navigate his company through the choppy waters of both a recession and a new regulatory environment. At the same time, he would take time to tape a segment for Fox News or argue for the industry's survival at small forums around the state. The combination of good employees who want to deliver a valued service and a customer who appreciates that service ought to be enough to create a business in America, he said. But I don't know what's happened to our country. He brought up the new rule that dictated that no Ohioan could take out more than 4 payday loans in a year. What if government in their infinite wisdom said you couldn't swipe your Visa card more than 4 or 6 times in a year? Well, that's what the legislature did to these other people over here, he said. Saunders felt he owed it to his investors, his employees, and his customers to take to the stump. If someone marched in tomorrow and took the company away, I could go do something else, he said. I can't say that about everybody who works for me. I can't say what would happen to a lot of our customers. Like Billy Webster, Saunders had spent time working behind the counter before deciding to get into the business. You spend 3 or 4 hours without any cameras around, really talking to the people, and you become 100% convinced that those people wanted the service and needed the service, he said. But when people hear the word payday, they immediately shut down. They become instantly closed-minded. They think, that's toxic, that's bad, that's awful. If you've never had to use the product, it's easy to turn your nose up to it. People think, only a fool, only an uneducated person. And of course the media reinforced those negatives, he said, as did those supposedly independent consumer organizations. Saunders asked me if I knew the name Martin Eakes. I told him I did. Then you understand what's really going on here, he said. I told him I wasn't sure I did. You've got this group, CRL, which is supposed to be for what it sounds, consumer protection. But it's funded by this credit union started by Martin Eakes, who just happens to be the head of the CRL. And it's this very same credit union that chased payday out of North Carolina in order to increase their fee revenues. Saunders was hardly alone in making this argument. I was no more than 2 minutes into my first conversation with Kim Norris, the woman the payday lenders hired to run the No on 5 campaign, when she brought up the Center for Responsible Lending. This is an attack on a very young industry that doesn't have the sophistication against this well-organized lobbying effort promoted by the credit unions and their front organization, the Center for Responsible Lending, which will say anything to get their way, Norris said. At the Ohioans for Financial Freedom website, sponsored by the No on 5 campaign, there was an entire section dedicated to credit unions' lies, which concluded, it's pretty simple. Credit unions see payday lenders as competition, and they have been spending millions on lobbyists to get their way. And Bill Faith? To Norris, he was CRL's proxy in Ohio, a tool of the credit unions who were trying to put their competitors out of business. To Saunders, he was a hypocrite who had no right to call himself an advocate for the homeless. This is a man who spent more money, $200,000, on one TV campaign about his pet issue than he spent helping the homeless over the last 2 years, Saunders said. According to Faith, Ohio actually spent a combined $2.7 million in 2007 and 2008 on projects aimed at helping the homeless. Later in our talk, Saunders described Faith as nothing more than a lobbyist who is very good at his job. Payday lending operators might have seen their industry as young and overmatched, but they were certainly not without resources. The No on 5 campaign paid Strategic Public Partners Group, a Columbus-based political consultancy firm, nearly $1 million for its services, and it spent tens of thousands more on State Street consultants, which the Columbus Dispatch would describe as a high-powered Columbus lobbying firm that ruled Capitol Square. They would also pay Fleischman Hillard, the giant communications consultancy, another $35,000 a month for Kim Norris's services. Through the end of September, they had already spent $1.6 million on mailings and purchased some $7 million in television ads. Faith, in contrast, paid Sandy Thies, a former Cleveland Plain Dealer reporter, a flat fee of $7,500 for the campaign, and relied on the pro bono services of his longtime friend and media consultant, Greg Haas. He had the part-time services of the Ohio staff, just as the payday lenders had their teams, but where the payday lenders spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on polling, Haas had to beg to convince Faith to spend a bit of their limited cash on a focus group. That single focus group meeting held during the summer would prove critical. For starters, they learned that Ohioans had paid extraordinarily close attention to the legislative debate over payday. We were all basically stunned by how much people knew, Haas said. But most important, it drove home the polarizing power of the triple-digit APR. Any number of the participants hated this idea that limiting the number of payday loans a person could take out in a year meant maintaining a database that tracked loans by name. The nanny government stuff really bothered people, until you mentioned the 391%, Haas said. People were suddenly, "That's theft!" It was after the focus group meeting, Haas said, that the Yes on 5 campaign changed its name to the Is 391% Too High? Vote Yes on 5 committee, so that the 391% would automatically be stamped on anything the campaign produced. Bill decided we just have to keep pounding and pounding on that 391%, Haas said. The payday lenders took more of a scattershot approach. Sandy Thies saw that as a sign of weakness. They're changing topics every few days, Thies told me a few weeks before Election Day, which tells me they're still searching for a message that has traction. Alternatively, it also could have indicated that their polling revealed any number of weaknesses in the anti-payday argument. As Greg Haas could have predicted, the payday lenders hammered away at the database issue. As written, the referendum wouldn't do anything to change what Ted Saunders called the Big Brother aspect of the bill. The state would still keep track of the number of loans people took out in a given year, even if the no side won. But it was also a potent issue. And so the lenders incessantly ran a television commercial reminding viewers of a few of the state's more infamous data breaches. The industry also played to anti-government sentiments by slyly making fun of this idea that the law required them to express the terms of a 2-week loan as an APR. Imagine, the ad asked, if the authorities required rental car companies to advertise their rates as an annual rate. $10,585 a year for a compact, rather than $29 a day. Maybe they just think we're all stupid, the ad's tagline sneered. But mainly the payday lenders played to people's fears. Our polling shows that 70% of people are afraid of losing jobs, Ted Saunders had told his fellow payday lenders in Las Vegas. So we're running a whole lot of ads about jobs. Set to ominous music, one showed a set of grainy black and white photos of what at quick glance looked like a kind of post-apocalyptic Ohio. Ohio had lost hundreds of thousands of jobs in recent years, a narrator intones. Is this the time to shut down an Ohio industry and eliminate another 6,000 jobs? For a time, the No campaign took to calling Issue 5 the job-killing initiative. That 6,000 number was a fabrication. Ohio had roughly 1,500 stores in the fall of 2008. Some had one employee. Most of the rest employed two. Even accounting for an extra 150 roving district and regional managers, it didn't add up to anywhere near 6,000 Ohio jobs. And a restrictive rate cap wouldn't necessarily mean that every payday employee lost his or her job. By August, the state's Consumer Finance Department had received nearly 1,100 license applications from existing payday stores looking to offer alternative loan products should yes on Issue 5 prevail. People would lose jobs, no doubt, but nowhere near 6,000. Yet that number grew even more elastic as the campaign wore on. We're fighting to keep 10,000 good-paying jobs in the state, Kim Norris told an Associated Press reporter in the final weeks of the campaign. And from that point on, 10,000 became the new 6,000. It was 11 days before the election, and Bill Faith was sick. He always catches a cold during these big campaigns, people around him told me. And he slurped and sneezed through this first interview. He fiddled with a pen on his desk, and also paper clips and random papers. He rocked back and forth in his chair, and then bent forward to peek at his BlackBerry. Sometimes he leaned in, it seemed, just to twirl it around. I wanted to hear about the campaign, but he was curious to hear from me what it's like to chat with Alan Jones. They're evil, he said of the payday lenders. They're Orwellian evil people. They are people without principles. They deserve to be beaten and jailed. They're thieves. Later he described them as the new mafia. They might not break kneecaps, he said, but they charge a higher vig. Faith didn't have much of a rationale for how the executive director of a group called the Coalition on Homelessness and Housing in Ohio came to devote so much of his time, and his organization's time, to fighting the short-term cash advance business. People were telling us some seniors were having a hard time paying their rent because they're taking out payday loans to help their kids make ends meet, he said. People were at risk of losing their housing because of these things. But then he doesn't need to explain to anyone but his board of directors. Cohio, a nonprofit, receives state and federal monies to help the homeless, but those funds are earmarked for specific programs. It's the discretionary money he raises from foundations and wealthy individuals that he uses to pay for Cohio's crusades, whether it's the fight against predatory mortgage lending or a 2-year battle to cap the rates that a payday lender can charge. Over the years, everyone from the IRS and HUD to various state agencies have audited him, but he's never worried about what they may find. I have an accounting guy to make sure we carefully segregate all our funds, he said. In the end, there was no money for a last-minute advertising blitz. The opposition had spent a lot of time talking about Martin Eakes, but the Center for Responsible Lending's presence in the campaign boiled down to the part-time help of a sole Durham-based CRL staffer. He proved an invaluable source for data and intelligence on the various payday companies, but he hardly served as the campaign's mastermind. None of the credit unions gave us a nickel, Faith said. 0. In the final days of the campaign, the Yes on 5 campaign had only enough money for a single statewide mailing. But none of that mattered. Nearly 2 million Ohioans stand up for payday, read the headline over an Advance America press release posted the day after the election. Unfortunately for the payday lenders, Faith's side collected more than 3 million votes for a landslide 64%. The Friday after the election, the Dayton Daily News ran a recap story quoting a 70-year-old Social Security recipient named Evelyn Reese, who was disheartened to hear that Issue 5 had lost. "This is a terrible mess for people who live from week to week," Reese said. Down in Cincinnati, Jared Davis and Jeff Kurzman shook their heads over the news article. The media finally quotes one of our customers talking about the value of our product, Kurzman said. Once it's too late, Davis interjected. We never stood a chance, Kurzman said. Chapter 16. Dayton After Dark. Dayton, Ohio, 2008 to 2009. On a sunny and crisp autumn day, Jim McCarthy and I were on a driving tour of Dayton. Weeks earlier, I had phoned McCarthy to talk about the impact of the poverty industry in one typical Midwestern city. And McCarthy, an upbeat 43-year-old with bright blue eyes and a raucous Nathan Lane laugh, graciously offered to show me around. At that point, I was new to Dayton, so he veered a few blocks out of his way to show me the preserved, pristine bicycle shop where the Wright brothers built the first airplane to successfully take flight. He made sure I saw the broad lawns and handsome red brick buildings of the University of Dayton, and for a food break, he chose a revitalized neighborhood that would have felt familiar to anyone living in a regentrified section of Brooklyn, Chicago, or Oakland. McCarthy, who was born and raised in nearby Cincinnati, does his best to present his adopted hometown in the most favorable light. But block after block of boarded-up homes and a seemingly endless chain of strip malls dominated by the companies I had been writing about left my head whirling. I had been forewarned. That morning I had pored over local maps with a woman in McCarthy's office named Anita Schmaltz, plotting possible routes. This was in October 2008, and Ohioans had yet to vote on Issue 5, by which the future of payday lending would be decided. I had told Schmaltz I was looking for neighborhoods thick with payday lenders, check cashers, instant tax companies, and consumer finance shops. She shrugged. If that were my criteria, she said, I might as well spin a dial because it's made no difference in what direction we headed. Schmaltz's finger traced the snake-like path of the Miami River, which bisects Dayton. Heading west meant passing through the city's black neighborhoods and, just over the city line, entering Trotwood, whose population in recent years had shifted from nearly all white to majority black. The poverty industry, she said, was particularly well represented in this suburb named, appropriately enough, after a character from a Dickens novel. A single street in Trotwood was home to no less than 6 payday shops, along with a rent-a-center and a Jackson Hewitt. The prospect of including Trotwood on our tour caused Schmaltz to sigh. That's where she and her husband owned a home. Heading south would bring us to a set of first-ring suburbs that had fallen on hard times, starting with Kettering. Not long ago, Kettering was a nice middle-class community that many within Dayton aspired to. But that was before the metropolitan area experienced 7 straight years of job losses, starting in 2001, and culminating with the June 2008 decision by General Motors to shut down the giant truck plant it operated in Moraine, directly to Kettering's west. There's lots of payday in Kettering, Schmaltz said, and also in Moraine and West Carrollton, and several more first-ring suburbs she named. But it doesn't stop there, even as one proceeds farther south and begins the climb out of the Miami Valley. Alan Jones may have been the first payday lender to open a store in a newer, more prosperous-looking suburb called Miamisburg, but he had hardly been the last. 8 competitors opened outlets in Miamisburg, along with Rent-A-Center and Aaron's. Jackson Hewitt and Liberty Tax each had 2 stores in town. We ended up sticking mainly to the eastern half of the city and a sampling of predominantly white suburban towns. In recent years, the Center for Responsible Lending has released a pair of studies claiming that there is a racial bias to the placement of payday stores. These reports enraged the likes of Billy Webster and Alan Jones, and I can't say I blame them. They are hardly the most progressive group you'll ever meet. After the end of a long day with Alan Jones, I commented that Cleveland seemed a very white town. "That's why I can leave my keys in the car with the door unlocked," he answered. I started to muster a response, but he interrupted me. "I'm just telling you the way it is," he said. We have just enough so that our football and basketball teams are good. But the payday industry as a whole seems no more racist in its approach to business than a great white shark deciding between different shades of fish. A few years back, Policy Matters Ohio studied the geography of payday lending in Ohio. They thought they were going to show that lenders target black communities, but in fact, the group found almost no correlation between race and store placement, researcher David Rothstein said. The big surprise was in how payday had really taken off out in the suburbs and rural areas, he said. After conferring with Schmaltz, McCarthy plotted out a route and pointed his 2002 gray Ford Focus east. We visited a few of East Dayton's more battered neighborhoods, and then headed south to begin a loop around some of the city's first-ring suburbs. When I noticed 3 or 4 boarded-up homes on a block in the first neighborhood we visited, McCarthy waved off my whistle. "This is nothing," he warned. At the end of the 1990s, people in Dayton had been alarmed that the courts were seeing more than 2,000 foreclosures a year in Montgomery County, which encompasses Dayton and some of the first-ring suburbs. But that number crossed 4,000 in 2003, and then again in 2005. The city would be hit by another 5,200 foreclosures in 2008, and there were forecasts of 5,000 more in 2009. The various neighborhoods swim together. There's not really a name to that first neighborhood. The East 3rd Street community is the best McCarthy can manage. But in a way, it made no difference. Each white working-class neighborhood was more or less a carbon copy of the other, a passing montage of modest-sized homes broken up by corners crowded with representatives of the poverty industry. Census data showed that the people who lived in the second neighborhood we visited, Linden Heights, were generally better educated than people living in the first, but the real difference, at the street level at least, seemed to be the proportion of homes for sale and the particular names of the stores that had taken root there. Both had a Jackson Hewitt and a Cashland Payday store, but whereas the first neighborhood had 2 check-cashing outlets and a rent-a-center, Linden Avenue, the main drag through Linden Heights, was home to a Check-and-Go, a CheckSmart, as well as an Aaron's, and at least 2 instant tax shops. Kettering was a lot like its city cousins, except that the drive to or from a furniture rental store was a little leafier and more pleasant. Toby McKenzie opened the first payday store there in early 1997. Advance America and an outfit called Check Exchange opened stores the following year. Another 4 payday operators established a presence between 2003 and 2006, and Cash America, the pawn giant, opened a store in a Kettering strip mall. By the end of 2007, Ohio would rank first in the United States in foreclosure inventory, and in Ohio, in short order, the state would be surpassed by Nevada, Arizona, and Florida. Only Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, had a bigger foreclosure problem than Montgomery County, Dayton. Statistics like those help to explain a fall in the average sales price of a home in Kettering from a peak of $160,000 to $100,000 in the first quarter of 2009. Not surprisingly, Kettering and Moraine and West Carrollton offered endless more views of neighborhoods studded with plywood and for sale signs. McCarthy took the scenic route along the river to head back north. But even a dramatic change in background offered only a partial respite from the gloom of our tour. He pointed to the vast empty space where for decades National Cash Register had operated a series of factory buildings. At that point, NCR, which did a robust $5.3 billion business in 2008, still had its headquarters in Dayton, but years ago it moved most of its manufacturing overseas. And then, in June 2009, the company abruptly announced it was moving its central offices to the Atlanta area. Other ghosts hover along the river, including a long list of tool and die makers that shut down years ago, and a vast 6-story red brick building now literally filled with junk, like loose mannequin arms and radio vacuum tubes collected by a company called Mendelssohn Liquidators. Farther north was an old GM radiator plant, torn down to make room for something the city is optimistically calling Tech Town. At the end of 2008, though, it seemed little more than 30 empty acres of good intentions. Back in the city, more familiar poverty-incorporated names occupy strip malls and storefronts, and even an abandoned Pizza Hut now serves as a cashland payday outlet. Yet perhaps the most startling sight on this portion of the tour are the bloated carcasses left behind by big box stores that have abandoned Dayton in recent years, including a Builder's Square, a Sun Appliance, and a Walmart. The mammoth shell that Walmart left behind, surrounded by an ocean of asphalt, must have been particularly galling. Dayton city officials had put together an attractive package of tax breaks to draw Walmart to this corner of the city, McCarthy told me, but as soon as the deal's term expired, the retail giant moved several miles north in pursuit of another set of benefits from a different jurisdiction. We entered Santa Clara, a white neighborhood that the Dayton Daily News had recently featured in a series that took a closer look at the destructiveness of the subprime mortgage meltdown. Here, Ken McCall, a reporter with the news, discovered a 4-block stretch he dubbed the ground zero of the area's foreclosure crisis. It's here in Santa Clara where I learned why McCarthy had previously shrugged at the sight of a few boarded-up houses. On a single block in Santa Clara, 15 of 28 properties had been sold at auction in the previous 39 months, and an average of 10 families lost homes during that period on the other 3 blocks the news featured. This was once a solidly middle-class neighborhood, seemingly built on bedrock. Now anyone can buy a 1,500-square-foot house there for $30,000, if they don't mind the drug dealers who now brazenly sell their wares on a street corner. McCarthy headed toward Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, a sprawling facility that employs some 22,000 people, most of them young and modestly paid, many of them non-military. He wanted to make sure I saw Huber Heights, and not because this once model suburb built in the 1950s heralds itself as America's largest community of brick homes. The concentration of name-brand poverty-incorporated outposts in this one town, which McCarthy dubs Dayton's only true integrated neighborhood, is at once astonishing and overwhelming. A partial list includes Rent-A-Center, Jackson Hewitt, H&R Block, Ace Cash Express, Advance America, Check and Go, Check into Cash, Check Smart, QC Holdings, and Cashland. In all, the state has issued 14 licenses to payday operators in Huber Heights. City Financial has its offices a few blocks from the town border, and it was at a household finance in Huber Heights where Tommy Myers said he got took for a screw-in. McCarthy lives not far from here and can remember Huber Heights as a thriving community. But the nearby giant Delco factory shuttered its doors in 2007, and all those people he described as earning $75,000 or $80,000 with overtime could no longer make the payment on their $600 a month gas guzzlers or the adjustable rate mortgages they could barely afford in flush times. I hate to say it because it's cliché, but it really was the perfect storm, McCarthy said. You had all this predatory lending going on at the same time all these people were living beyond their means and overconsuming. When the job losses hit, he said, it all turned very ugly very quickly. One perspective on how the poverty business has grown so vast in so short a period of time holds that corporate America has so thoroughly chewed up the nation's once solid middle class that the country's poor and working poor were pretty much the last consumer segment left to exploit. Witness the credit card industry. The charge card is barely 50 years old, but whereas the country was a collective $20 billion in debt due to credit card companies in the mid-1970s, that figure would exceed $600 billion by the end of the 1990s. Looking for fresh fields to harvest, and inspired by the profits posted by the pioneers of the subprime charge card, the big banks began peddling credit to those on the economy's fringes. Elizabeth Warren, a Harvard Law School professor who has written extensively about consumer debt, would learn firsthand about the financial value of the customer who was barely making ends meet. When she was talking with a group of senior executives from Citigroup about how the bank where they worked might lower its default rate by more accurately determining which customers could least afford to carry credit card debt, a man at the back of the room interrupted her. "Cutting off our most marginal customers," he told her, "is out of the question, because it would mean giving up a large portion of the bank's profits." Warren quotes a MasterCard executive who described for her the perfect credit card customer. "It's someone who has recently emerged from bankruptcy protection because it will be years before they are permitted under the law to file for bankruptcy again. Yet they also have what he described as a taste for credit." At the end of 2008, Warren would be named chairwoman of the 5-person oversight committee Congress created to oversee spending of the $700 billion TARP bailout money. The tax preparation business has followed a similar arc. For years, those running H&R Block, which was founded in 1955 and went public in 1962, were happy to stick to the core business of preparing tax returns for the middle class. As long as there was still a long list of cities and towns to conquer, they could simply open more storefronts each year to reliably post the double-digit growth revenues that Wall Street expected. But by 1978, confronting a map of the country that was more or less filled in, Block tried moving into the temp agency business, their logic being that a corporation that earned virtually all of its revenues during a 4-month period was already in the temporary employee business. And then, in 1980, purchased CompuServe, at the time a computer timeshare company. Block even tried getting into the legal services business in a short-lived partnership with Joel Hyatt. But it wasn't until the second half of the 1980s that the company wowed Wall Street with the refund anticipation loan. Block's long stagnant stock price soared by 118% over the next 4 tax seasons. The subprime mortgage market, however, followed the opposite trajectory. It proved so successful among the working poor that it was reinvented and repurposed for middle-class borrowers. These borrowers, because they had deep scars in their credit records, or because they were self-employed and could not produce the W-2s needed to verify their income, or simply because they wanted more house than their income could justify, were offered mortgages on less favorable terms than conventional borrowers. A problem once isolated on Dayton's Black West Side spread to the white East Side and first-ring suburbs, and quickly climbed up the hills in search of people living in higher tax brackets. By 2007, every county in the Miami Valley experienced a triple-digit increase in foreclosure filings since 1995, except Warren County, an exurb to the south that saw a 4-digit increase of more than 1,000% in foreclosure filings. The cast of companies making these loans changed as well. Subprime pioneers like Household Finance didn't drop out of the game, but they weren't the same powerhouses that reigned during the 1990s. Most of the big consumer finance companies, for instance, no longer sold credit insurance, and if they did, they no longer folded it into the principal of a loan and financed it at shocking rates. And while the middle class might be perfectly happy to use a subprime product to buy the house they coveted, they certainly weren't visiting some make-believe banker in a box in a strip mall, as Tommy Myers had done. The era that Kathleen Keast would call the third wave of subprime finance was dawning, and the early years of the new century would see the mortgage broker emerge as a central player in the home loan business, selling to a new crop of companies. Any list of the most successful third-wave companies would have to include Ameriquest Mortgage, the lender that so aggressively fought Vincent Fort and Roy Barnes in Georgia, and the outfit that the Wall Street Journal would single out when looking at the role lobbying money played in the subprime meltdown. Ameriquest's founder was Roland Arnall, an Eastern European Jew born in 1939 to a family that survived the war by pretending to be Roman Catholic. In Los Angeles, after the war, a young Arnault got his start in business selling flowers on the street and eventually had enough money to start buying real estate. He pounced when Congress eased the restrictions on savings and loans in the early 1980s, and then jumped on the mortgage lending boom in the mid-1990s. In 1996, Arnault paid a $4 million fine to the U.S. Justice Department to settle a lawsuit accusing his company of exploiting minority borrowers and the elderly. He declared that he was a changed man and promised that AmeriQuest would serve as a model for the industry. In 2006, after raising $12 million on behalf of George Bush and other Republican causes, the president named Arnault the American ambassador to the Netherlands. By that point, he had a net worth of $3 billion. He owned a $30 million estate in Los Angeles and a $46 million ranch in Aspen, but also proved a generous philanthropist, making large donations to local animal shelters and hospitals, and serving as co-founder of the Simon Wiesenthal Center in Los Angeles. Like Household and the other consumer finance companies that preceded them into the subprime field, AmeriQuest and rivals like New Century, Option One, and Countrywide Financial did not have depositors like a traditional bank would. Instead, these operations arranged what in the trade are called warehouse lines, outsized lines of credit for businesses needing access to tens of millions of dollars in ready cash that AmeriQuest used to make home loans to individual borrowers. But unlike the consumer finance shops, AmeriQuest and its ilk did not hold these loans but immediately sold them at a quick profit to big investment banks like Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers, or Merrill Lynch. Sometimes they sold them to middlemen who put together big pools of these loans on behalf of its Wall Street brethren. Bear, Lehman, Merrill, or other big investment houses on Wall Street would in turn sell pieces of these repackaged mortgages to pension funds, state and municipal entities, and other clients who thought they were buying something safe and reliable, as the A ratings bestowed on them by the big rating agencies implied. No subprime mortgage lender proved more proficient at this game than Arnault. In 2004, AmeriQuest made $55 billion in subprime loans, topping the league tables published by Inside B&C Lending. The company would again rank first in 2005 with $54 billion in subprime loans, $15 billion better than Countrywide Financial, its closest competitor, and 2 or 3 times the loan volume of Household or City Financial. Associates, Household, City Financial, and the Money Store proved to be very good at subprime lending, Jim McCarthy said, but AmeriQuest became the experts at it. Where the old line companies focused primarily on refinancings and home equity lines of credit, AmeriQuest included new financings in its offerings. The 300 retail offices that AmeriQuest maintained in 38 states might have been better appointed than those of Household or City Financial, but AmeriQuest at its core seemed familiar to McCarthy and his fellow housing advocates. Early in 2005, 3 years before personalities on the cable news network started talking about mortgage-backed securities and credit default swaps, the Los Angeles Times ran a story by E. Scott Record and Mike Hudson, revealing the darker side of this huge lender in its backyard. AmeriQuest, the paper reported, seemed little more than a collection of boiler rooms scattered across the country, each stuffed with loan agents cold-calling borrowers and then burdening them with higher rates than promised and fees they never bothered to disclose in loan agreements. In a suburban Minneapolis office, an agent named Mark Baumchill told of colleagues so eager to cross into 6-figure salary territory that they forged documents. They were spurred along, Baumchill said, by a little Hitler of a manager who hounded them to sell more loans, in between reminders of how easily they could be replaced. Other former salespeople told much the same story. It didn't matter to AmeriQuest's bottom line whether customers could afford the high-cost loans they were being sold, because they would be off the books long before a borrower defaulted. Proud sponsor of the American dream was the AmeriQuest motto, but AmeriQuest paid $325 million in 2005 to settle actions against it taken by 49 states and the District of Columbia, suggesting that for many its financings proved to be nightmarish. AmeriQuest, of course, was hardly alone in its relentless, reckless pursuit of borrowers and profits. Massachusetts Attorney General Martha Coakley singled out Option 1 Mortgage in 2008 when she sued that company, alleging that it engaged in unfair and deceptive conduct on a broad scale by selling extremely risky loan products that the companies knew or should have known were destined to fail to Massachusetts customers. The complaint also charged that Option 1 specifically targeted Black and Latino borrowers in its marketing push and routinely charged them with higher points and fees than similarly situated whites. Agents for Option 1, it seemed, were particularly fond of no-doc, no documentation, and low-doc loans, and also so-called 2 to 28 adjustable rate mortgages, sometimes called explodable ARMs. Often, the borrowers could afford the monthly payments during the first 2 years because a teaser rate remained in effect, but not once the interest reset at a higher rate. Brokers and agents for Option 1 often promised borrowers they could simply refinance before the ARM adjustment, the Massachusetts complaint read, without disclosing that such refinancing was entirely dependent on continued home price appreciation and other factors. Yet Option 1 did not even make the top 3 in customer complaints with the Federal Trade Commission. AmeriQuest was the clear leader, with Full Spectrum Lending, Countrywide's subprime subsidiary, in second and New Century in third place. Which subprime lender ranked as the worst? I asked that question of a wide range of people, from the banking analysts I met at an FDIC event in Washington, D.C., to the wide array of consumer activists I encountered across the country. AmeriQuest was the clear winner in my unscientific straw poll, but Countrywide, a latecomer to the subprime sweepstakes, received more than a few votes, and many chose City Financial, Jim McCarthy's pick, New Century, and Option 1. The CRL's Mike Calhoun named Countrywide. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff they were pushing out the door, he said. Kevin Byers, a CPA and financial consultant whom Kathleen Keast had commended to me as her favorite forensic accountant. He's the only person I know who reads SEC filings for fun, Keast said. Cast Countrywide as the most aggressive of all the aggressive lenders attacking the subprime market in the 2000s. Countrywide's CEO Angelo Mazzillo, as tawny as a movie star, the George Hamilton of subprime mortgage lending, had initially resisted the temptations of the subprime market. But the profits were too alluring, and once the company made the jump, Mazzillo seemed determined to make his company number one. Countrywide wanted to lead the market, and so they adopted whatever product innovation was out there, said Byers, who runs a consulting firm in Atlanta called Parkside Associates. They were happy to put people in a high-priced product nicknamed the Ninja Loan. No income, no job, no assets. Also called a liar's loan, because it essentially invited a borrower to obtain a loan with virtually no documentation. And they paid what they needed to pay to convince brokers to steer borrowers to a higher-cost loan from Countrywide. In 2009, the Securities and Exchange Commission charged Mazzillo with stock fraud, citing email messages in which Mazzillo himself referred to some of his products as toxic and poison. Mazzillo, who had received as much as $33 million in annual compensation and cashed in hundreds of millions in options, was also charged with insider trading. There were other culprits, of course, starting with all those mortgage brokers willing to accept fees for steering clients into the 2 for $28 teaser loans they couldn't possibly afford in year 3. The brokers were the drivers as far as I'm concerned, said Chuck Rodersheimer, a bankruptcy attorney I met in Dayton, who specializes in cases involving home foreclosure. They worked on commissions, Rodersheimer said, that could reach 3 or 4% of the loan's value if it included a generous yield spread premium. the bonuses a lender gave brokers who steered borrowers into higher-priced, more profitable loans. Early on, Option 1 was among those lenders refusing to pay a yield spread premium, essentially a bribe for putting people into higher-priced loans. But then brokers stopped sending them business, the Center for Responsible Lending's Mike Calhoun said. So they turned around and endorsed yield spread premiums because that's what they needed to do to compete. A study commissioned by the Wall Street Journal found that more than half of the borrowers taking out a subprime loan between 2000 and 2006 had a credit score high enough to qualify them for a conventional rate loan. Mortgage broker might once have been considered an honorable profession, but by the start of the 2000s it seemed nothing more than a quick way to become rich. Literally, you saw people going from used car dealer to mortgage broker, Jim McCarthy said. Yet the system worked after a fashion, as long as home prices continued to rise at a brisk rate. The broker was happy to put a homeowner holding an adjustable rate mortgage about to reset into a new mortgage if a $300,000 house was now worth $350,000, as was the lender. Everyone earned another fee, and the ultimate stakeholders would even hold collateral that was appreciating in value. There would only be a problem if home prices fell. Without the ability to refinance, people would be trapped in adjustable rate mortgages they couldn't really afford, and as more families were forced into foreclosure, prices would fall further, widening the gap between the amount owed on a property and the price it would fetch at a sheriff's sale. Only then would it seem as if everyone had been living in a perversely rosy world. Losses were remarkably low given the crazy lending they were doing, Mike Calhoun said. But that was because they were doing even crazier stuff, putting off foreclosures by refinancing people into even less sustainable loans. The most maddening part, Calhoun said, was that the more lenders loosened their terms, the more it reinforced a perception that there was nothing wrong. Home ownership was on the rise, the stock market was soaring, and politicians on both sides of the aisle were happily accepting campaign contributions from these rich new benefactors. It was a hard time to say this giant storm is building, but it's beyond the horizon, Calhoun said. In places like Ohio that weren't experiencing the same boom in home prices as other parts of the country, consumer advocates started talking about another problem: appraisal inflation. For Beth Deutscher, an early member of the Predatory Lending Solutions project that Jim McCarthy helped put together, the case that alerted her to the problem involved two sisters in their 60s, both legally blind and living on a fixed income. The sisters were in a house in such poor shape that the dining room sloped downhill, Deutscher said, and cracks were visible in the foundation. Yet somehow they owed a lender $100,000 after a broker sweet-talked them into signing papers they couldn't read for a loan they couldn't afford. Initially, Deutscher, who by this time was running an organization she helped found called the Home Ownership Center of Greater Dayton, read the appraiser's report and wondered if the crazy real estate inflation taking place in other locales had hit Dayton. The house to her seemed worth less than half that $100,000. But the case of the sisters taught her that as bad as waves 1 and 2 of the subprime mortgage fiasco had been, there were still new shocks to be had in wave 3. Select appraisers, it seemed, were happy to enrich themselves by fabricating a report when a lender needed the justification for an outsized loan. With that case, it started to become clear that lenders are not afraid to loan more than a house was worth, Deutscher said. It became all about maximizing the upfront profit and then moving on to the next loan, with no conscience about how that was going to play out. The big rating agencies would play similarly destructive roles as well, and not out of ignorance, Kevin Byers told me when I visited him in Atlanta. To make his point, he grabbed a stack of reports he keeps handy in a desk drawer. One is from Moody's and is dated May 2005. It explores what its analysts call the payment shock risk associated with the 2 for 28s as lenders continued to lower the teaser rates to make loans seem more affordable. The resulting differences in potential payment increase, the analysts wrote, will have a meaningful impact on the financial soundness of these loans. Another, written by two Standard & Poor's analysts in April 2005, explores what the pair describe as the continuing quest to help keep the loan origination flowing. Lenders are resorting to any number of new products to keep loan volume up, they wrote, including mortgages that mean people will own less of their home over time rather than more, and the repurposing of interest-only loans for the subprime market, a product that really only made sense for a rich client who can afford the balloon payment on the other end. There is growing concern around the increased usage of these mortgages, they wrote. It's not like they didn't know that all this was going on, buyers said. They just didn't want to do anything about it because they had a vested interest. The institutions putting together these packages loaded with toxic loans were the very ones paying the credit agencies to evaluate the creditworthiness of the loans. And so the agencies would liberally hand out top ratings while relegating their concerns to the occasional research report. I think they saw their role as ending once they put the investor community on notice that there are structural issues that they need to watch out for, buyers said. The Attorney General of Ohio was among those suing the major credit rating agencies, claiming their stamping of a AAA rating on high-risk and wobbly securities costs state retirement and pension funds more than $450 million in losses. Alan Greenspan shares some of the blame, a lot of the blame, according to some. Congress had deputized the Federal Reserve to enforce a sense of fair play inside the subprime market, but the Fed chair steadfastly maintained a hands-off approach, even as subprime grew from 5% of the mortgage market in 2001 to a 29% share by 2006. Worse, Greenspan kept interest rates historically low through the first half of the decade, at 1% in 2003, the lowest rate in half a century. I'm sitting there watching Greenspan continuing to lower interest rates, Kathleen Keast said, and I'm going, I thought your job was to take the punch bowl away and you're pouring more rum into it. Federal Reserve Governor Edward Gramlich would rebuke Greenspan for showing no interest in investigating the predatory behavior of the subprime lenders. There were those who said Wall Street was primarily responsible. Their insatiable appetite for these loans, the New Yorker's Connie Brooke called it Wall Street's addiction, kept everyone motivated. But then one can also fault those wanting to buy small tranches of a mortgage-backed bond for keeping demand high, and to say Wall Street is to miss out on a broader range of culprits. In the mid-2000s, it seemed every major financial institution in the world had a hand in this dirty business. By 2006, Wells Fargo, through its Wells Fargo Home Mortgage Unit, ranked as a top 10 subprime lender, as did Citigroup, which ranked 4th. Washington Mutual placed 11th on that same list, and Chase Home Financial, a division of J.P. Morgan Chase, 17th. HSBC, the London-based financial giant that had purchased household finance, was number 1 on the list in 2006 after its subsidiary, Household Finance, regained the top spot with $53 billion in subprime loans. A Chase and Ameriquest, which paid a $325 million settlement earlier that year, fell to 7th. And the big financial conglomerates were hardly the only major corporations to aggressively jump into the subprime mortgage business. The money H&R Block made offering refund anticipation loans had apparently given the tax preparation giant a taste for subprime profits because in 1997, it paid $190 million for Option 1 and in short order transformed it into a top-tier subprime lender. General Motors aggressively entered the subprime market through its GMAC unit, which bundled together nearly $26 billion in mortgage-backed securities in 2006, and General Electric owned WMC, a subprime lender that made $33 billion in mortgage loans in 2006, ranking it 5th on the Inside B&C lending list. Glenn Pizzolatruso, a WMC sales manager, gave a sense of what life was like in the middle of the credit cyclone when he agreed to an interview in 2008 with the radio show This American Life. Pizzolo Russo, in his mid-20s, seemed to be living the life of a mini-celebrity. He bought $1,000 bottles of Cristal champagne at bottle clubs in Manhattan and rubbed shoulders with the likes of Christina Aguilera and Cuba Gooding Jr. He bought a penthouse on Manhattan's Upper East Side and a $1.5 million house in Connecticut and owned a Porsche and 2 Mercedes to get him back and forth. He was making between $75,000 and $100,000 per month and suspected something might be seriously wrong in his life when one month he was paid $25,000 and that wasn't enough to cover his expenses. "I did what you do every day. Try to be the best at my job," he wrote on a blog he created to defend himself after his story appeared on the radio. He didn't create the rules, he said, and the corporation he worked for had stayed within the law. His sole regret, he wrote, was that he had spent his money so foolishly. The first overt sign of trouble came in February 2007, when HSBC announced that it was writing down its subprime mortgage holdings by more than $10 billion. The housing market had peaked in 2006 and began its inexorable decline, and in short order HSBC would not be the only large institution to announce a loss in the double-digit billions. By the time the banks were lining up for TARP handouts from the federal government in the fall of 2008, the U.S. stock markets had lost more than $8 trillion in value. Finally, the country woke up to the problem that Bill Brennan, Martin Eakes, Jim McCarthy, and others had been warning about for years. In Dayton, it fell to people like McCarthy and Beth Deutscher and Deutscher's old employer, Consumer Credit Counseling Services, to handle the fallout. The civil courts also absorbed much of the burden. By 2006, foreclosures represented 49% of the civil caseload in Montgomery County. Bankruptcy attorneys like Chuck Rodersheimer worked to sort out the mess. Rodersheimer worked at Thompson and Devaney, located a few miles from downtown on a street crowded with insurance agents, medical professionals, and fast food purveyors. There, a basic bankruptcy could be had for a couple of $1,000s. Business in recent months had been very good at Thompson and Devaney. Thompson told me prior to my arrival in December 2008. But that turned out to be a major understatement. I entered the waiting area in a low-slung bunker-like building and found no seats. A loud-voiced receptionist called out people's names as if we were all crowded in a bus terminal. "The firm has 3 lawyers," Rodersheimer told me, and they were seeing as many as 200 new people a month and taking on 40 to 50 as clients. He figured he saw 2 or 3 clients a day, but the other 2 lawyers, the firm has since added 2 young associates, well-versed in the intricacies of bankruptcy law and unburdened by the complexities of the subprime loans that were his specialty, were seeing 10 a day. The phone rang constantly during the hour I spent with Rodersheimer. He took several calls from a judge and from opposing counsel, but that only gave me more time to behold the veritable skyline of paper that dominated his office. Stacks of folders were piled high on his desk, and there were more sitting on a credenza behind him. One reached so high I feared Rodersheimer would be lost in an avalanche if it fell. There were files stacked on the floor next to him and more piled behind me and on every chair in the room except his and mine. There were more mentions of AmeriQuest in those stacks than any other lenders, Rodersheimer said, but Option One and City Financial were also well represented. He seemed to hold American General Finance, AIG's subprime mortgage division, with a special contempt, but that might be because AIG played so hideous a role in the subprime mess through its sale of a subprime insurance product, the so-called credit default swaps, that didn't come close to covering the losses when disaster hit. Rodersheimer is a slight man with short gray hair and pouchy Fred Bassett eyes. He walks with a slight slouch as if carrying his clients' collective burdens on his back. For 26 years, he oversaw procurement contracts for the U.S. Defense Department. and though he had risen to assistant regional counsel, he left because he couldn't take the commute anymore. 170 miles round trip to Columbus 5 days a week. In 2001, he took a job with the local legal aid office in Dayton, hoping to carve out a specialty in subprime mortgage loans. But the funding for that project lasted only a few years. Among those clients he took with him when he left legal aid was an elderly couple from Kettering. He had worked as a bricklayer. She had retired from the phone company, who had been talked into so many refinancings that they owed $126,000 on a house that was worth maybe $80,000. One of the things you look for when you deal with predatory lending is, can the person afford the loan when all is said and done, Rodersheimer said. Because this couple couldn't, he was able to get the woman, her husband had since passed away, some money from their mortgage broker and also another $5,000 from an appraiser who had worked on her mortgage application. But such outcomes are depressingly rare, Rodersheimer said. Unless there's out-and-out fraud. If people sign the papers, there's not much I can do for them, he said. He gets people the bankruptcy that brought the client to the office, and that's about it. Sometimes, he said, he can't believe the shamelessness of lenders, but often he can't fathom how little people understand basic finances, his more middle-class clientele included. Clients took out home equity loans, not appreciating that they were risking their home on their ability to pay. He shook his head over all those who used payday loans to try to forestall the inevitable, not recognizing that they were only digging a deeper hole for themselves. But if he's learned anything in his 5+ years handling bankruptcies, it's that people will use whatever they have at their disposal, a rich brother, a credit card, the corner pawnbroker, if it means holding on for one more month. Before someone can complete bankruptcy proceedings, he or she must first attend a short financial education course taught by people like Ken Benzer, a retired military educator working for Dayton's Consumer Credit Counseling Services. To Benzer, the requirement that people endure at least 2 hours of class time so they can better handle their finances is about the only good thing to come out of the otherwise pro-lender Bankruptcy Abuse Prevention and Consumer Protection Act that George W. Bush signed into law early in his second term. Even people who theoretically have nothing are vulnerable, he said, because of those who might be the ultimate financial vultures of the poverty business. Those who view a declaration of personal bankruptcy as a profit opportunity. The worst, Benzer said, are the car dealerships that comb the legal records for the names of those who have recently filed. Benzer asked his class how many had received an offer from an auto dealer since initiating bankruptcy proceedings. Almost always 100% of the hands go up, he said. Often, people emerge from a bankruptcy without a vehicle but a ready market of prospective customers needing transportation is only one reason the dealers are so eager for their business. There are solicitations from new car companies and solicitations from those selling used cars, but invariably the come-ons are all the same. They'll offer them a loan at 18 to 22 to 25%, but make it sound affordable by giving a person 8 years to pay back the loan, he said. Interestingly, Benzer said, 8 years is precisely the amount of time a person must wait before filing for another Chapter 7. Late in the afternoon of my Dayton drive-along with Jim McCarthy, he asked if I would indulge him and visit a neighborhood not on our tour. I had asked him to show me the city's white working-class neighborhood, but he wanted me to see at least a small patch of the predominantly African-American West Side. Later, Fessem Ogbazian, the CEO of Dayton's Instant Tax Service, would tell me that if it weren't for the instant tax mills and the payday lenders, the check cashers and the occasional pawnbroker, there would be no businesses operating in poor minority communities other than a few convenience stores and the ubiquitous hair and nail shops. His claim was an exaggeration, but only a slight one. It was on the black side of town where all these low-rent credit shops had first taken root, and it seemed every major payday chain had at least one outlet on the west side of the river, and most seemed to have 2. Cashland operated no less than 5 payday stores in West Dayton. Even the Sunoco station we passed shortly after crossing the river sported a sign advertising its check cashing services, allowing the proprietor to charge up to 3% of the face value of a check. McCarthy drove slowly through a West Side neighborhood called University Row. The streets have names like Harvard and Amherst. Many of the homes are magnificent, or at least they were not that long ago. Wooden beauties with leaded glass and architectural touches like turrets and gables and wraparound porches. I had gasped earlier in the day when I saw 3 or 4 boarded-up houses clumped near one another, and there were those few blocks in a row in Santa Clara where nearly half the homes had been foreclosed. Here, however, it seemed that half the homes on every block had been abandoned. Paint was peeling, exteriors were crumbling, multiple windows were broken, lawns were overgrown, and the occasional roof had buckled in. This is a place, McCarthy said, that not so long ago he would have described as a stable, solidly working-class community. No longer. We're seeing the sex trade here, McCarthy said as he drove. There's drug stuff going on inside a lot of these boarded-up properties. And there are similar communities elsewhere in the country. 1. South Ozone Park, a predominantly black neighborhood near New York's Kennedy Airport, is populated by postal workers, bus drivers, teachers, and clerks. These people were solidly middle class, and yet it was South Ozone Park and several other black enclaves in the southeast corner of Queens that the New York Daily News declared the ground zero of New York's subprime mess. For decades, the story of neighborhoods like these was their stability. Houses weren't sold so much as passed down from generation to generation. But that was before the mortgage brokers set up shop in the early 2000s. In South Ozone Park, the Neighborhood Housing Services of New York City, an organization that offers financial education and affordable lending products, started to see changes in South Ozone Park and several of the neighborhoods around it. Soon, Sarah Gurecki, the group's CEO, told me, where less than 5% of the homes in South Ozone Park would change hands in a given year, that number rose to 20%. By 2008, she said, the turnover rate on some blocks was approaching 50%. When you look at communities like South Ozone Park, Gurecki said, you can't help but think that abusive lending was often more racial than economic. Gurecki's claim has been substantiated by any number of studies, including a May 2006 report by the Center for Responsible Lending that demonstrated a significant racial bias in subprime mortgage lending, even taking into account income and credit score. In the car with McCarthy, looking at all those once beautiful homes now serving as nothing more than well-dressed drug houses, I couldn't help speculating about whether I was seeing a vision of the future. It was here, in communities like Dayton's West Side, where the subprime mortgage disaster that would engulf the country first reared itself. It's here where the disaster has had the longest to play itself out. And it was clear as we wound up our tour that it's far from over. Epilogue. Borrowed Time. New York, Fall, 2009. Alan Jones had opened 1,300 payday stores, yet through much of our 2 days together in Cleveland, he bellyached how it could have been more. Several times he brought up Europe. Advance America operated stores in the United Kingdom. Check and Go bought a small chain in Scotland. The payday loan was becoming so popular in the UK that Kevin Brennan, its consumer minister, told the BBC he was concerned that so many people are relying on these forms of high-cost lending. But Jones had never been to Europe. So in the summer of 2007, he and his family spent several weeks hopscotching their way across the continent, never staying in one place for more than 2 days. I was trying to learn culture, he said, trying to get myself up to speed. So basically it was up and out and with the tour guide at 9 each morning and go through 5. By the time the trip was over, everyone was happy to be home, and Jones expressed no desire to ever return. I was all set to take the plunge, but I was afraid of Europe, he said. Instead,
He opened some stores in Texas, a state he had always avoided because the rules required a payday lender to partner with the local bank. "I was ignorant of Europe," Jones said. "But Texas I understand," I told myself. "Why go to Europe if you haven't been to Texas yet?" He found a partner bank, and together they opened 60 stores. "I can't tell you how many times I kicked myself for that decision," Jones said with a deep sigh. Texas has been a consistent money loser, and Europe makes him nostalgic for the United States in the mid-1990s, when most of the country was still virgin territory. "I could really use that money," he said of the cash he's not collecting because of his failure to open any stores overseas. His money is so tied up in planes and yachts and real estate and cars and horses, he moaned at one point, that there were still projects around his property he wanted to take care of, starting with the paving of the roadway leading up to his house. But he didn't want to dip into his savings to do so. "There's this big misconception out there that payday is more lucrative than it is in reality," he said. "People have this idea that I must be richer than I am." To make his point, Jones pulled out the small calculator he carries in a pocket. We were near the end of lunch on our first day together, and he pushed aside the plate of food and started to punch in numbers. "The average check-into-cash store," he said, "makes roughly $1,500 a month in profits. There are 4 1/3 weeks in the typical month, so he divided $1,500 by 4.3. He then divided that number by the 44 hours in a week that his stores are typically open. That worked out to $7.93 an hour. "Does that sound excessive to you?" he asked, fixing me with a level gaze. "That's practically minimum wage rates." Rather than answer, I asked to borrow his calculator. He slid it across the table, and I plugged in the $1,500 in profits he had just told me a store makes in a month. I multiplied that by 12 months. His average store generated $18,000 a year. After paying salaries and factoring in bad loans and even incidentals like his payments to Jones Airways for the use of his own jets, I multiplied that $18,000 times his 1,300 stores and held up the number for Jones to see. $23.4 million. He had given away a 2.5% ownership stake, so I subtracted that amount. That left him with $22.8 million in after-tax profits. I tried to engage Jones in a discussion of how much might be enough. Jones responded that he had the opposite worry. His empire was shrinking. The Ohio vote had taken place 3 months earlier, but he was still angry about it, as if it had taken place the day before. By that time, he had already shut down 40 of his 94 stores there. Using his numbers, that represented roughly $720,000 in lost profits. And then there were the stores he had recently closed in Oregon and New Hampshire. When I mentioned that hard economic times would drive up demand at those stores that were still open, he frowned. A recession would probably mean a spike in defaults, he said sourly. He mentioned the millions he had spent buying a dude ranch in Jackson Hole he now wishes he hadn't. I kept fiddling with his calculator to figure out his earnings if he punched the clock like so many of his customers do. Based on a 44-hour week, he made just a shade under $10,000 an hour in 2008. Around the country, headlines blared the news of rising unemployment rates, and every day the papers were bringing more news of people losing homes through foreclosures. He had just had a strong January, Jones acknowledged, but even if things slowed down considerably over the rest of 2009, he seemed to be at least one American who could be able to survive a pay cut. There was a time I was unsure what to think of the payday loan. Not everyone can tap a rich friend or family member for a few $100s to hold them over until payday. And of course, credit cards are their own quicksand. The interest rates on a payday loan were horrifically high, but they seemed largely irrelevant on loans that lasted 2 weeks. Besides, what's a single mom making $22,000 a year supposed to do when her car breaks down and she has no cash left in her bank account? I can remember the exact moment when my views started to harden in opposition to the payday loan. I was on an airplane streaking west toward Dayton when I came across a report by the former Ohio Attorney General. He would resign in May 2008 over a sex scandal that included the testimonies of former payday employees like Chris Browning. As they told it, the payday loan wasn't an every-once-in-a-while product that customers reserved for emergencies, as their bosses would have people believe, but rather a monthly reality for well over half their customers. In that scenario, an annual percentage rate of 391% wasn't some theoretical number, but a good gauge of the price too many people were paying for credit. I left the industry when I saw that the rollovers were as high as they were. That's what Jerry Robinson told me when I visited with him in Atlanta. Robinson had helped Toby McKenzie decide to get into the payday business, and as a banker for Stevens Incorporated, he had been one of the industry's early cheerleaders. But the industry had become a victim of its own success. There's just too many stores. That's the bottom line, Robinson said. Customers have 2 loans, then 3 loans, then 5. Billy Webster tended to agree. Too many entrepreneurs had gotten into the business, and as a result, it was too easy for borrowers to end up owing money to several stores at once. The shame of it, Webster said, was that the industry might have avoided some of these problems if it had been more open to reforms like the one he helped to negotiate in Florida. The state government there maintains a database to ensure that no borrower has more than one payday loan out at a time, and caps rates at $10 per $100. And yet, entrepreneurs like the McKechnies of Amscott Financial, with all its stores in Central Florida, are thriving. But people inside the industry such as Alan Jones, and also Jerry Robinson, slammed Webster for caving in to payday's critics. The industry's worst instinct has been to confuse reform with prohibition, Webster said. By the middle of 2009, Advance America had counted 15 pending bills in Congress and another 173 around the country that would have an impact on its business. And the man now sitting in the Oval Office had, as a candidate for president, promised to empower more Americans in the fight against predatory lending by capping outlandish interest rates. Advance America had earned $30 million in profits in the second half of 2008, and then booked another $26 million in profits in the first quarter of 2009. Yet its stock was down by more than 75% from its high because of uncertainty about the payday loan. It's hard to invest in the future earnings of a company if you don't know if it's going to have a future, Webster said. To guard against further erosion of its market, the payday lenders collectively have 40 company-paid lobbyists on staff and contract with another 75 lobbyists working in 34 states, the head of its trade organization told Checklist magazine. Inside the payday industry, they see a business less profitable than it had once been and conclude they can't be ripping people off. With more competition and a lowering of the rates so that $15 per $100 is pretty much the standard in most states. Exceptions include Montana, where lenders tend to charge $20 for every $100 borrowed, and Missouri, where they tend to charge $25 per $100. The days of 20% or more profit margins are over. Yet payday is still plenty profitable. Advance America, for instance, reported a profit margin of 8% in 2008. That meant the company had a higher profit margin than Hewlett-Packard, Target, Office Depot, or even Morgan Stanley. In fact, despite the increased competition and greater regulatory prescriptions, Advance America's profit margin would place it ahead of more than 60% of the companies in the Fortune 500. Still, the lenders are right when they argue that the economics of the standalone payday shop don't work with a 36% rate cap. That works out to a fee of $1.12 per $100 borrowed, rather than $15, which wouldn't even begin to cover fixed costs, such as salaries and store leases. But then, why is there something sacrosanct about the freestanding payday store? McDonald's would no doubt be a money loser if its franchises carried nothing except hamburgers, but they also sell fries and shakes and desserts and other concoctions to help pay for the cost of the restaurant and the salaries of the people who work there. The State Employees Credit Union of North Carolina, one of the country's largest, the state's teachers are eligible, has been making payday loans since 2001. They charge a fee that works out to an annual percentage rate of 12%, and yet the credit union's CEO, Jim Blaine, describes the product as the single most profitable loan we make. But of course their tellers do more than just write payday loans, and their branches are supported by revenues from a wide range of services, from car and home loans to more routine banking functions. The payday lenders would diversify their offerings, eventually. In April 2008, Alan Jones first started experimenting with check cashing at select stores, and by the time I visited him in February 2009, check cashing was available at around half its stores, along with wire transfers through Western Union. Advance America announced in 2008 that it had cut a similar deal with MoneyGram. At the same time, the company began selling prepaid debit cards and Visa gift cards at all of its stores. Check and Go had experimented with the tax refund anticipation loan at its stores years earlier, then dropped the practice. But it too began offering check cashing and wire transfer services at select stores, and announced in 2009 that it would offer car title loans in states where they were permitted to do so by law. "Before, we were just focused on taking care of our customer," Alan Jones said. "Now we're trying to survive." Or trying to thwart the will of the people. Despite the express wishes of the Ohio State Legislature and more than 60% of the electorate, all the big payday lenders were still making short-term cash loans in Ohio. Incredibly, some were charging rates that worked out to more than 391% annually. "Like mosquitoes adapting to a new bug spray," wrote Thomas Sudds, a columnist for the Cleveland Plain Dealer. The lenders had found any number of clever ways to do so. Most had applied for licenses either under the state's Small Loan Act or the Mortgage Loan Act. A business couldn't charge more than 28% interest under either of these acts, but there was no preventing a lender from charging a loan origination fee or making a borrower pay a fee for a credit check. The more aggressive companies went one step further, issuing the advances in the form of a check and then charging a steep fee to cash it. Under this new system, the APR depended on the amount of the loan and the audacity of the lender. But one local business figured out that it could charge as much as 423% under the Small Loan Act on a $100 loan and 680% under the mortgage loan law. Bill Batchelder and others were working on legislation that would eliminate what Bill Faith and others dubbed loopholes in the law, but they could be certain that the payday lenders would not be leaving Ohio anytime soon. It had taken North Carolina 5 years to finally drive them out of the state. If it was in an airplane somewhere over Pennsylvania where I started thinking differently about the payday loan, then it was in a meeting room in the bowels of the Mandalay Bay Resort during the annual meeting of the check cashers in 2008 that I began to liken the entire Poverty Incorporated industry to those energy companies whose strip mining destroyed vast tracts of wilderness areas until the practice was made illegal in the 1980s. There, Jim Higgins, the Vincent Gardenia look-alike, was teaching the smaller operators the tricks of the trade, from raffled-off iPods to the payment of kickbacks to local business people who send them business. A dentist sends you a reminder card. That's what Check and Go's Jeff Kurzman said when we talked about his company's practice of phoning people who haven't been to one of their stores in the previous 60 days. Some haircut places do it also. In Ohio, I would come across a company, Heartland Cash Advance, that has its managers start phoning customers who haven't been into the store for 30 days. And why not? Asked Larry Hauser, the owner of Heartland. I call my customers every week for the same reason a car servicing company sends you a message when it's time to get your oil changed, he said. I was reminded, and not for the first time, of an interview I had done a couple of years earlier with Gary Loveman, the CEO of Harrah's, when I was a staff reporter at the New York Times writing frequently about the gambling industry. Loveman, who has a Ph.D. from MIT and for years had taught at the Harvard Business School, had moved over to Harrah's in 1998 as kind of a real-life experiment. After years of studying how some of the country's more successful companies used marketing and new technologies to grow their businesses, could he apply that book knowledge to a once profitable casino chain that had grown fat and moribund? Among the innovations Loveman introduced to the casino industry was the use of sophisticated data mining tools to better understand the gambling habits of individual customers and market to them accordingly, and the introduction of a rewards program so effective that in time, every other big casino chain would appropriate the idea. When we spoke, Loveman seemed particularly impressed by the marketing genius of the credit card companies, and he told me they frequently served as a model as he strove to turn the gambler who visited a Harrah's property 3 or 5 times a year into one who visited 8, 10, or 12 times the next year and gambled more with each successive stay. By the time we sat down over breakfast at one of his properties on the Las Vegas Strip, Loveman was widely hailed as the man who brought the casino into the 21st century. Yet, as I listened to him, I grew horrified by the cold efficiency with which Harrah's systematically harvested ever more money from its most loyal customers. I had a similar feeling sitting through Higgins's 90-minute presentation on tips for turning the $1,000 customer into one who spends $3,000. We spoke after his talk, and Higgins, like Loveman, was anything but defensive. These were legitimate businesses, he said, run by legitimate people, doing what any other business would do to increase its profits. Maybe. But his talk and others like it left me thinking that it wasn't a fair fight being waged on the rougher fringes of the financial universe. On one side, you had the policy wonks, consumer advocates, and the other well-intentioned reformers pushing their pilot programs for the unbanked and advocating for better financial literacy education. On the other side, there were the pseudo-bankers in their strip mall storefronts wielding a powerful arsenal of weapons they learned from the likes of Jim Higgins. Short of government intervention, the consumer advocacy side didn't stand a chance. Ben Bernanke took over as chairman of the Federal Reserve in February 2006. A Republican who had served as chairman of President Bush's Council of Economic Advisers just prior to his promotion to the top spot at the Fed, Bernanke was no one's idea of a consumer champion. Yet he was a vast improvement over Alan Greenspan, at least in the fight against predatory lending. His campaign against what he ultimately called unfair and deceptive loans began with a series of public hearings into mortgage lending the Fed held in the summer of 2006. At the end of 2007, the Fed issued a new set of rules governing any mortgage carrying an interest rate just 1.5% higher than the average rate paid by prime borrowers. Its new definition of a higher-priced loan. Under the new rules, lenders can no longer make a higher-priced mortgage without regard for a borrower's ability to pay. The Fed restricted the use of prepayment penalties in higher-priced mortgages and banned the use of stated income loans, the so-called liar loans that required no proof of income. The Fed also prohibited lenders and mortgage brokers from advertising only the lower teaser rates on an adjustable rate mortgage. The Center for Responsible Lending and other consumer groups praised the Fed for what the CRL dubbed a return to common-sense business practices in subprime lending, and then castigated the Fed Board of Governors for not going far enough. Mike Calhoun, CRL's president, criticized the Fed for failing to rein in option ARMs, the very product that had made Herb and Marion Sandler billionaires, and called on the Fed governors to do something about yield spread premiums. It was hard to justify these payments that were nothing but kickbacks lenders paid mortgage brokers to put borrowers in costlier loans. North Carolina had banned yield spread premiums. It was time for the Fed to do the same, Calhoun said. In time, the Fed would propose such a ban. The comments period ended on New Year's Eve 2009, clearing the way for action. Its governors would announce new rules for the overdraft fees banks charge, in particular the overdraft protection plans in which banks automatically enroll people, and also the credit cards they issue. Again, the CRL would criticize the Fed for not going far enough on these last two issues. The failures of the Fed on credit card reform would be moot, as Congress would take on the issue with passage of a credit card holder's Bill of Rights in 2008. The new law, which went into effect in early 2010, protects cardholders from capricious interest rate increases and clamps down on the fees card issuers can charge. The Fed's overdraft rules were a small step, but at least a bank now has to ask if someone wants this expensive small loan product, the CRL's Kathleen Day said. Even Alan Greenspan would provide a bit of pleasure to people inside the CRL when he appeared before Congress to talk about the subprime meltdown. As far back as 2000, Greenspan showed he recognized that there was something amiss in the mortgage business. Of concern, he said in a speech he gave in March of that year in front of the National Community Reinvestment Coalition, are abusive lending practices that target specific neighborhoods or vulnerable segments of the population and can result in unaffordable payments, equity stripping, and foreclosures. Yet, as a young man, Greenspan had sharpened his political philosophy in the living room of Ayn Rand, and he believed deeply in a hands-off approach to the market. "I have found a flaw in my thinking," Greenspan confessed when appearing in front of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. His free market ideology, he acknowledged, ended up being the wrong one for the circumstances. The market didn't self-correct as he had assumed it would, a humbled Greenspan said in his testimony. "I was shocked," he admitted. Kathleen Keast had been so ecstatic to see the former Fed chairman, once hailed as the world's greatest central banker, taken down a peg or two that she had taped to her office door news articles reporting on Greenspan's testimony. The payday lenders, the check cashers, and others catering to those on the economic fringes had been worried that somehow a crackdown on subprime mortgage lenders could threaten the way they conduct business. They were right to worry. The centerpiece of the Obama administration's financial reform package was an idea that Elizabeth Warren of Harvard first proposed in mid-2007, a Consumer Financial Protection Agency, or CFPA. The impetus behind this new regulatory body may have been the need to rein in abusive mortgage practices and complex products such as collateralized debt obligations that Warren Buffett had dubbed financial weapons of mass destruction. But this proposed new Consumer Protection Agency for financial products would also have jurisdiction over payday loans, the pawn business, subprime credit card companies, and pretty much any poverty-incorporated enterprise. The CFPA consolidated enforcement into a single, standalone agency that would have broad authority to investigate and react to abuses. The agency would also promote better financial education. Predictably, virtually every business in this sector lined up against the Obama proposal. How could they not in the face of a new federal agency that would suddenly be poking into their business? The CFPA was redundant, a waste of money. Actually, under Obama's plan, the businesses being regulated would be assessed a fee to pay for the agency, and an extra layer of bureaucracy. Lynn DeVault, the Alan Jones lieutenant heading up the Payday Lender Trade Organization, told Checklist that her group had quadrupled its federal lobbying budget. The scope of this proposed new regulatory body was made plain by the breadth of interests aligned against it, a roster that included banks and payday lenders, of course, but also pawnbrokers, car dealers, real estate developers, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and even utility companies. By the time the debate over the agency began in mid-October, the financial services industry had already spent more than $220 million lobbying against Obama's proposed agency. Federal agency a new threat. That was the headline in the fall of 2009's issue of Checklist. The author of the article checked in with the check cashers, a pawn chain, and a payday proprietor. There may have been a time when the poverty industry wasn't a single entity so much as splintered, competing interests fighting over the same clusters of customers. But the pawnbrokers became check cashers, and the check cashers ventured into payday, as did rent-to-own. And more recently, the payday lenders started getting into check cashing, money orders, refund anticipation tax loans, and any other business that might bring in additional revenues. They all learned the same tricks for maximizing revenues from the same sources. Each category of business grew plump with profits due to the same set of broader economic factors. Stagnating wages while home and health prices soared, the loss of good-paying manufacturing jobs, the widening gap between the wealthy and those on the bottom half of the wage pyramid that economists have been observing for 30 years. If nothing else, the fight against a new consumer agency underscored the unified nature of the country's poverty-incorporated sector and its clout. J.P. Morgan Chase underwrites the loans for a large share of the instant tax market. The country's biggest banks funded the growth of the payday industry. And pretty much every large investment bank has had its hand in one of these businesses or another. And what are overdraft fees, which generated $24 billion for the banks in 2008, according to the CRL? But another way a business is feasting off those living on the financial margins. If it was just us, we'd get killed here, payday spokesman Stephen Schlein said of Obama's proposal for a consumer agency. But the interests of his clients and the country's largest financial institutions are aligned. Our hope is that the banks will beat this bill back, Schlein said. As written, the Consumer Financial Protection Agency Act of 2009 didn't give this new agency the power to cap interest rates. But it was Schlein's great worry, and the worry of many within the poverty-incorporated field, that an interest rate cap will be slipped in at the last minute or tacked on to a completely unrelated piece of legislation. Obama said he wanted a financial reform package signed by the end of 2009, but that deadline came and went, and with it the Democrats' filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. The House had done its part, authorizing the CFPA in legislation it dubbed the Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act. Barney Frank, the liberal congressman from Massachusetts and chair of the House Financial Services Committee, had angered consumer activists by granting the federal government the power to preempt the states from regulating the national banks in some circumstances. But President Obama, anxious to see legislation pass by year's end, immediately issued a press statement lauding the committee for its swift action. The House bill passed without a single Republican vote. A rival proposal passed out of the Senate Banking Committee, chaired by Connecticut's Christopher Dodd, but with health care reform taking center stage and other issues crowding out the agenda, the full Senate failed to vote on the measure by year's end. Then, shortly into 2010, Dodd announced he would not be running for re-election, introducing another X factor into the debate. Early in 2009, the Los Angeles Times had reported that Dodd had raised more than $44,000 in campaign funds from high-interest lenders like Payday and Pawn. And later that spring, there were news accounts of the senator eating dinner with members of the industry group representing the online payday lenders. Despite a reputation for being too cozy with the banks and other financial institutions under his committee's jurisdiction, or perhaps because of it, Dodd announced his support for a consumer regulatory agency shortly thereafter. What the lame duck senator might do now that he wasn't worried about raising more money or winning votes, and whether Obama's proposed new agency could survive a filibuster threat, was anyone's guess. Ameriquest would be the first big subprime lender to flop. Its ignoble end in mid-2007 came when the company posted a curt message on its website informing people it would be taking no new applications for loans. Its assets would be sold, fittingly, to Citigroup. J.P. Morgan sold off much of its subprime mortgage holdings at the start of 2007 and, not long afterward, H&R Block and General Electric put its subprime mortgage units up for sale. But, finding no buyers, the two companies shut them down and absorbed the losses. Wells Fargo made a similar announcement, and New Century, which made $37 billion in loans in 2006, declared bankruptcy the next year. In 2008, Bank of America purchased Countrywide, and J.P. Morgan Chase bought Washington Mutual. What was left of the subprime lenders boiled down to billions of dollars in debts and a raft of legal cases, including the lawsuit the city of Baltimore filed against Wells Fargo, accusing the bank of steering black customers into subprime loans even when they qualified for lower-rate mortgages and home equity lines of credit. A federal judge dismissed the charges against Wells at the start of 2010. Perhaps the most shocking news of all came when HSBC announced in March 2009 that it was shutting down household finance, despite the $14 billion it had paid for the company just a half-dozen years earlier. Yet no bank seemed to take it on the chin as hard as Citigroup. Citi would remain on government life support longer than most of its competitors, and the stock price of this once mighty global institution that as recently as May 2007 traded for more than $50 a share dropped to $1.02 a share, a 98% plunge. Citigroup's primary problem was that it had full exposure on both sides of the subprime debacle. Through Citi Financial, it was one of the country's leading subprime mortgage originators, and on the investment banking side, its people had aggressively pursued a derivative product called a collateralized debt obligation that was based on underlying portfolios of mortgages. Citigroup wrote off tens of billions of dollars in bad mortgages, and a new CEO split the company in two. Those units they would keep, and those they would sell once there was money back in the system. This second category included any number of divisions, insurance, the brokerage business, that Sandy Weil had brought to Citigroup. Citi would cut 110,000 jobs, around one-third of its workforce, and sell off $350 billion in assets by the start of 2010. Yet there was little joy inside the Center for Responsible Lending over the demise of the predatory subprime lender. The value of real estate in the United States had shrunk by $1 trillion in a matter of months. And there was more bad news coming as the rates would reset on all those explodable ARMs written in 2006 and early 2007. There was another new foreclosure every 13 seconds through the early months of 2009, the Mortgage Bankers Association reported, and while the Obama administration promised help, it was slow in coming. Under its $75 billion Home Affordable Modification Program, created in March 2009, the government announced that it would pay mortgage companies $1,000 for each loan they modified, and then another $1,000 a year for up to 3 years. But as 2009 was coming to a close, the institutions controlling these loans had renegotiated the home loans for only a tiny fraction of the 4 million eligible homeowners, 66,000 in 10 months. The CRL estimated that homeowners in neighborhoods with a high ratio of subprime loans saw the collective worth of their homes drop $500 billion in value because of nearby foreclosures. In the last 25 years, the United States made tremendous progress integrating poor families into the middle class, largely through home ownership, Martinique's told me. But now we'll lose about half of that progress because of subprime abuses that were permitted to continue despite the best efforts of a lot of people. The subprime lenders have basically destroyed the communities that we were targeting. It's a tragedy. Compounding that tragedy, Eakes said, were the likes of Rush Limbaugh, Dick Cheney, and editorial writers for the Wall Street Journal repeatedly blaming the Community Reinvestment Act, or CRA, which required banks to make loans in any neighborhood where they had branches, as the cause of the crisis. It was absurd to blame a law that was written more than 30 years ago and didn't apply to many of the biggest subprime lenders, including Ameriquest, Countrywide, and Household Finance. Yet Neil Cavuto declared on the Fox Business Network in the middle of the subprime meltdown in the second half of 2008, "Loaning to minorities and risky folks is a disaster." If the extremists succeed in putting forward this view, then we'll lose all hope for the next generation, Eakes said. Equally disconcerting were those blaming the poor for the financial woes facing both Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Fannie and Freddie both played a big role in helping to cause the Great Recession of 2008. In September of that year, the federal government felt obliged to announce a $200 billion rescue of the two government-sponsored mortgage finance companies. But its true motivation for buying up all those home mortgages and either holding them in a portfolio or reselling them to Wall Street investors seemed less about helping those of modest means purchase a home. A large portion of those subprime loans, after all, involved middle-class and upper-middle-class borrowers, and more about profits and remaining relevant. Both Fannie and Freddie had gone public in 1989, and the seemingly unquenchable appetite for subprime loans in the 2000s seemed primarily about justifying the hefty salaries and even bigger bonuses the executives paid themselves. There was at least one subprime lender still in business. Self-help. Its own loan portfolio was performing blessedly well despite the global financial meltdown. By September 2009, roughly 4% of the country's prime borrowers were delinquent on their mortgage payments, compared to 20% of subprime borrowers. At Self-Help, that figure was 8%. The mortgages Self-Help bought on the secondary market it created in the mid-1990s were also faring much better than the typical subprime loan, in no small part because of the standards the organization used when evaluating a portfolio. Self-Help, Eeks said, would only buy portfolios where the points and fees were in line with conventional loans and would avoid writing mortgages that included onerous terms, such as a prepayment penalty. We've always been about creating sustainable loans, Eeks said. There are still people, and not just Alan Jones, who blame Eeks and Self-Help at least in part for the subprime meltdown. Self-Help, after all, created the first subprime market, and it was Self-Help who pushed Wachovia so hard to enter subprime lending. The bank ultimately hit bottom because of subprime. One problem with that argument is that Self-Help ended up being dwarfed by the larger subprime market. Over 15 years, Self-Help bought $6 billion worth of subprime loans on the open market, or what AmeriQuest, Countrywide, or Household Finance wrote individually in 2 months in 2005. We were just a flea on this giant elephant, Eeks said. Self-Help's David Beck also disputed the notion that Self-Help's secondary market served as a kind of gateway drug, giving established banks a taste for subprime. The dirty little secret about subprime was already out there, Beck said. We didn't have to give banks any idea of the obscene profits they could be making because they already knew. Despite its successes, Self-Help's allies weren't universal in their praise of the group. They told me when we were fighting to save the Georgia Fair Lending Act, we'll negotiate to 1 iota of something just to be able to say we have a victory. Bill Brennan said of the role the CRL played in Georgia after the defeat of Roy Barnes. We ended up dropping out of negotiations way before them. To be honest about it, we were appalled they were continuing to negotiate long after the bill had been gutted beyond recognition. Vincent Fort was even harsher in his assessment of CRL. I'm down here dealing with people every day talking about foreclosures and predatory lending, Fort said. But here this group flies in here. They've received tens of millions of dollars from some predatory lenders, and they're working on a bill with Republicans that's a total piece of shit because they want to go back and say, we've accomplished this. I wasn't very happy with CRL. Then there's the perspective of those who are a part of a group that Newsweek dubbed the ethical subprime lenders. Community development financial institutions and other nonprofits mainly. These lenders expose as overly simplistic the claim that the CRA was to blame for the global financial meltdown of 2008, or Neil Cavuto's line that lending to minorities or those with blemished credit is a disaster. Even amid the worst housing crisis since the 1930s, Newsweek's Daniel Gross wrote near the end of 2008, many of these institutions sport healthy payback rates. They haven't bankrupted their customers or their shareholders, nor have they rushed to Washington begging for bailouts. One person quoted in the article, Cliff Rosenthal, the head of an organization representing more than 200 credit unions that lend primarily in low-income communities, said that delinquent loans were about 3.1% of assets in the middle of 2008, compared to a national delinquency rate at the time of 18.7% among subprime loans. The article also quoted Mike Lofton, the head of HomeWise, a Santa Fe, New Mexico-based nonprofit that lends exclusively to first-time, working-class homebuyers. Of the 500 loans on HomeWise's books in the fall of 2008, only 0.6% were 90 days late, Lofton said, compared with 2.4% of all prime mortgages nationwide. Lofton is a good friend, and I've been hearing about his group since the early 1990s, when he took over as its executive director. Technically, HomeWise is not a subprime lender. His group focuses on potential homeowners with blemished credit scores, but rather than put them in loans with a higher interest rate, HomeWise provides prospective homebuyers financial counseling and also helps them get into the habit of setting aside some savings each month. The Home Ownership Center of Greater Dayton, Beth Deutscher's group, has the same approach as HomeWise. Typically, it takes 6 months to a year for the serious homebuyer to boost his or her credit score and also scrape together the 2% down payment his organization wants to see before making a loan. If customers build a savings habit to save that money on a modest income, Lofton told Newsweek, it says a lot about them and their financial discipline. Lofton thinks the world of Martin Eakes. I've heard him describe Eakes as having a rare moral clarity in a jaded world, and he expresses great admiration for Eakes's effectiveness, his creativity, and his integrity. He'll hear Eakes speak and he'll feel invigorated. He has this ability to remind us why we do what we do, he said. The two have often been featured speakers at the same conferences and usually find themselves on the same side of an issue. The exception is the use of subprime loans. Through the subprime boom, Lofton watched as more than a few nonprofits embraced such loans. Colleagues confessed to him that they were moving into subprime because that's where the action was, and boasted about the fees they were earning writing those loans. He saw groups he had respected profoundly lose their way as they accepted money from AmeriQuest, Citigroup, and other large lenders. Eakes never did so. But it was Eakes who had been an inspiration for many, and Eakes who served as the Pied Piper for responsible subprime lending. Martin has to take some of the blame for giving credence to this notion that the best or only way to serve lower-income households is to charge them more, Lofton said. From his perspective, the real shame of it was that all the energies of a group as talented and creative as self-help went into the development and growth of the subprime home loan. Lofton trained as a community organizer and seems to have a preternatural ability to pose the kind of fundamental questions that get you thinking differently about an issue that had been settled in your mind. Risk-based pricing is supposed to be one of the great innovations in finance. Where in the old days only those with good credit could secure a loan, risk-based pricing meant the extension of credit to everyone, so long as you're willing to pay more to cover the greater risk in lending money to you. The underlying logic of subprime mortgages and payday loans is the same, that the only way to expand credit to minorities and lower-income people is to dumb down credit standards and charge them more for the added risk, Lofton said. But there are other tools in the box, including financial literacy. No one is born with poor credit, he continued, and teaching people how to manage their finances is a tool that has proven itself to work and to work over the long haul. But it's easier and quicker to charge people more than to go through the hard work of teaching people good habits. To the extent that responsible subprime lenders, including Martin, gave credence to the notion that the best or only way to serve lower-income households is to charge them more, they have to take some of the blame for what happened, Lofton said. Mortgage brokers need to make a living. All those former subprime salesmen need to put food on the table. And who better to help a distressed borrower negotiate a loan modification than those who proved so adept at negotiating the tricky shoals of this world in the first place. The New York Times' Peter Goodman even found a group of mortgage brokers and lenders working in the very same offices on Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles, where they made their fortunes during the boom. Now they were the Federal Loan Modification Law Center, FedMod for short, and selling their services to those who found themselves in arrears on subprime loans. "We just changed the script and changed the product we were selling," one of the brokers told Goodman. They certainly had a compelling selling point. "We're able to help you out because we understand your lender," this broker told prospective clients. But whether those borrowers are any better off after paying a fee of up to $3,500 for help is another question. By mid-2009, the Better Business Bureau was receiving hundreds of complaints about FedMod and similar companies. FedMod's managing partner confessed to Goodman that the business had largely been a bust as far as rescuing people, but, he claimed, it wasn't for a lack of trying. But there were reasons to doubt his sincerity, starting with the former FedMod salesman who told Goodman he wanted to talk with him, because he felt so bad about the small part he had played in a business he considered unethical. "Our job was to get the money in and then we're done. But I never saw one client come out of it with a successful loan modification." In April 2009, the FTC sued FedMod, charging that they often did little or nothing to help their customers. The FTC sent warning letters to another 71 similar companies and ended up filing charges against at least 7 of them. The problem with reporting on the poverty business is that it's so broad and multifaceted. There are newfangled businesses like FedMod and old standbys experiencing a resurgence in hard economic times, debt collectors and those in the debt consolidation business. Bill collectors got you down? Find yourself in debt? We can help. And their close cousins, companies promising people a higher FICO score, for a fee, of course. Boosting a credit score is not hard to do, at least temporarily. You challenge every ding on a person's credit report. Some are suspended while the dispute is investigated, and meanwhile, a person's credit score goes up. The problem is that it plummets back down a couple of months later when all the black marks are returned to a person's credit record. But now they're worse off because they just wasted $500 on a bit of financial cosmetic surgery. There are any number of strange but seemingly lucrative splinters that are part of the poverty industry. There are those in the business of buying large legal settlements from those who otherwise would be paid in monthly or annual payments. One, Peachtree Financial, tells potential customers that it helps people who are holding structured settlements or annuity products enjoy the benefits of receiving their money faster, and also the lucrative world of subprime student loans. As recently as 10 years ago, most college kids received low-cost, federally guaranteed student loans with interest rates in the 6 to 8% range. But the private lenders moved in with products that included 10% origination fees and interest rates as high as 15 or 18%. A report put together by investigators for the Congressional Committee on Education and by Andrew Cuomo, New York's Attorney General, found troubling, deceptive, and often illegal practices among these lenders. The auto title loan is confined mainly to the South and is tiny compared to the payday sector. But it's still a $500 million a year business, and so controversial that even Alan Jones and Billy Webster question the morality of this product that lets people risk their car when they feel trapped and in desperate need of a short-term loan. Similarly, rent-to-own. It's an awful business, Clay Tabor, an Aaron's franchisee from 2003 to 2008, told me. Tabor, unlike most other entrepreneurs I would speak with, doesn't pretend there was anything noble about this idea of renting people their televisions and dining room sets by the month. "I was looking at this as an annuitized income," he confessed, a reliable source of easy money for him and a group of investors he had put together. But he ended up the slumlord who thought life would be as easy as cashing checks once a month, except he forgot to factor in that it might bother him seeing the way people lived. You go hang flyers at public housing projects, but these people have never been trained to pay bills, Tabor said. You tell them, you give me $100 and that TV will be in your house later today. That's your hook. But that $100 was still a big hurdle for some, so he and his people did as the corporate office suggested, Tabor said, and ran 99-cent sales. The basic idea is for only $1. You get the item in their house, and then you just hammer them with payments for 24 months, he said. He would occasionally call the home office for advice. Basically, their attitude was, you do whatever you have to do to get your money. Tabor described himself as so disgusted by his experience running 3 stores in Canada that he has sued the company. Maybe most frightening is that by all accounts, the rent-to-own business had already cleaned itself up by the time Tabor became a franchisee. At around the same time, the payday lenders hired Stephen Schlein and his firm to try to dress up the image of the industry. Alan Jones decided it was time to hedge his bets. He knew nothing about selling cars, but he certainly knew the poverty industry. And so in 2005, he took the plunge into the used car business by opening several lots in and around Cleveland. A year or so later, he opened the first of 2 pawn shops. Jones told me he hated the used car business. He did it in part to help the man who had married his daughter, and it only brought headaches from day one. It's really the collections business, Jones said. A lot of these people have weekly payments, so you need to be on them after every paycheck. It's even more labor-intensive than payday, he said. These people, they don't send in their checks, they stop by the lot on their way someplace, Jones said. So you have to stop whatever you're doing, call up the file, and mark their payments. Under Tennessee law, he can charge an interest rate of 21%, but that's too low, he complained, given the customers he deals with. He estimated that 1 in 4 loans were past due, and invariably a portion of those were going to be written off as losses. I might give 'em to you for free if you'll take 'em off my hands, he told me in a woe-is-me voice that had become familiar. They ain't worth nothing. Earlier in his career, Jerry Robinson had run Just Right Auto Sales, a 10-lot used auto business. Everyone needs a car, Robinson said when I visited him in Atlanta, and in hard economic times, this will be a fabulous business for the next 5 years. When I mentioned this to Jones, he responded by calling Robinson an idiot. Pawn shops, though, had been a different story entirely. He had always looked at pawn, he said, as a lower-class business. But then Cash America, the pawn giant, made an offer for check into cash, and he opened his eyes. He ended up saying no to them, but the experience taught him that he was missing a big opportunity to make a lot of money. The rule of thumb with pawn is, you pledge 3 times collateral, he said. So if one of his clerks thinks they can sell a flat-screen TV for $300, they will loan that person $100. That borrower pays a little more than $20 a month in interest on that $100. Tennessee allows pawn shops to charge a 256% APR. Meanwhile, the pawned item remains in the shop's back room as long as that customer keeps current with his or her loan. If that customer can't repay the loan or decides not to, the shop puts the item up for sale. I'll make money if they can pay off the loan, Jones said. I make money if they can't pay off the loan. At the start of 2009, he was operating 2 U.S. pawn shops and was looking to open more. He only wished that it hadn't taken him so long to recognize the potential of pawn. If I have one regret, it was that I didn't get into pawn earlier, he said. Payday might be under siege, but with more people out of work and in need of quick cash, the pawn business is booming. I didn't know I was in a fight for my life when I got in 'em, he said of his 2 pawn shops. But since I am, I'm glad I got 'em. Check into cash started with 1 store, and 15 years later, he was up to 1,300. Who's to say he can't do it again?
This recording of Broke USA, From Pawn Shops to Poverty Incorporated, How the Working Poor Became Big Business by Gary Rivlin, was produced by John Marshall Media and read by Scott Sowers. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit our website at harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.